In one of the noisy trading quarters, a slave trader conducted his dark business, a man long accustomed to the cruelty of this craft. The day was the most ordinary. Buyers, deals, the clinking of coins. However, everything changed when a young couple approached the shop. The merchant glanced at them and smiled inwardly. Surely newlyweds looking for servants for household chores. But the spouse's next words made his blood run cold. These two had come to sell their own child. The slave trader recoiled as if struck. The refusal slipped from his lips almost instinctively. No matter how monstrous his profession, he could not believe that parents could part with a newborn baby. Doubts gnawed at the merchant's mind with sharp fangs. Is this child even theirs? Maybe stolen? Found as a foundling? Suddenly, a calm, confident voice came from the crowd of visitors. The stranger declared that he was ready to buy a child. It turned out to be a rich man, a person with a heavy wallet and an even heavier reputation, a wanderer plowing the lands in search of a special kind of goods, fighters for his bloody arena. The couple without hesitation handed the baby into the hands of the stranger. They turned and left without even looking back at the end, as if shedding an unnecessary burden from their shoulders. The rich man, having received his due, also began to prepare for the return journey. And the slave trader watched this pair for a long time, calling them madmen in his heart. However, the true madman was the rich man himself, for no one knew what he intended to do with the defenseless infant. It turns out the arena owner wandered the world for years in relentless search of the most powerful slave that could be found on this sinful earth. The fiercer the fighter was, the more spectacular the duels became, and therefore the more gold flowed into the owner's pockets. However, most of the captives were a pitiful sight. Emaciated weaklings barely able to hold weapons. It was much more advantageous to acquire prisoners of war or hardened criminals. But even this was not enough for the arena owner. Everything changed on the very day when the rich man saw that man, the father of the baby. At first glance, it was clear. Standing before him was at least a former general, or perhaps someone of even higher rank. Only the aura of this man made goosebumps run across the skin, and his gaze pierced through like a blade. At that moment, the rich man realized the truth. He needed exactly such a fighter, a true warrior, and the fact that this man was ready to sell his own little blood seemed like an incredible stroke of luck, a gift of fate. The rich man bought the infant and brought him to the arena. There he summoned his best fighter, a veteran of countless duels, and ordered him to raise the boy, promising generous payment. However, when the fighter saw the child for the first time, a certainty settled in his soul. The baby would not last a week. The conditions here were completely unsuitable for an infant. Cold stone walls, the smell of blood and sweat, constant roar of battles. But the boy survived, against all odds. With each day he grew stronger, ate more, took his first unsteady steps on the sand of the arena. This was an unusual child. The fighter, for the first time in many years, sincerely wanted to take care of someone. He showed the boy techniques, movements, basics of fighting. And the boy caught everything on the fly, as if born for it. And when the mentor was not teaching him deliberately, for example lying wounded after another duel, the boy himself guessed how to help. He brought water, bandaged wounds, learned to survive. This child grew not by days but literally by hours. By the time the boy could make independent decisions, his adoptive father no longer understood what was going on in the young fighter's head. But everything became clear in the very first battle. That duel turned out to be the best of all that the man had seen in his long, blood-stained life. The boy learned a lot from the mentor, but it was not only about that. He fought in such a way that he completely absorbed the arena along with himself, turning the fight into a mesmerizing dance of death. The veteran even got a creepy impression that the boy was not a human at all, but something greater, or lesser. Time relentlessly moved forward. The man who raised the child began to weaken. Strength left his body, and old wounds reminded him of themselves more and more often. Finally, The fateful day came when he met his demise in the arena. The boy ran onto the sand to help the mentor. However, in the last moment of his life, the dying man saw not the child he had raised, but a real monster, the fruit of his own labors and efforts. Thus lived the boy, abandoned by his parents, having lost even the one who raised him. Nevertheless, this young man not only survived in the arena, he became an adult, turning into an invincible fighter. Finally, the momentous day approached when he was to leave the stone walls of this bloody theater. The closer the date became, the more actively bets were placed in underground gambling houses throughout the city. And then one of the regulars decided to bring his university friend to this house. The latter, of course, was nervous. If the educational institution found out about this outing, trouble would be inevitable. However, the friend insisted it was time for the guy to unwind. After all, he had been sitting over books day and night, like a monk hermit over sacred scrolls. Moreover, the friend assured, everything here was absolutely legal. The rich buy slaves and make them fight each other for entertainment. What could be simpler? The friend patted the young man on the shoulder, asking him not to worry unnecessarily, and finally placed his bet. While they chatted about trivial matters, the student did not even notice how his so-called friend deftly stole his heavy coin purse. When it was time to place a bet, the young man decided to refuse. After all, he had entered the university to gain knowledge and achieve success, not to indulge in vices and idleness. After these words, he said goodbye, saying that he needed to pay for his tuition today. However, the friend only mockingly shook his own purse in front of his companion's face. Only then did the student, turning around in fear, realize the money had been stolen right under his nose. Rage instantly boiled in his chest. He rushed at his friend, intending to punish the scoundrel for the theft and get back his hard-earned savings. But the latter dodged, asking the young man to wait a little. What is done is done. There is no turning back. Moreover, the thief added with a brazen smile, there is no need to worry. He has already placed a bet with that money. Now they are simply obliged to stay and see what will happen to their investment. The young man never thought that everything would turn out exactly this way. He put in so much effort to get into the university, and now he got himself into real trouble. The father always asked his son not to be a savage, not to succumb to base temptations. The man believed in the great path of his child. The little sister considered her brother the best person in the world, and the mother worked tirelessly to provide the family with a decent future. The student began to pray to the gods, begging them to help return the money. He swore that he would never commit such a foolishness again. Moreover, as soon as the fight in the arena ended, he intended to sever all ties with this snake-like friend, once and for all. At that moment, the friend himself beamed with a smile and suggested the guy go straight to the arena, where the performance was about to begin. When they took their seats, the student's indignation was more than obvious. The companion tried in every way to encourage him, assuring that the money would return with interest, with profit. Finally, the host came out to the arena to introduce the first fighter. He announced, before the audience would appear a native of the northern lands engulfed in war. This man once earned a living by robbery until he ended up in prison. But the arena owner bought the captive and, thanks to his mercy, set him on the path of a warrior. The man was nicknamed the Harbinger of Death, and this was his first appearance on the sand. The crowd roared, greeting the new fighter. Honestly, even for a seasoned gamer, this warrior looked terrifyingly fierce. The student immediately tensed. The spectacle was even scarier than he had imagined. Blood was everywhere, soaked into the sand and stones. The stench was so strong, it seemed like it would turn you inside out any moment. The young man still did not understand why people came to watch this nightmarish sight. The student decided that the bet was placed exactly on this harbinger of death, which made sense. However, the curly-haired friend bet on the fighter, nicknamed Happy Smile, who was supposed to come out next. The young man immediately noticed. The opponent's nickname was somehow not very formidable, not at all inspiring fear. There was only hope that the fighter had deliberately chosen such a mocking name. The student was curious. What horror must this guy have endured to name himself with a hint of a beastly snarl? As soon as they began announcing the second fighter's entrance, the whole crowd exploded with a welcoming roar. A smiling boy appeared in the arena, joyfully waving to the audience. Seeing this young man, the student, William as he was called, froze for a moment. The boy had no weapons. Moreover, he looked too young, almost like a child. His radiant smile caught the eye, completely out of place in this dreadful setting. William did not understand if the boy knew exactly where he was. He behaved as if he had come to a celebration, not a slaughter. The student immediately thought that some mistake had occurred. This guy could not possibly be a real warrior. Furthermore, the young man had a somewhat absent-minded look, as if he did not know where he had ended up and had come out unarmed by pure chance. However, the crowd only smirked and watched him impatiently. At some point, William thought these people had completely lost their minds, being so confident in the strength of this fragile boy. The northern warrior himself, seeing the opponent, considered it some local tradition to have the first fight with a smiling youth, like a warm-up before the real battles. Although everything looked strange, the man decided not to worry. He unleashed his deadly aura. After all, he had come here precisely to kill everyone who stood in his way. After that, the Death Herald rushed at the boy and instantly attacked with his spiked mace, aiming to crush his head with one blow. William immediately closed his eyes. He did not want to watch these horrors at all. All he saw when he opened his eyes was a fallen boy lying on the ground. The boy began to get up, which frightened the student viewer even more. William understood. It was better for the boy to stay lying down. Otherwise, he would be killed. The student shouted, begging the guy to at least ask for a weapon. Otherwise, he would be stabbed like a dog. But then he realized how useless it was to appeal to the fighter. Desperate, the young man simply closed his eyes. He no longer wished to watch this. Looking at this boy, William understood how kids lived who had no parents. Once his father showed him children when they passed by the street. The little ones huddled underfoot, behind the basement bars, like animals. The student understood. This was unfair. All people should be equal, but these children were born slaves. From the very beginning, their lives were predetermined by someone else's will. That is why the father asked his son to direct his gaze, not at this pigsty, but at the great and mighty kingdom. He believed that his child was destined for a truly great path in life. The friend did not understand why William was so upset and thought that the problem was only about money. At that moment, the northern warrior was already rushing towards the wounded boy to finish him off once and for all. He even apologized to the young man for having to mutilate him so severely. The student screamed in fear, and for a fraction of a second, William's gaze met Happy's. Joyful Smile's gaze. However, he still smiled. Even now. Even while facing death. Immediately after that, the boy stopped pretending. He instantly spun on the ground, knocking the weapon out of the opponent's hands with a skillful kick. A deafening clang of metal against stone rang out. After a second of deadly silence, a loud, sharp crack from the impact thundered. Every single one was shaken by the demonstration of inhuman strength. Then, triumphant cries thundered behind their backs. This repeated again and again. Happy methodically beat the enemy, gradually gaining the upper hand. His movements were honed to perfection, every strike deadly. The final blow landed straight on the northern warrior's face. He lost consciousness and collapsed onto the blood-stained sand. The crowd exploded with a welcoming roar, praising Happy, the joyful Smile, who achieved an unconditional victory in this fight. William stood rooted to the spot until the very end, completely unable to understand what had just happened before his eyes a moment ago. His mind refused to accept what he had seen. The events on the bloody sand of the arena unfolded too quickly, too incredibly. At that moment, a man approached the frozen youth and returned his winnings. Only then, feeling the weight of the coin in his palm, did William begin to come to himself, as if awakening from a heavy stupor. He remembered. The curly-haired friend betrayer had placed the stolen money exactly on this fighter, on Happy, the joyful Smile. However, when the student unclenched his fingers, there was only one copper coin in his hand. The only one. Pitiful. Disappointment fell like a heavy burden. The curly-haired one had to show the flyer and explain everything. It turned out that initially, the bookmakers always gave out symbolic money at fights involving Happy. Even if the friend had bet all the money down to the last coin on him, it would still have been returned in full, as if the bet had never been placed. After that, the companion with a wide smile returned the boy's wallet intact and safe. He laughed at how much William was shaking with fear while watching the fight. Then the curly-haired one suggested to his comrade to stay and watch other fights, saying the most interesting was still ahead. The other fights looked exactly as William had originally imagined. Brutal, wild, merciless. Blood flowed like a river, bones cracked under blows, the cries of the wounded tore through the air. Not even 10 minutes passed before the student, pale and barely holding back nausea, hurriedly left this cursed place. His soul demanded escape from this nightmare. After that, William, as he had planned from the very beginning, returned to the university and paid for his education. Then the young man locked himself in his room and studied until late at night, trying to throw out of his head the images of the arena. His entire modest chamber was hung with various awards and certificates issued in William's name, evidence of his diligence and talent. These parchments reminded him of who he was meant to become, what path was predestined for him. However, suddenly the boy noticed something strange. His hand was trembling, so much so that he accidentally broke the quill he was holding between his fingers. Ink splattered on the paper, ruining the notes. William also looked at the copper coin he had received after the bet turned out successful. It dimly gleamed in the candlelight, as if mocking him. Realizing that he was too tired and exhausted by what had happened, the student extinguished the candles and immediately decided to go to sleep to rest a little and regain strength. However, fantasies did not give him peace, tormenting his exhausted mind. It was as if he was transported back there, to the arena, hearing all those screams, the clashing of weapons, the roar of the crowd, the cries of the dying. The smell of blood haunted him even in oblivion. His sleep was no less disturbing and tormenting than his waking hours. Moreover, in his dream, William constantly saw the face of Happy, that unnatural, never-fading smile, which now seemed even more creepy and inappropriate. When the student suddenly jumped up in bed from another nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, he realized it was already morning outside. Light was breaking through the slats of the shutters, yet because of the night terrors, he had not managed to rest properly. At that time, the curly-haired hooligan had already found a new victim, another simpleton from the university. He offered him a drink after classes and even generously decided to treat at his own expense, scattering promises left and right. However, suddenly, like thunder from a clear sky, William appeared behind the curly-haired one. Everyone present was frightened. The student looked terrible. His face was pale, his eyes sunken and reddened from insomnia, with dark circles beneath them. However, William seemed possessed by some dark idea. He directly asked his friend to go to the arena again. The thirst to see battles again burned in his gaze with an unhealthy fire. Rumors of the incredible duel spread like a wave even across the arena itself. The beaten rookie fighter, Death's Herald, a native of the North, finally came to after a shameful defeat. The old, experienced fighters only laughed loudly at the newcomer, who had lain unconscious for so long as if dead. They advised him to heal his wounds at least until the next fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't last long in the arena. Only then did the Northerner, squinting from pain and shame, see Happy. And at that very moment, he continued to train diligently, as if yesterday's battle had never happened. His movements were precise, his strikes accurate and deadly. Sweat ran down his body, but the smile never left his face. Noticing the attentive, studying gaze of the rookie, the seasoned warrior with a beard and scars all over his body made it clear to the newcomer that he was damn lucky. He had fought exactly with Happy. The thing is, this guy always adapts to the skills of his opponents. Therefore, Almost every fighter after a duel with him remains alive, a rarity for the arena, where death is commonplace. However, these words only made the northerner laugh, loudly, contemptuously, defiantly. He was sure that he had only lost vigilance for a moment, and that's why he lost. Happy was just lucky that he somehow managed to hit the opponent at the right moment. But if the man had fought at full strength, that boy would never have won. The old man only smiled bitterly, understanding. Pride is the worst enemy of a fighter. He pointed with his finger at the wooden container for corpses standing in the corner. That was exactly where the mutilated body of the rookie would have ended up if he had been so stubborn and tried to fight seriously with Happy. Death would have been instant and inevitable. Death's herald naturally got angry. No one dared to speak to him like that. The fighter tried to calm him down, for he did not want to offend the rookie at all. He was just trying to convey the truth to him, as it is, without embellishments or lies. Seeing how Death's herald was angry and ready to flare up, Happy calmly, without stopping his training, asked him to save all that righteous zeal for the arena. His voice sounded soft, but there was an unshakable authority in it. Immediately after these words, the seasoned warrior fell to his knees, as if cut down by an invisible force. He bowed his head before the youth and obediently nodded, acknowledging his superiority. The other fighters immediately fell silent after his words, turning away and continuing their tasks. A deadly silence settled, broken only by the sounds of Happy striking the training dummy. Death Herald could not believe that this brat was such an important and respected person here. After all, he didn't even have milk dried on his lips. Moreover, the northerner was absolutely sure that he had beaten up the guy quite badly in that fight. And Happy's victory was pure chance, luck, nothing more. Since all these people slavishly respected the young man, the reason lay in their own weakness. They were just a pathetic handful of weaklings, unable to fight back. This meant one thing. The messenger absolutely had to defeat Happy in a fair fight. And then he could take his place, become the new king of the arena, basking in glory and respect. Therefore, the fighter decisively approached the guy and immediately contemptuously called him a shorty. Severianen decided to find out more. How did this boy end up here at all? Was he sold into slavery for his parents' debts? Was he a prisoner of war captured in some battle? Or maybe he was simply kidnapped by bandits and resold. However, the young man calmly replied. His father sold him as a baby, a very tiny child. Happy grew up directly in the arena. These stone walls became his home. The local fighters raised him like wolf cubs raise their own. They taught the boy to fight, survive, kill. Everything one needs to know for this life. Looking back at the senior fighters in the arena, the Death Herald was increasingly amazed. How could those who raised and were stronger than this youth so humbly grovel before him? Where was their pride? At that moment, the boy himself, never ceasing to smile his constant smile, began to take off his clothes. They were soaked through with sweat after intense training. Bare in his muscular body, covered with scars from countless battles, he calmly explained to the newcomer. The fighters who raised him had long been dead. They all died here, on this very sand, one after another. There was no one else to teach Happy new techniques or punish him for mistakes. Every year, new faces appeared, like the Death Herald, for example. They came, fought, died. And so it went in a circle, endlessly. After these words, the guy wanted to friendly pat the man on the shoulder. However, the man, frightened, instinctively flinched and immediately shrank back like a beaten dog. Happy smiled and explained. He usually fought in the first battles with newcomers, deliberately allowing the opponent to wound him, pretending that he was about to surrender and fall dead. Then the spectators also became interested in watching. The stakes rose, the excitement boiled, and the opponent developed enthusiasm, a desire to finish off, confidence in victory. All this made the performance more thrilling. Only after these words did the Northern Herald, as if illuminated by a sudden insight, begin feverishly recalling all the events of the previous day. Happy not only constantly smiled while fighting him, but it seems he could easily avoid all the Northerner's blows. This meant only one thing. This guy was just playing with him like a cat with a mouse. The realization scared the fighter seriously. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Happy himself carefully, almost gently, patted the Northerner on the shoulder and asked the newcomer not to start clashes and fights outside the arena. Still, all of them, every fighter here, will sooner or later die on the sand. Such is fate. So why hasten this hour? Immediately after these words, the Northern warrior, completely broken, tearfully and humbly apologized to Happy. And he, nodding satisfactorily, returned to his training. The young man immediately began methodically knocking down the next wooden mannequin, practicing his strikes. The mannequin fell to pieces from a single powerful blow to the torso. Now the Death Herald became as obedient and submissive as all the other captives. All the fighters, before understanding the true power of the youth, remained stubborn and full of pride. However, they quickly broke and obeyed unconditionally. At that very moment, William had a pass to the arena in his hands, more precisely, a silver token. It was engraved with Iron Face. The student decided that it was possibly someone's formidable nickname, the moniker of a famous fighter. When he approached his curly-haired friend, he casually explained he was going to have a drink at the tavern and would not go to the fights today. Therefore, he generously gave William his pass and asked him to place a bet on his behalf. A friend handed the student both a token and money, as well as a crumpled piece of paper on which the names of the soldiers were written, on whom it was necessary to definitely place. Originally, William only wanted to see once more how the mysterious Happy fought. This craving gnawed from within, giving no rest. However, now it all looked as if he were a regular of this place, a constant visitor of bloody spectacles. But he had no choice. The friend's money obligated him. The student approached the inspector and handed over his token. The latter cast an appraising glance at the young man and silently nodded, letting him in. At this time, not far from the arena, the working people settled. The gravedigger with his assistant. The time for their grim work had come, the time to gather the bloody harvest. The old gravedigger called his assistant Sagar to help collect the corpses from the arena after yesterday's fights. The young man, who studied human anatomy in his free time, silently nodded and followed the gentleman. In the end, they together, with a cart harnessed to an old donkey, reached that very graveyard near the arena. Given the number of corpses piled up in a heap, it was obvious. The fighting yesterday was fierce and bloody. They were unlikely to be able to carry out all the mutilated bodies in one trip. Too many dead. However, pulling the cart closer to the gathering place, Sagar promised the master to try to fit all the dead at once, so as not to make extra trips. The old man, squinting, looked more closely at the young man. Initially, he had hired him only for a month as temporary help, but the guy worked conscientiously, not shirking from work. This meant that the gravedigger most likely did not make a mistake in choosing his assistant. At that moment, taking one of the corpses and carefully examining the stiffened body, Sagar noticed a pattern. The bodies had almost identical bruises. Judging by their shape and location, these were most likely marks from ordinary fists, from hand-to-hand combat. But all these bruises were several days old, not fresh wounds received yesterday. This looked strange and frightening. After all, the arena was famous precisely for armed fights. Swords, axes, maces, spears. But there were too many bruises from fist blows on the bodies, and on each of the corpses. As if someone had methodically beaten them even before going out onto the sand. However, suddenly the old gravedigger screamed in a hoarse voice and desperately asked Sagar to urgently come and help him. When the young man ran up, at first he did not understand the reason for the master's panic and fear. After all, everything looked as usual, just another corpse among dozens of others. However, it turned out that the old man recognized in this mutilated dead man a member of the royal family. His description exactly matched what had been printed in the newspapers about the missing nobleman several weeks ago. At first, the gravedigger did not recognize him because all the hair on his head had been cruelly torn out by the roots, leaving bloody skin. But the mole on the neck, the shape of the teeth, special features, everything matched the description from the wanted notice. The old man panicked seriously. His hands trembled. His face turned pale to blue. A member of the royal family died somewhere near the arena, and possibly on it. Sagar, realizing the scale of the tragedy, decided to immediately go and call the Lord, as well as the priests, so that the nobleman's body would be buried with all honors, as befits a man of noble blood. However, the master immediately grabbed the young man's hand with a death grip, urging him to stop and not do anything foolish. The old man perfectly understood. Since they were connected to this arena, worked here, it meant they were also in mortal danger. It didn't matter whether they told the king that they were not involved in the murder. The authorities would still accuse them of complicity. They would invent that it was they who tore hair from a member of the royal family, to later sell it on the black market. Such goods are valued. For this reason, the old man was firmly convinced. The best solution would be to quietly bury the body in an unmarked grave and forget about it like a terrible nightmare. Forever. However, Sagar, young and full of idealism, was convinced criminals must be punished properly, according to the law. Even if it cost him his own life, he would do everything possible to ensure that justice prevailed. After that, the young man promised the old man that he would return soon, and resolutely headed for the exit. Then the gravedigger fully realized the bitter truth. By choosing Sagar as his assistant, he had still made a cruel mistake. The young man turned out to be too honest for this cruel world. The assistant himself, walking away, fully understood the terrible consequences. Everyone who was in any way connected to this arena would inevitably be executed without trial or investigation. The authorities do not show mercy in such matters, but his conscience would not allow him to remain silent. William at that very moment looked for the last time at his pass to the arena, spinning the silver token between his fingers. He wanted to see one last time how the undefeated Happy fought, and then forever close this bloody chapter of his life, never to return to this cursed place again. At that moment, the sky outside suddenly became completely overcast with storm clouds, black and heavy. Lightning began to flash, tearing the sky with dazzling bursts. The woman, who was calmly cleaning her modest home, jumped up in surprise upon hearing the thunderclaps. It was William's mother, a kind, hard-working woman. She immediately ran outside to quickly bring in the hanging laundry so it would not get soaked in the downpour. However, stepping outside the threshold, the woman froze in amazement upon seeing a whole crowd of people on the street. There was a real crowd of royal soldiers in shining armor rushing somewhere. They were on their mighty horses, under fluttering banners, heading straight towards the arena. Soon the army surrounded the building from all sides, blocking all exits. Approaching closer to the entrance, the military commander, a man with a stern, weathered face, loudly proclaimed for all to hear, "Now in the arena hides a vile murderer of one of the members of the royal family. Justice will be restored. The guilty will face deserved punishment." The commander-in-chief proclaimed sternly, "Seize everyone so that not a single rat escapes this trap. And all dissenters, behead on the spot, without trial or investigation." While the next battle was underway, none of the spectators even noticed. The knights were getting closer and closer with each moment, relentlessly tightening the ring of encirclement, preparing to seize everyone present. William turned away from what was happening in the arena. He absolutely did not want to watch the usual, ordinary fights. His soul longed for only one thing: to see Happy in battle. Finally, after the end of another bloody clash, a herald came out onto the sand to announce the duel that everyone had been eagerly awaiting. The man loudly proclaimed, "Everyone here remembers the serial killer who just a month ago terrorized an entire village indescribably. Neither the patrolmen nor the royal soldiers could catch him. No one could do anything to him, as if the ghost dissolved into the night. The crowd immediately began to whisper anxiously. After all, everyone had heard about this bloodthirsty man, whose deeds were discussed in every tavern. However, the residents were firmly convinced. The night demon must have been languishing in anticipation of his execution in the gloomy dungeons of the prison. But now this very killer was to perform in the arena. And of course his opponent was the crowd favorite. Happy, the joyful smile. The spectators whispered again, puzzled and confused. How could such a dangerous killer be allowed into the arena? Is it safe? William pressed closer to the iron grate, clutching it with his pale fingers, eagerly looking at his idol. Finally, when Happy appeared, everyone fell silent as one to respectfully greet the favorite. A deadly silence fell, full of anticipation, but the night demon only laughed, loudly, hysterically, amazed at the people who gave him fresh blood and hearty food in exchange for him continuing to kill for their entertainment. What a perverse society. After these words, the criminal went to the corridor to face his young opponent. However, suddenly, a royal knight in shining armor entered the arena with loud, echoing steps. He clearly did not understand what the night demon was doing on the sand. After all, the place of this scoundrel was on the gallows. In fact, the warrior was little surprised by such lawlessness, for he knew the owner of the arena, Lucastian. This rich man could pull anyone out of the noose. He had such power. Surely Lucastian had strong ties with the ruling elite, corrupt officials ready to turn a blind eye to crimes for a hefty bribe. At that very moment, the night demon himself turned around, casting a glance over the shoulder of the suddenly arrived knight. Behind the warrior yawned a wide-open door, the path to freedom. Moreover, the killer had a weapon in his hands, a perfect chance to escape from this trap. Therefore, the criminal, without holding back for a second, immediately fiercely attacked the knight, intending to finish him off quickly and break free. However, the warrior, without the slightest remorse, with one powerful, precise sweep of his long spear, cut off the head of this naive fool. Blood spurted like a fountain onto the sand. The body fell like a felled tree. Thus, ingloriously ended his path, the night demon. At the same time, all the spectators in the arena were eagerly awaiting the appearance of the famous killer for the fight. However, for some reason, he did not appear at all. What was the delay? The crowd immediately began to protest, shouting insults, and not understanding where such a criminal could have come from in their beloved arena. However, suddenly people saw someone's silhouette emerging from the shadow. When the spectators realized that it was a royal knight, they could not believe their eyes. Could it be that he came out here to fight? But do knights participate in such spectacles? The man in armor shouted loudly, commanding everyone without exception to kneel immediately. From that very moment, everyone present in the arena was officially arrested on suspicion of murdering a member of the royal family. The charge was terrible, punishable by death. The residents naturally fought back, shouting indignantly and not understanding why they were being accused of anything. They tried to protest, to break through to the exit. However, right before William's eyes, one such unruly, protesting old man was mercilessly pierced through with a spear. The body helplessly collapsed to the ground, leaving a bloody trail. After that, the knights warned. By order of the king himself, they have full right to kill on the spot all dissenters and disobedient. The student had no choice left. He immediately, trembling like an aspen leaf, fell to his knees, shaking with horror and the realization of the nightmare unfolding. The only one who did not follow the order and remained standing was, of course, Happy. Looking at the smiling youth, the knight was even taken aback for a moment. It seemed he had misheard, not heard the order correctly. And then the warrior got angry. Could it be that the guy found what was happening funny? What audacity! However, at that moment, casting a glance at the enemy's weapon, Happy suddenly sprang from his place and ran straight towards the knight. The warrior was indignant. After all, he had clearly and explicitly ordered everyone to fall to their knees. The man was already about to kill the insolent boy, using his heavy spear, with a sharp tip for this. However, the young man masterfully dodged this attack as if dancing with death. The knight was stunned by what he saw. He slowed down at the last moment, but the blade almost touched the opponent's skin. In the very next moment, Happy, like a mad, furious cat, instantly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around his enemy's head. After that, the fighter struck the knight with all his might, with his knee right in the face, causing scarlet blood to immediately gush from the warrior's nose, splattering the armor. However, Happy did not kill the defeated opponent. He only lightly flipped in the air, gracefully landing behind the knight. The warrior, consumed by righteous anger and thirst for revenge, immediately tried to slash this annoying pup. Only at the last moment did the man realize, all this time the boy was deliberately waiting for someone to attack him. Moreover, Happy was standing too close now, so the knight could not properly swing for a strike. He also did not have time to dodge. Happy knew this perfectly, and cold-bloodedly timed the perfect moment to attack. After that, the youth struck his opponent in the unprotected face with all the accumulated strength. The knight flew to the ground with loud cries of pain, raising a cloud of dust. Shock swept through the crowd. They did not expect such a spectacle. But even after such a powerful blow, the knight still remained on his feet, albeit barely holding on. He struggled to get up, spat out blood, and once again raised his elongated axe at the daring boy, preparing to split him in two. However, even after the strike, the warrior only raised a cloud of dust. The boy had long since disappeared from that spot. Happy ended up behind the enemy, and with a light but precise kick, tripped the knight, causing him to stumble. The heavy body crashed to the ground with a roar. A hail of arrows immediately flew towards Happy from the armed crossbow knights, standing ready around the perimeter of the arena. In the end, some arrows hit the young man's body, piercing the flesh, while the fighter still managed to catch some in midair. When the boy, riddled with arrows, fell onto the blood-stained sand, the knights immediately looked anxiously at their captain to see if everything was all right with their commander. The man himself, coming to his senses and shaking off his armor, looked back at the fallen youth, trying to understand who he was at all. However, to his indescribable horror, the warrior saw, despite the mortal wounds, the boy lay on the ground, and still, as if mad, continued to smile. This smile did not leave his bloodied face. Honestly, such a terrifying, unnatural sight even caused a seasoned, much-experienced warrior to tremble in his hands, the knight thought. The boy is smirking because even with one foot in the grave, he still wants to humiliate him, to show his superiority. Since Happy wanted it so badly, the knight decided to cut off his head right here, in front of all the honest people. Let everyone see what happens to those who dare to raise a hand against the royal guard. However, Lucastian, the owner of this establishment who rushed into the arena, immediately ordered the knight to stop and not to do something irreversible, after which the rich man, heavily out of breath from the fast run, tried to explain the situation. The guy attacked only because he thought, another duel has begun. The boy has never been behind the stone walls of the arena in his life, so he completely does not understand what is happening around him now. For Happy, anyone who comes to the arena with a weapon in hand automatically becomes an enemy. After all, this young man was just a chained dog trained for fighting. However, the knight was, of course, unsettled by the fact that the guy continued to smile so sadistically and eerily even now. It looked unnatural, frightening. Lucastiano had to explain. The boy's face had been like that from the very moment of his birth. His facial nerve was damaged during birth or infancy, so Happy always smiled, no matter the circumstances. It was not his choice or mockery, just an anatomical peculiarity, a tragic fate. The knight naturally did not want to believe such nonsense and delirium. Although it was hard to accept with reason, Lucastian spoke the pure, unvarnished truth. It was always like that, since the boy's very childhood. Because of that cursed smile, everyone around thought that Happy was funny, that he was a lucky guy, a favorite of fate. Even when his parents abandoned him, selling him into slavery, and the little boy bitterly missed them, he smiled. Even when his weapon flew out of his hands in battle, tearing flesh, he also writhed in pain and laughed involuntarily. The boy seemed happy, even when a man who raised him, replacing his father, was cruelly killed before his eyes. Because of this curse, Happy was called the devil. He was misunderstood, mocked, humiliated, and considered insane. However, the young man survived against all odds because he was unmatched in battle. One day, a whole crowd of fighters decided to beat him up, to teach the impudent one a lesson. However, Happy unexpectedly gave them a fierce resistance, fighting with the desperation of a cornered beast. Lucastian hurried to rush to the commotion to check what happened to his fighters. In the end, what had happened many times before during the entire time. Happy grew up in front of the arena owner's eyes occurred again. The boy killed absolutely everyone who attacked him with fists, despite the fact that the youth was much younger and physically weaker than the other slaves. His rage and skill compensated for the lack of strength. Thus, everyone understood the terrible truth. This boy could not express his true feelings through his face, but in reality, he was always scared, sad, and unbearably lonely. However, because of his eternal smile, people did not believe him, did not understand his pain. Now it seemed that the guy looked happy, almost joyful. But in fact, he was writhing in unbearable pain, bleeding, dying. However, it was this creepy feature of Happy that attracted spectators like a magnet. They liked him, were fascinated by his mystery, and the audience continued to come to the arena for him, for this smiling fighter. Happy brought pleasure even to the arena owner himself, Lucastian. Therefore, the rich man did not flee cowardly, but stood there, trying to save the youth from inevitable death. Lucastian promised to pay the boy handsomely for the joy he had given him, which he had never experienced before in his empty, gold-filled, but soulless life. However, the knight only became angrier than ever at all this pathetic nonsense that the rich man was spouting. After all, everyone present would die anyway. Such was the king's order. He would spare no one, not a single soul. Immediately after these words, the warrior cruelly struck the arena owner on the head with the backside of his hilt, causing Lucastian to instantly lose consciousness and fall dead. The next day, the unfortunate Lucastian confessed under torture to everything he was accused of and was publicly hanged, along with those who managed the arena. The gallows were erected in the most prominent place in the city, right in front of His Majesty's royal balcony, where the monarch came out every morning to administer justice. The scandal gradually began to subside after that, and life slowly returned to its former, familiar course. Meanwhile, the other prisoners, those who were present at the arena on the fateful day, awaited the day of their own execution, being held in the gloomy dungeons of the prison. Everyone was already sobbing uncontrollably, listening to the terrifying stories about how those involved in the arena's activities were executed one by one, methodically and mercilessly. William was panicking more than anyone, completely not understanding how he had fallen into such a life and what he had done wrong. The student began desperately begging God for help, for a miracle. He bitterly regretted ever coming to this cursed place. However, suddenly Happy, smiling his usual smile, looked attentively at the panicking William to find out how the boy was feeling. Hearing the familiar voice of the fighter, the student could hardly believe his ears. He immediately sharply raised his gaze, and when he really saw the boy in front of him, he recoiled in surprise, not understanding when he had appeared in the cell. It turned out that they had been locked up together since yesterday, from the very moment of the arrest. All the time while William was fearfully muttering something, talking to himself in a panic attack, Happy did not want to disturb him or intrude on his feelings. So the young man simply watched silently, sitting in the corner of the cell. Honestly, the student could not even believe that he had sunk so deeply into himself, into his own thoughts and fears. However, then William remembered. Literally yesterday, arrows shot by the royal knights flew at Happy and wounded him. Therefore, the student immediately ran up to the fighter to understand how he was feeling, whether he was dying. However, Happy calmly, even matter-of-factly explained. He was not hurt that badly in that scuffle. He only pretended that arrows had hit him. In fact, the boy was perfectly fine all this time. Not a single arrow touched any vital organs. William could hardly believe that Happy was so talented at deception, so cold-blooded. After that, the student remembered Lucastian's story about the hero's peculiarity, about why the young man was constantly smiling like that. Therefore, unable to recognize the true emotions on his face, William directly asked, was Happy afraid to be here, in prison, awaiting execution? However, the fighter only smiled even wider, explaining very honestly. In fact, he was incredibly scared to think that both of them would soon be executed, hanged, or beheaded. Despite the grimness of the situation, William, to be honest, barely held back from laughing. Happy's words did not at all contradict the expression on his face. It really looked comical, absurd. Happy, of course, noticed that William was smiling. The student immediately hurried to explain, embarrassed, saying he was smiling only because he saw Happy's own smile. Then, feeling guilty for such tactlessness, the young man awkwardly tried to justify himself, choosing his words. However, the boy calmly, without a hint of offense, explained. He was not offended by William. Very often, almost always, people behave exactly like that when they see his smile. Happy had long been used to such reactions. Obviously, the student still felt uneasy about this conversation. So he immediately shyly looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment. However, in reality, although they were sitting in a gloomy prison awaiting the death sentence, all the tension and fear seemed to magically just evaporate and dissolve into the air next to Happy. At that moment, a royal knight entered the prison cell and authoritatively ordered the prisoners to immediately contact relatives who could prove their innocence. Such was the highest order of the king himself. If their innocence was convincingly proven, the prisoners would be released from custody. However, if no one could confirm their alibi and prove their innocence, all would soon be executed without trial or investigation. Obviously, an hour later, William's family, father, mother, and younger sister, immediately rushed to the prison to get him out of that terrible place. They were extremely upset and frightened that the young man had ended up in that ill-fated place on the fateful day. William could only apologize to his relatives with a guilty voice, lowering his eyes, not daring to look them in the face. Happy watched this touching scene of reunion from the other side of the iron bars, silently and motionlessly. However, William did not forget about him, and immediately turned to his new friend, meeting his gaze. But the father, as in distant childhood, placed his hand on the boy's head. Heavy, but caring. The man reminded his son of a bitter truth. This is how boys live who have no parents. They were born slaves. Their lives from the very beginning were already predetermined by someone else's will, fate, the cruelty of the world. However, William still did not believe that because of this, Happy was worthy of execution or eternal slavery. The student tried to object, to defend him, but the father did not listen to him, and immediately began to authoritatively drag his son after him, firmly demanding that he stop talking nonsense and foolishness. Only then did William painfully realize the terrible truth. He had never truly grown up. Nothing in his life had changed despite years of study. The young man still could not act as he deemed necessary, and right, because he was weak in spirit, lacking his own strength and authority. Seeing William's deep sadness, Happy smiled at him one last time, just as widely and unwaveringly, and asked him not to worry about anything. Everything will be fine. What went unnoticed by the student at that moment were the wounds that actually gaped on Happy's back, soaking his clothes with scarlet blood. It turns out that what the fighter told William about his condition back then was a lie. He was indeed seriously wounded by arrows. Happy just did not want anyone to worry about him or pity him. At that time, the captain of the Royal Guard was watching as another person was taken from the gloomy dungeons of the prison by relatives. The approaching knight respectfully reported, all those whose innocence was proven by documents and testimonies had already been released. The remaining unfortunate ones were to be executed within a week. However, the guard had one special prisoner who required attention. Once the owner of the arena, Lord Lucastoyan, before his death, managed to enroll one of his fighters as a churchman. For this, the rich man had to make a truly impressive donation to the temple treasury, a whole fortune. According to ancient church laws, this person could not be executed under any circumstances. However, he will spend the rest of his life as a powerless slave in the name of atonement for sins. The king graciously gave his highest consent to this decision. When the captain decided out of curiosity to find out who this mysterious man was, the knight immediately read out his unusual, memorable nickname. This man turned out to be Happy, the joyful smile. Only now did the captain truly begin to understand the meaning of Lucastian's words, that he would repay Happy for the joy given, which the rich man had never experienced before in his empty life. However, the warrior became very curious. What was so special about this boy that even the stingy rich man Lucastian, known throughout the city for his greed, decided on such a generous gesture? A week later, Happy found himself at a noisy slave market, put up for sale in a wooden cage. When one of the slave traders, a rough man with an off-putting appearance, passed by him, he irritably thought that the boy was completely out of his mind. The trader did not understand why the boy laughed all the time in his cramped cage, non-stop, like a madman. Both slave traders were worried. No one would buy such a lunatic. In the end, they cynically decided simply not to give him food, let him starve to death. After all, even the church sold this boy for pennies, for mere scraps. There were already plenty of slaves on the market. However, suddenly, an elderly woman approached the two slave traders and unexpectedly declared she wanted to buy the child. The man confusedly explained that among their goods, there were no children-only adult captives. However, the old woman persistently pointed with a bony finger at the cage where the boy was, who continued to sob bitterly. Only his smile hid these tears. The grandmother categorically stated she wanted to take him home and no one else. Happy himself was in complete shock that someone had finally understood his true feelings, seeing the pain behind the mask of a smile. Inside, deep in his soul, he was truly crying like a little lost child. However, unfortunately, this did not show on his cursed face. Soon, the old lady's granddaughter learned that her grandmother had gone to buy a slave. The woman was very worried and anxious that the elderly grandmother was now alone with an unknown captive. What if he was dangerous? However, the old man, the grandmother's husband, understood perfectly well. The granddaughter was staying late at work more and more often, and they were already very frail old people. At least the slave could help them with the heavy household chores, easing their old age. The girl objected. She knew that these were dangerous, restless times. You can't trust some random slave. Who knows what he might be thinking? But the old man gently calmed the worried girl, explaining, they decided to take a good child. Besides, the grandmother always understood people well. However, the girl still decided to visit the elderly parents to see this person with her own eyes and understand. Could he be trusted? Was he dangerous? By that time, the grandmother had already brought Happy to her modest but cozy home. She kindly asked the boy to first change clothes and rinse off. After all, he had been wearing the same dirty, smelly clothes for a long time. At that moment, the young man's stomach growled loudly and prolongedly from hunger. The old lady immediately understood. Those scoundrel slave traders had not fed the poor boy at all, starving him. After that, she took Happy to the bathroom and decided to prepare something hearty and tasty for him. However, grandmother warned. Today she was kind to the boy because it was his very first day in the house. But from tomorrow morning, if he gets hungry, he will have to honestly work for his food. The boy asked innocently, does that mean his duties will include fights in the arena? The old woman literally jumped in fright upon hearing this terrible assumption. She anxiously asked Happy to never say such scary, terrible words again. All he will need to do is wash the dishes, clean the house, sweep the yard, and gather firewood for the winter. Ordinary household chores, nothing more. After that, Grandma took the young man to the bathroom so that he could finally rinse off and wash the dirt off himself. Before stepping into the water, the boy even closed his eyes tightly, mentally preparing and imagining how icy and unpleasant the water would be. However, to his great surprise and joy, the water turned out to be very warm, pleasant, almost hot. Happy climbed into her completely and was finally able to wash off his numerous wounds, which were still bleeding. It was the very first time in his entire life that the boy washed in warm water. There was an amazing feeling, as if all his pain, all his sorrow, washed away completely along with the dirt. Everything in this blessed place was warm. The clothes he was given, the food that was prepared, and the house itself. After all, the caring grandmother immediately began carefully treating his wounds with healing ointments. She felt incredibly sorry for the boy who had been so cruelly tormented by people. The old woman carefully treated his wounds with herbal infusions and sincerely hoped that they would heal soon and leave no scars. Happy apologized in a guilty voice to the kind hostess for all the trouble and worries he had caused. However, she only gently stroked his head and asked the boy to call her simply grandmother without any formalities. Carefully addressing the old woman in a new way, Happy timidly decided to ask, could he go out of the house for a short time, just to look at the street? Honestly, the view of the street was truly impressive and breathtaking for him. The boy stood frozen on the threshold for a long time, greedily absorbing the open picture of freedom with his eyes. He remembered how, when he was very small, all he had left was to look at a tiny piece of sky through the holes in the iron bars of the cage. Then his adoptive father, a seasoned fighter, told the boy that the world beyond the bars was much bigger and more beautiful than he could imagine. The earth stretched everywhere, and it had neither end nor edge. If the boy were free, he would immediately understand what it was about. After all, beyond the bars, one could go anywhere in any direction of the world. Now the young man finally began to truly understand what was what. Although the old woman let Happy go free, she perfectly understood. The boy could run away at any moment. However, grandmother was too old and weak to keep him with force. Despite this, the boy, having seen the street and the city, still returned home voluntarily. In such a short time, he sincerely grew attached to the kind grandmother, just as long ago he had grown attached to the person who raised him in the arena. The woman smiled gratefully, rejoicing with all her heart that the boy had not run away and had not betrayed her trust. And Happy himself enthusiastically decided to start work right now. He felt truly good, even happy. Soon, while they were cleaning the house together, the grandfather finally returned from work. However, the old man was very surprised when he saw the young man. He was already dressed in a clean shirt and an apron, diligently cleaning and tidying up. Despite this harmless, sweet appearance, the old man suspiciously recalled that his wife wanted to buy a child, and this young man looked almost adult. The grandmother was sincerely surprised by her husband's words. Happy was a real child, pure and innocent. In the end, the man could only awkwardly smile in response, although he perfectly understood how surprised their granddaughter would be when she visited them tomorrow. After that, the grandfather decided to officially welcome the young man into the house. Thus ended the day, which became the warmest, brightest, and happiest in the boy's life. However, at the same time, this day turned out to be the coldest, darkest, and most terrible in William's life. Within a week, the entire university learned about the scandalous story, how a student became involved with a forbidden arena where a member of the royal family was killed. In the end, within the walls of the educational institution, he was branded a criminal and a murderer. No matter how much William shouted about his innocence, it was already impossible to get rid of suspicion, accusations, and contempt. The students whispered behind his back. They said he enjoyed how noble-blooded people were killed in the arena. But in fact, the young man had not really seen anything of what was happening. Because of the scandal, William was stripped of all his hard-earned awards and certificates. He was even deprived of the church scholarship, which was his only source of income. An official hearing on expulsion from the university was scheduled. In the end, absolutely everyone, including former friends, turned away from him as if from a leper. The student's father continued to humbly beg for his son, pleading for mercy. He said, "Give the young man one more chance, because William was actually a good, honest person." The father took all the blame on himself for supposedly raising his son poorly, but begged to allow the boy to finish his studies, not to ruin his future. William had no choice but to go to that very man, the curly-haired friend, who had given him the fateful pass to the arena. The student desperately knocked on the door of the room, demanding that he take back his cursed token. After all, the curly-haired one knew the truth better than anyone else. William is not guilty. He never even saw that murdered royal offspring in the eyes. However, when the doors finally opened, the former friend coldly and calmly explained. Despite the fact that they had drunk together a couple of times in the tavern, they were never close friends. After that, he brazenly drove William away, as if he were an annoying fly, and also called him a miserable savage. In front of his friends, the curly-haired one loudly and brazenly accused William, who supposedly wanted to involve everyone in his vile sins and vices. They say this madman portrayed him as a crazy pervert who likes to watch blood and murders. Unable to endure such impudence and lies, William immediately furiously attacked the boy. The student wanted to press the villain on the head with his own badge with all his might. However, unfortunately, the traitor's friends managed to grab William by the hands and twist him. They exchanged sly glances, as if to say they were convinced that he really was a dangerous madman who wants to kill someone. The curly-haired man smugly explained the terrible news to the crazed William. His expulsion from the university had already been officially approved by the administration. Hearing this, the student became even angrier, spat right in the face of this impudent man, and ordered the destroyed moral trash to shut up and disappear. In the end, that same night, the unfortunate boy was forcibly thrown out of the dormitory, thrown onto the street. Since the hour was late, the final decision regarding what happened was to be made only the next day. However, William could not show up at home in such a state. He could not look his parents in the eyes. So he went far into the mountains, into the forest, where no one would see his tears. The young man walked, constantly wiping his flowing tears. All he could do was endlessly apologize to his parents mentally. After all, the student had absolutely no idea what to do next, what to do with his ruined life. However, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Happy appeared near him, gathering mushrooms into a basket. The fighter curiously decided to find out what had happened to William, why he was crying. The student himself was in complete shock, completely not understanding how Happy ended up here. After all, he was supposed to be executed. However, with a disarming smile, he simply explained. He was hungry and decided to get himself a midnight snack. So he went for mushrooms. After these words, Happy joyfully handed a bright red mushroom to William, wishing to treat his friend. When the student noticed that it was a deadly, poisonous mushroom, Happy amusingly and fearfully dropped it from his hands, amazed that he had been so close to poisoning himself. The fighter naively did not know which mushrooms were edible. At that moment, a suspicious, heavily armed bandit gang was carefully watching the two young men from the bushes. One of the robbers, the more experienced one, had clearly seen William leaving a prestigious university where only nobles and rich people studied. So the bandits reasonably thought, if this guy is not a noble of high blood, then at least he came from a very wealthy, influential family. And that means an excellent ransom target. The robbers, naturally, did not understand who the guy standing next to their potential victim was. Therefore, the bandits considered Happy an ordinary village fool, a simpleton. After all, they had heard, richer guys always keep such fools around for entertainment and small errands. Therefore, the robbers, fearing nothing, confidently decided to attack. It had been a long time since they had filled their pockets with jingling gold. Soon, while they were talking, William learned with surprise the news. It turned out Happy had become a slave in the house of some old people. The young fighter kindly, with a smile, pointed out exactly where his new owners lived, a modest house on the outskirts of the city. However, the student was worried that Happy was wandering alone in the middle of the night, unsupervised. It turned out a kind grandmother told the boy he could walk as much and wherever he wanted, as long as he did not shirk household chores. After that, William finally considered the old woman a very good, kind person. After all, Happy spoke of her with sincere kindness and warmth. The fighter himself considered the grandmother an incredibly kind woman. After all, he had already resigned himself, mentally prepared for inevitable death on the gallows. After that, the boy decided out of curiosity to find out what had happened to William and why he was bitterly crying in the forest. However, the student did not want to open up and tell everything. It was too painful, too shameful. Bandits who appeared prevented them from trusting each other. The robbers decided with a smirk to ask the young gentleman what had brought him to these dense thickets at such a dangerous hour of the night. When William turned around in fear, he saw behind his back a whole gang of armed enemies surrounding them in a ring. The student immediately, panicked, ordered Happy to lie on the ground and not move. Immediately after that, William himself fell prostrate and begged the robbers to spare them, not to cause harm. The bandits only laughed at the behavior of this pathetic boy. The gang leader, a rough man, even sarcastically applauded, thanking the young man for understanding at first glance the essence of the situation. However, the robbers needed money from the boy's parents. This was a real kidnapping for ransom. Right after these words, the bandits began roughly tying William with ropes. The student desperately begged to be released, shouting that he was not even a nobleman of noble blood. At that very moment, one of the laughing bandits tried to tie Happy as well. The robber carelessly leaned over, looking into his basket of mushrooms out of curiosity. Using this moment of inattention, the young fighter immediately struck the scoundrel with lightning speed, knocking out a good couple of teeth with his fist. The blow was so fast and precise that none of those present even noticed his movement. Therefore, everyone looked around confusedly at the body of their comrade lying unconscious on the ground, trying to understand what the hell had happened to their friend. When the bandits saw Happy smiling impassively, they immediately understood. It was his doing. However, instead of explanations or apologies, Happy immediately rewarded another bandit, who was arrogantly standing next to him, with a sharp slap. The force of the blow made him immediately recoil and fall. In the end, two unconscious bodies were lying on the ground, felled by a single strike. Also smiling broadly, as if nothing had happened, the boy calmly approached the other robbers who dared to draw their swords against him. Panicking and realizing the danger, the bandits all furiously rushed at the youth, trying to overwhelm him with numerical superiority. However, each time Happy skillfully, almost dancingly, dodged the blows and used the slightest hesitation of the opponent to deliver a deadly counterattack. In the end, the fighter defeated every single one, without even exerting significant effort, as if playing. Only then did William realize the terrible truth. Happy's smile made him momentarily forget himself, relax. Although how could one ever forget that Happy was once the undefeated champion of the bloody arena, a killing machine? Beaten and demoralized, the bandits immediately fled, panicking and scattering in different directions. They perfectly understood. They would never defeat this demonic guy, even as a whole crowd. William could not believe what he saw. The young man managed to single-handedly deal with a whole gang of heavily armed robbers using only his bare hands. It seemed his physical abilities defied logical explanation, surpassing human limits. Recalling the clash with the royal knight in the arena, the student realized the pattern. Back then, Happy was also completely unarmed against a heavily armed opponent. And yet he won. However, unexpectedly in the hands of one of the defeated robbers, William noticed a crumpled leaflet. Unfolding the paper, he read. It was about the official search for dangerous members of the gang with the intimidating name Clowns in Exile. Apparently, These guys were diligently tearing down all the announcements in the village to hide their identities. However, their names seemed vaguely familiar to William, which made the student genuinely frightened. Soon he realized with horror the terrible truth. This was the largest, most dangerous criminal gang in the entire kingdom. Recently, bandits have begun aggressively spreading their bloody influence in the central part of the country, terrorizing the nobility. Therefore, the king himself personally appointed a substantial reward for their capture, dead or alive. Of course, William had only heard of this notorious gang, but it was the first time he had the chance to meet them in person, face to face. Moreover, the reward for the head of each of the clowns was very, very substantial. Impressive. Therefore, the student hurriedly and excitedly explained to Happy, if they tie up these bandits more securely and hand them over to the authorities, they will really get good money as a reward. Since it was Happy who caught and neutralized them, William decided out of honesty to go with the guy to the precinct to make sure the fighter would receive the full due reward. However, when they came to the city administration, the official, a man with a tired expression, coldly stated, "Slaves are not entitled to such royal payments. That is the law." William indignantly explained that Happy was his close friend, and he could personally vouch for the young man with his own name. But unfortunately, this did not cancel Happy's official status as a powerless slave. In the end, William decisively decided to write his own name on the award form so that they would still give the deserved reward. In principle, the official was little interested in whose name would be on the documents. In any case, he faced tedious paperwork and stamps. As soon as the heavy bag of coins was in his hands, William, as promised earlier, immediately honestly handed the entire reward to Happy. Now the fighter could stop gathering dubious mushrooms in the dark forest, risking poisoning, and buy proper, quality food at the city market. Unfortunately, Happy had no idea how to properly buy anything or bargain. The young man did not even understand what to do with this heavy bag of coins. Therefore, to help his new friend get used to free life, William warmly suggested going somewhere together. The student could show the fighter everything he knew about the city and trade. Happy immediately sincerely rejoiced at the offer and thanked his kind friend with a wide smile. In the end, the two spent the evening together, walking through the night city, and got to know each other much better. William also learned with surprise. Happy was outside the cursed arena for the first time, and everything was new and strange to him. That is why the boy seemed so amazingly naive and pure. They also gave each other their word, sincerely promising to meet again. William, just in case, showed the fighter where his house was, so he could come if anything happened. Finally, each of the young men went their own way, warmly saying goodbye and promising to definitely see each other again soon. As soon as Happy disappeared around the corner, the smile instantly vanished from William's face like a mask. The harsh reality struck the young man painfully with a heavy hammer. After all, the student perfectly understood how deeply he would disappoint and sadden his parents. The next day, when the day of delivering the official verdict on his case at the university comes, at that time, the curly-haired nobleman's son vilely did everything possible to portray William as a complete madman and lunatic. His goal was simple: to remove a dangerous competitor from the prestigious university forever. The student's parents didn't even know what to believe or whom to trust. After all, although William desperately insisted that the curly-haired guy was blatantly lying, their son's head still bore a fresh, unhealed wound from that collision. At that moment, the head of the university, a gray-haired, stern man, decided to solemnly announce the verdict of the special commission. After the scandalous incident in the arena, William also attacked his comrade with the clear intent to cause injury. The student deserved appropriate severe punishment up to expulsion. However, the director could not simply ignore the outstanding merits of the young man in the fight against the greatest evil of the kingdom, the gang, Clowns in Exile, who kidnap and cold-bloodedly kill nobles of noble blood. Therefore, the university administration decided to solemnly award William an honorary medal for courage and bravery in the face of danger. Of course, no one really knew about William's true achievements, neither his parents nor the nobles, who so eagerly tried to pin all the blame for the incident in the arena on him. The director hugged the confused young man, saying, "Being a simple student, he showed extraordinary courage and willingness to stand up for the kingdom's safety. Therefore, by the king's own order, all his offenses were forgiven. The youth was given a second chance to start with a clean slate." All those present began to whisper indignantly, completely not understanding how this had happened at all. The curly-haired traitor himself was more outraged than before, boiling with anger. However, he was absolutely sure. William's parents had surely paid a hefty bribe to some high-ranking officials to attribute this heroic feat to their son. But the young man was extremely curious. Exactly whom had these cunning people bribed so that their offspring not only avoided punishment, but also got into the best educational institution in the kingdom with honors? Initially, the curly-haired one planned to get rid of the competitor easily, without unnecessary headaches. But it didn't work out. It failed. It turned out that last night, before William and Happy were supposed to accidentally meet in the dark forest, the fighter could not fall asleep because of a strange, agonizing pain. The young man was unbearably hurt, as if thousands of needles were simultaneously piercing his internal organs, tearing the flesh from the inside. Even after several agonizing hours, the pain did not subside even a bit, and Happy desperately tried to understand the cause of this suffering. He decided maybe he was just hungry and needed to find something to eat. But the reason was not hunger at all. His body, accustomed to daily bloody duels in the arena, to constant adrenaline rushes, could not calmly adjust to the suddenly arrived peaceful way of life. The organism demanded a fight, violence. Therefore, after an unexpected clash with armed robbers, Happy definitely felt significantly better. The pain receded, dissolved. The next morning, the fighter woke up full of strength and energy. Honestly, it was the first time he had slept so soundly and peacefully since he left the stone walls of the arena. The boy wanted to lie a little longer in the warm bed, enjoying the peace. However, unexpectedly, Happy heard voices. It turned out that guests had arrived for the elders. It was their granddaughter, who immediately joyfully hugged her grandmother. The woman had missed her granny very much. After warm greetings, she decided out of curiosity to find out from Grandpa. Where was that very baby whom they had generously taken in? The daughter even specially bought a small gift for the child at the market. After all, the poor thing ended up in a completely unfamiliar house with unfamiliar people. Surely he was scared and lonely. The woman wanted to give the boy a bright, joyful memory so that he would feel wanted. However, this baby turned out to be tall. Happy, a smiling young man, not at all like a small child. In the end, the woman simply froze in place, completely losing her speech from shock. Even the wooden toy duck, which she had carefully brought as a gift, fell from her weakened hands and rolled across the floor. After recovering a little from the initial shock and coming to her senses, the granddaughter decided to ask the puzzled elders in confusion, who really was this tall young man? Only then did it dawn on her. This was the very child. The father silently nodded with a slight smile, confirming her belated guess. At that moment, Happy himself waved friendly to the guest and politely introduced himself by name, smiling broadly. When everyone entered the house and sat at the table, the girl also learned with anxiety a frightening detail. This boy had previously fought in a bloody arena. He was a real gladiator fighter. She was sincerely surprised and concerned. Isn't it scary for the family to be with him in the same house, under the same roof? However, the old man calmly explained he wanted to give the boy an honest chance and observe him for a while. While Grandpa was little acquainted with the young man, Happy turned out to be truly a good, kind guy with a pure heart. Moreover, Grandpa was sincerely glad that his beloved wife was finally smiling so brightly and joyfully again. He hadn't seen her so happy for a long time, and moreover, looking at Happy, one could confidently say he was truly the most smiling, cheerful young man of all those the old man had met in his long life. Besides, The fighter handled any work assigned to him perfectly and responsibly. Right now, Happy was effortlessly carrying heavy barrels of water, as if they weighed literally nothing, as if they were empty. Grandpa was sincerely happy. With the help of this strong young man, they would finally be able to dismantle the old, crooked shed, for which he himself had lacked physical strength for many years. The granddaughter sitting nearby clearly understood. Grandpa had obviously found a new favorite in the house. However, despite the obvious advantages, the woman stubbornly believed that she could perfectly handle any work that the servant was doing now, and by herself, without any outside help. Therefore, she decisively approached, took the heavy axe with both hands, and began chopping wood, wanting to prove her point. At that moment, Happy, who was nearby, was carrying buckets of water for the lady's bath. Learning that the fighter had finished his tasks, the girl generously offered Happy to rest a little and take a break. After all, she herself could easily chop wood. It was not such a difficult job. The young man obediently set the heavy buckets of water on the ground. After that, he crouched down next to the woman and began to watch her attentively and intently, studying every movement. The granddaughter, naturally, did not understand the true reason for such a tense, focused gaze. She felt a little uneasy from this attention. However, Happy simply needed to learn the correct technique, exactly how to chop wood. After all, in the future, he himself would have to do this constantly for the owners. Honestly, the girl sincerely liked Happy's responsible attitude towards any work, his diligence. After that, the woman raised a heavy axe high above her head, intending to split another thick log with one powerful strike. However, unfortunately and embarrassingly, the axe treacherously slipped off the piece of wood. Only small chips sadly fell to the ground, instead of the expected logs. Happy immediately looked carefully at these chips, trying diligently to remember how properly chopped firewood for the stove should look. A little embarrassed and awkward, the lady hurriedly tried to justify her mistake. She explained, to light a good fire in the stove, such small chips were exactly needed for kindling. After that, the woman resolutely tried to correct herself and again raised the heavy axe high above her head, intending this time to chop the log properly. In the end, she finally succeeded. The log cracked with a dull snap into exactly 2 halves. After that, the granddaughter was very happy with her success and asked Happy to carefully remember how to do this work correctly. When the grandfather accidentally looked out the window, he saw with a warm smile. The young people were celebrating the fact that the girl had managed to split the firewood after all. The old man was happy. No matter what his stubborn daughter said, it turned out she had found a common language with this unusual child, and even became friends. At that moment, the grandmother came to them, who was puzzled and did not understand why the granddaughter was chopping firewood by herself. She looked at the old woman in surprise, noting there was very little firewood at the house, almost none left. However, Grandma calmly explained the mystery. Happy chopped a whole huge pile of firewood yesterday, which was neatly stacked behind the house near the shed. While the woman was walking in surprise to look at these supplies, Happy had already taken up the axe to chop the remaining logs. The girl, however, looked at the young man discontentedly and reproachfully, reminding him, after all, he wanted to learn how to chop firewood properly, so let him watch. However, the fighter awkwardly explained in a guilty voice. Yesterday was the first time in his life he chopped so much firewood. Now his shoulders and arms hurt very badly. So Happy thought, he must have done something wrong, incorrectly distributed the load. The lady, of course, immediately rushed to the fighter to explain the obvious. The shoulders and back should hurt if you chop so much firewood at once. Moreover, since he had already chopped it yesterday, the young man should have told everything right away. Then she wouldn't have taken up the axe at all. When the boy did not stop smiling broadly at these words, the woman thought for a moment. Happy is deliberately mocking her. However, Grandma gratefully, motherly, patted the boy on the head and gently sent him to rest. The granddaughter naturally became jealous. Now Grandma and Grandpa had a real favorite grandson who had displaced her. However, she could do nothing. The fact remained a fact. That same evening, resting in the warm, herb-scented bathhouse, the granddaughter still sincerely rejoiced to herself. Now the old people had someone strong and reliable who could help them with the heavy household chores. Even just being here, in the native house, became more pleasant and peaceful. After all, the woman could finally truly rest without worrying about the elderly. Finally, having climbed out of the steam bath, she carefully dried her long hair with a towel and put on a clean nightgown, preparing to go to sleep. However, unexpectedly, looking out the bedroom window, the daughter saw Happy hurriedly running somewhere with a woven basket in his hands. It was already too dark outside. The woman had no idea where he was heading at such a late hour. When the worried daughter suddenly ran to her grandmother and grandfather, they immediately understood. The granddaughter was surprised and concerned that Happy had gone somewhere at night. Therefore, the old woman patiently explained. The boy was officially allowed to leave whenever he wanted. The main condition was that the young man should not shirk his daytime work. Last night, as far as Grandpa knew, the fighter also went somewhere for a few hours. But he returned. However, the girl still could not understand. What was the guy doing alone at such a late, dangerous hour? Wasn't he afraid? At that very moment, Happy was already standing in front of another house and politely knocked on the door, greeting William. But from that side, the fighter was warmly smiled at by the student's younger sister. Looking attentively at the guest, the girl with childlike curiosity decided to find out. Who was this unusual smiling guy? However, William carefully and gently took his little sister Ellie aside, promising that he would quickly visit his friend and return home very soon. The little girl, of course, wanted to know exactly where her beloved brother was going at such a late hour. The student had to lie, saying he and his comrade were going to the library for important books. After that, the young man asked his little sister to keep this little secret. The girl immediately cleverly understood. Apparently, this smiling boy was William's library friend, with whom her brother studied at night. After that, Ellie sweetly said goodbye, asking her brother to be careful and not to stay out late. When they finally moved away from the house, William awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, admitting he did not expect Happy to come after him so early today. But the boy fighter was worried about something completely different. Would William have serious problems with his parents because he left the house at such a late hour? However, the student just waved it off, saying he just wanted to take a walk with a friend who literally saved his life and reputation. Now William was ready to do anything for Happy, any favor. After that, the young man suggested showing the fighter the night market in all its glory. However, they needed to hurry before the vendors closed their stalls until morning. However, Happy unexpectedly pulled out several crumpled wanted posters from his pocket, explaining he wanted to deal with something completely different today. Seeing these papers, William immediately understood with sympathy. Happy intended to find another dangerous criminal to catch. The fighter explained he wanted to catch bad people, like those robbers last time. But unfortunately, he had not been able to read since childhood. Therefore, the young man had no idea where exactly to look for these villains, in which districts they were hiding. Happy did not even suspect, did not realize. Essentially, he wanted to become a professional bounty hunter. But the fighter generously offered William to split the reward strictly in half, as last time, fairly. In principle, the student willingly agreed to help his friend. After all, William not only wanted to properly pay Happy for his kindness and rescue, the young man also, especially, almost painfully, liked watching the guy fight. It was mesmerizing, captivating the gaze. But for Happy himself, these duels were vitally necessary so that his tortured body would not ache unbearably at night. And this was the only legitimate way to satisfy this dark need. Thus, these two comrades began to meet regularly at night to jointly search for dangerous criminals throughout the city. Several tense days passed. Happy hoped and prayed very much, Let them manage to find at least one worthy opponent this time. The young men began methodically taking down all the wanted posters from the city polls to search for criminals on hot trails. However, the longer this continued, the more often alarming suspicions began to arise in both houses. William's younger sister was crying plaintively, lamenting. Brother had completely stopped playing with her, and every evening went somewhere with his mysterious friend. The student's parents, of course, had exactly the same bad suspicions. Had their son gotten into some trouble again? The old couple's daughter, Winnie, also could not bear the accumulated doubts. She decided to secretly search Happy's room while he was not at home, and she found his treasure. The young man had a whole heavy bag, filled to the brim with various coins, copper, silver, even gold. The frightened woman desperately wanted to know what exactly the guy was doing every night, where so much money came from. At that moment, another group of dangerous criminals boldly attacked the patrolling knights and cruelly killed many guards. The reason for the escalation of violence was that after the loud capture of the Clowns in Exile gang, there were too many vigilant guards on the city streets. Previously, corrupt guards preferred to pretend not to notice minor crimes. But recently, something wrong and suspicious was happening in the kingdom. Not only were portraits of wanted criminals hung all over the city, but huge, tempting rewards were also offered for their heads. At this tense moment, Happy appeared before another mighty fighter. The fighter was intently comparing the man's appearance with the image on the tattered poster. After that, the young man joyfully and enthusiastically explained to William, "It seems they finally managed to find that particular scoundrel. The match is 100%. However, the student panicked, trembling in his knees. After all, he was specifically looking for the criminal for whom the smallest reward was offered. That is, the least dangerous one. But instead, the legendary Iron Giant appeared before them, a real monster. The bandit himself, a huge man in heavy armor, contemptuously made it clear to the naive youths they clearly made a cruel mistake trying to catch someone more harmless and weaker. Therefore, the criminal almost fatherly advised them to run away while they still could on their own feet. Moreover, the robber was openly angry. A reward was assigned to him only after they caught those miserable clowns in exile. Before that, the authorities turned a blind eye to his activities. Hearing these frank words, William realized with horror the terrible truth. Until recently, the numerous crimes of the Iron Giant were simply ignored. Because the guards simply could not catch him, this monster was too strong. In principle, this was not surprising at all, considering the monstrous number of mutilated guard corpses now lying around on the paved square. The student, naturally, fully agreed with the bandit's reasonable suggestion. It was better for him and Happy to leave immediately, to run without looking back. But at that fateful moment, the fighter rushed headlong into a desperate fight against this iron colossus. Honestly, the armored killer was extremely surprised, even stunned. This fragile boy turned out to be so brave or reckless that he attacked him with bare hands, without weapons. Moreover, when the guy struck the enemy's iron shield with all his might with his knee, something cracked loudly and disgustingly. It seemed that now the young man's knee was surely broken in several places, shattered, and indeed, Happy's knee hurt a lot, unbearably after that crazy blow. Now the fighter could no longer stand on it as steadily and confidently as before. The leg buckled, disobeyed. William, naturally, was very frightened for his friend, and desperately suggested that he flee immediately before it was too late. However, the Iron Giant was no longer going to let them live. They should have thought about this earlier, before those fools tried to attack him. After these words, the armored killer attacked furiously, realizing these two were complete idiots, who thoughtlessly took advantage of his momentary generosity. However, no matter with what skill and ferocity the man struck with his heavy mace, he never managed to properly hit the nimble Happy. The fighter each time, literally at the last moment, masterfully dodged the deadly blows. Only at the very last moment did the opponent manage to hit the boy, striking him with the mace on his unprotected back. Happy, trembling in painful convulsions, fell to the ground and began to lose consciousness from the pain. William immediately, without hesitation, stood in front of the armored warrior, desperately begging him to stop and spare his friend. The student, breathing heavily and trembling, confessed an important truth to Happy. For some reason, the duels in the arena never seemed truly cruel to William, despite the blood. Moreover, the young man even sincerely enjoyed watching his friend fight, as if dancing with death. And somewhere deep in his soul, the student naively believed Happy would always win under any circumstances, because he was invincible. Because of this, William wanted to watch the fights again and again, unable to look away. Thanks to the fact that Happy caught those bandits then, William was able to triumphantly return to the university with honors. Therefore, the student helped the boy when he said he wanted to continue fighting, catching criminals. But to great regret and bitter realization, William turned out to be too naive and careless. Life is not an arena where Happy always won, where the outcome is predetermined. Everything is much more complicated, more dangerous. It is easy to simply watch duels from the sidelines, but it is a completely different matter to send a friend to certain death with your own hands. Therefore, William sincerely, with pain, apologized to Happy for not thinking with his head and acting irresponsibly. Immediately after these confessional words, the student saw with horror. The royal knight had already raised his heavy mace high above his head, aiming to strike William directly in the unprotected head to crush the skull. The guy was already mentally prepared to say goodbye to life when suddenly Happy, lightning fast, grabbed him by the collar and sharply pulled him back, saving him from certain death. After William Happy's frank, piercing words, he finally understood an important thing. Then, when their eyes first met in the arena, William was in the arena for the first time and kept coming to see his fight specifically. Therefore, the fighter with a broad, sincere smile revealed to his friend a terrible secret. All the performances in the arena were a pure setup, a pre-directed play. Immediately after this confession, Happy knocked the mace out of the giant's massive iron gauntlet with a skillful strike. The armored killer was in complete shock. After all, the man was absolutely sure he had shattered the young man's knee to pieces. At that very moment, Happy began explaining to William with a smile. His former master, the owner of the Lucastian arena, was literally obsessed with the idea of power and spectacle. As soon as Happy scored another easy victory, the rich man methodically brought new, even stronger, and more dangerous opponents from all corners of the world. But because the fighter dealt with enemies too quickly and easily, Lucastian did not get the desired profit from the bets and was very, very angry, threatening. Therefore, Happy constantly had to put on a whole show so that the audience would be truly interested in watching the development of events and rooting for him. The young man had to carefully study the opponent's style, provoke them into rash actions, or skillfully pretend to be wounded, as long as the performance was as spectacular and thrilling as possible. Then, when the Iron Giant seemed to be hitting Happy with his heavy mace, the fighter was actually skillfully dodging at the last moment, but deliberately threw heavy stones nearby so that the sound of the strike was realistic-like, breaking, crunching bones. Happy performed the same skillful deception with his knee just now when he attacked the giant. The sound of a terrible blow and crunch from afar was actually the stones thrown up, not bones at all. And obviously, the fact that the fighter's knee hurt and he was limping was also just a skillful setup, a deception. After that, Happy mockingly returned the mace to his evil enemy, carelessly throwing the weapon onto the paved ground. While he angrily struggled to lift the heavy weapon, the fighter calmly and defiantly waved his palm, beckoning the opponent forward. Like, "Come on, try again!" While the bandit slowly, heavily approached, Happy also honestly explained to William another bitter truth. All this time he fought, not because he sincerely liked battles and violence. The whole point was that, otherwise unbearable pain would have tormented him to death, driven him insane. After all, disobedient fighters in the arena were always cruelly tortured to break and subjugate them, and Happy still remembered that monstrous pain very well, in the smallest details. This dark habit of fighting had so deeply and firmly ingrained itself into his mutilated body that it made itself known even beyond the cursed walls of the arena. After these frank words, patiently waiting until the bulky opponent came within the necessary distance, Happy struck lightning fast. The fighter aimed exclusively at places not protected by heavy armor: the neck, joints, groin. The Iron Giant himself believed, even if Happy exerts the absolute maximum of his strength, he will not even leave scratches on the hardened armor. After that, they began rapidly running across the square one after another, exchanging fierce blows and skillfully dodging attacks. However, very soon, the armored killer realized with growing horror something was categorically wrong. Just a second ago, that damned boy was literally dying from unbearable pain, writhing on the ground. However, now the young man moved astonishingly easily and effortlessly, as if his body did not feel any fatigue at all. The same unchanging smile still played on his lips. In the end, when the bandit tried to attack the opponent once again, Happy swiftly intercepted his hand and mercilessly twisted it behind his back. After that, the fighter with one sharp movement knocked the big guy to the ground and began twisting his limbs, causing truly unbearable pain. Then the boy delivered a powerful blow to the unprotected back of the head, which was not even covered by a heavy helmet. Of course, the opponent howled in agony. However, immediately gathering his last strength, he grabbed the mace and tried to throw the annoying boy away from himself, but it was all in vain. Happy still swiftly knocked him back down to the hard ground and continued methodically beating him with all his might. After that, the hero also mercilessly stepped on the robber's hand, not allowing him to pick up his formidable weapon again. With the same serene smile, looking at the beaten, bloodied face of the enemy, the young man sarcastically reminded him of the warrior's boastful words that not even a scratch would remain on him. And now in a hurry, his body was covered with bloody marks. Of course, getting seriously angry, the big guy immediately convulsively grabbed his massive shield. Fortunately, that hand was free. He tried to attack the daring boy, and in the end, Happy, to protect his knees from an unexpected blow, had to step back a few steps. After that, the opponents stopped facing each other, clearly waiting and sizing each other up. However, William noticed the enemy's armor, which at first seemed absolutely impenetrable, now only further exhausted and slowed him down. But it seems, for Happy, this was not enough. After all, the enemy was damn strong. Perhaps the reason lay partly in the robber's mighty physique and his sturdy armor. However, at that very moment, the bandit was barely standing on his buckling legs. Fortunately, the heavy shield helped him not to lose his shaky balance. He also perfectly understood. Happy had been aiming at his head all this time because it was the only unprotected, vulnerable part of the body. At the same time, William himself was fearfully considering escape. After all, no matter how you look at it, the situation was not developing in the best way. However, unexpectedly, the hero thanked his friend for standing up for him. The young man only asked that William no longer recklessly risk his own life. Still, William was the only one who called him a friend, and the fighter would be immensely upset if the student were injured because of him. However, Happy felt perhaps the guy still doubted his victory. Therefore, the hero decided to clearly show that he could really be trusted. After that, he calmly approached the fallen soldier and picked up the broken spearhead lying on the frozen ground. This pathetic weapon was quite enough for the guy to demonstrate just a small part of what he was capable of in battle. Obviously, the Iron Warrior thought that the boy had no brains at all since he took only some broken spear. The bandit contemptuously pointed to the corpses lying around, like silent witnesses. They used everything possible in the fight against him, but nothing stood against his mighty armor and shield. It seemed utterly foolish that the boy really expected to wound him with some pathetic shard. However, Happy just smiled carefreely in response, after which he immediately threw a spear straight at the scoundrel. It flew, cutting through the air, right at his unprotected face. So the man, staggering from surprise, immediately blocked with his massive shield. When the bandit looked towards the boy, he realized with horror he was no longer in his previous place. At that moment, Happy used literally a second of the commotion and already charged at the stunned enemy. He thrust something into the narrow space between the armor, where the metal plates did not close. The youth also lifted the opponent upwards, and in the end, the big guy pressed down on the embedded object with all his impressive weight. Because of this, the object went deeper and deeper into his flesh, tearing the tissues. Looking at the enemy's agonizing suffering, the lad did not stop smiling for a second, which obviously only worsened the already terrible situation. The fighter, as if deciding to mock the old man, advised him to move less. Otherwise, the pain would become even more unbearable. Of course, he gritted his teeth until they cracked and tried somehow to endure this hellish, piercing pain. However, it became simply impossible, inhuman. Happy, with his signature smile, demanded that the opponent finally surrender and cease resistance. In the end, the bandit's grip weakened, and his strength left him. Therefore, the young man threw the big guy onto the hard ground, and he immediately tried to gasp for breath and regain consciousness. William stood with his mouth open, not believing what was happening. Although the student knew how strong his new friend was, he still couldn't wrap his head around what Happy was like at the peak of his power when he fought in the arena. At that moment, from the hand in which the boy was clutching the fragment of the spear, scarlet blood continued to slowly ooze. Obviously, Happy immediately noticed how terrified William looked after this brutal battle. Therefore, the fighter was very worried that he might have scared his friend too much. Hiding his bloodied hand behind his back, he hurried to explain. That scoundrel was alive. He just lost consciousness from unbearable pain. Happy was also afraid that he might have disappointed William by the duel not being as spectacular and impressive. Unfortunately, the fighter's former owner, Lord Lucastian, hated it when fights ended in such a way, too quickly and mundanely. However, William sincerely convinced the hero that the fight was very spectacular. Moreover, they caught a dangerous criminal, a bandit, and the student agreed with Happy that there was no need to worry about the greatest arena champion, so the student now fully trusted the hero. And obviously, Happy was infinitely glad about it. Now at last they dealt with the criminal, so all pressing matters were successfully completed. However, the hero asked William to take care of all the other formal matters, as the fighter had not slept for several days in a row and desperately wanted to get some rest. It turned out that even during the fierce duel, he desperately wanted to sleep. Therefore, Happy was going to take a little nap right on the grass until he felt better. And in the end, to William's great shock, the guy really fell asleep instantly. The student did not know what to do in such a strange situation. Was it worth leaving his friend here alone and turning in the dangerous criminal to the authorities by himself? At that moment, William noticed a broken spearhead lying on the ground. Seeing this pathetic fragment, it became obvious. Happy used it only as a clever bait, a distracting maneuver. However, the student still had a question. With what hidden weapon did Happy actually wound the enemy? Moreover, the guy did not notice that he was pulling some kind of blade out of the opponent's body. Therefore, William immediately set about turning the giant over to pull the mysterious blade from his wounded body. However, the bandit turned out to be insanely heavy, like a sack of stones. So William could not believe that Happy lifted and threw him with such astonishing ease, as if he weighed nothing. For this reason, the student decided to quickly run and report the capture of the dangerous criminal to the royal knights. However, just as he was about to leave, the guards themselves suddenly approached him from behind. Obviously, the revealed scene left no doubt. The young man with a bloodied spear fragment in his hands stood over the seemingly lifeless body of a formidable criminal. Therefore, the knights were immediately amazed, not believing their eyes that the young man had managed to catch such a dangerous enemy alone. It turned out that when one knight barely managed to run away from this fierce tyrant and went to call for help, he saw. Some guy was walking towards the dark forest, holding a reward notice. Now it became clear. William was none other than a bounty hunter. After that, the admiring soldier approached closer to find out the boy's name. When they heard his name, they immediately realized. This was the very student who had previously caught bandits from the exiled clowns gang. Of course, everyone was amazed that the student could defeat such a formidable enemy alone with a mere fragment of a spear. This meant that the rumors about him were not false at all. It turned out that after William caught the leader of the exiled clowns, incredible rumors spread among the knights. They said there was one student who caught dangerous criminals for fun, and honestly, William himself was quite frightened that people spread such things about him. The knights promised that they would now take care of this thug themselves, and the reward would definitely be given to the student personally. After that, they hurried to lead the boy out of the gloomy forest. Of course, William carefully lifted the sleeping Happy into his arms at first, and one knight was only worried that the porter also got badly hurt by this evil scoundrel. At the same time, the captain of the guard carefully examined the weapons after the finished battle. However, he noticed something strange. The enemy had a stab wound, but there was no blood on the spearhead. The blood that was there clearly appeared from an earlier strike. After that, they inspected all the other weapons of the bandit, but none of them were definitely wounded by it. So now it finally became obvious. The enemy was defeated with bare hands. Happy pierced his body with his strong hand, as if it were a blade. However, no one paid much attention to this. After all, William was considered the hero of the day, and the boy who was now peacefully sleeping in his arms was considered only his assistant. However, the captain perfectly understood. Something did not add up here. Either this boy was definitely not an ordinary student, or he lied about something important. At the very same time, the leader of the Clowns in Exile gang harshly scolded those who still managed to escape after the fateful encounter with Happy. The leader reminded his captain that they had already been abandoned and disgraced throughout the city once. They all should have clearly remembered that ill-fated day when they swore never to run away from the battlefield again. However, the captain knelt before the arrogant nobility and allowed them to humiliate their entire formidable group, cowardly losing to some pathetic student. After that, as a sign of severe punishment, the leader ordered their heads to be cut off and the lifeless bodies to be thrown into a foul-smelling pond. This was another attempt by the Clowns in Exile to wash away this disgrace. Still, they were not simple bandits. They fought proudly against the kingdom until the very end. The leader decided to find out from his assistant. Does she know who that mysterious guy is? Fortunately, the woman obtained a list of bounty hunters. It turned out the guy's name was William. He was a skilled warrior, and bounty hunting for him was just entertainment, a pastime. For this reason, the leader appointed them as the next target of this very William, the daring student. At the same time, a nobleman was interrogating his son about that very student William, who became famous for catching dangerous criminals. However, the son did not really know anything. William's parents had started some profitable business and were now paving their way with dirty money. Perhaps even the fact that he was a bounty hunter turned out to be a lie. However, the young man did not know this for sure from the suspicions. For this reason, the nobleman handed his son a sheet of paper, implying, from this moment on, his offspring needed to clearly show William what happens to those who decided to disgrace their noble family. On this sheet was written the robber's commandment. Payment always up front, and they carry out absolutely any orders. It turned out their noble family turned to these mercenaries when it was necessary to quietly get rid of someone. Of course, the father wanted to tell his son about this dark secret when he finished university. But the time came earlier. He demanded that his son meet with the robbers and ask to visit the specified address, to deal with William once and for all. At the same time, in the town where the bloody arena used to be located, peace and quiet finally reigned. However, unexpectedly, a girl walking through the city noticed a terrible sight. Several corpses were thrown by the river current right to the shore. Obviously, to deal with these dead bodies, the local old gravedigger immediately arrived, who took them to his house to bury them properly in the cemetery. The corpses were taken away immediately, and no autopsy had been conducted before, although all the bodies were covered with various wounds and abrasions. From just a fleeting glance at these mutilated remains, Cigar could say with absolute certainty they were definitely killed by violent death. However, the gravedigger was only angry at the assistant's excessive interest. He seemed to have forgotten how after the arena incident, he was almost thrown into prison. The old man explained to the assistant that these were the bodies of clowns in exile, so no one started an investigation. No one in the kingdom would shed tears for them. Their deaths would only be welcomed. However, despite the old man's reasonable words, Cigar was still somewhat alarmed. He noticed bruises on the bodies of the killed. They had clearly appeared a few days ago. These were the same bruises he had seen on the corpses of those who died in the arena. At that moment, a well-known to us Winnie visited the old man. The girl explained that she had brought the herbs he asked for and decided to take them straight into the house. Of course, Grandpa immediately noticed that Winnie had been working a lot lately. The reason was that Grandma was feeling better, so the granddaughter had more free time. It seemed the old man even envied her health. He thought he would die before his wife. Of course, Winnie laughed, asking Grandpa not to say such nonsense. After that, she looked at Cigar, and before leaving approached to greet the gentleman. After that, she took out the grass she had brought for him from the bag and left it next to the box. Of course, Sagar was surprised that she brought him herbs, because of which Winnie even got worried. Maybe she did something extra. However, in the end, the guy calmly thanked for such a service, but the storekeeper asked his granddaughter not to be so kind. She would be better off selling these herbs and earning a bit more. However, the girl could not simply ignore the person who had helped the old man so much. He also needed to be thought about. Moreover, she noted, the old man's previous assistants didn't last even a week. They all ran away. However, Mr. Cigar had been working for over a month, so it seemed the old man liked him more. And honestly, the storekeeper really considered Cigar a good worker. However, he still remained a fool who wandered at night in who knows where, and of course Winnie was alarmed, considering that Happy behaved in a similar way. Therefore, she decided to tell the old man about this boy. Of course, he was very surprised that they decided to take a slave under their care. Winnie revealed that she was worried because he kept going somewhere at night, and one day, under his blanket, she found a bag of money, although she had no idea where he could have gotten it. But even more, she was worried about the boy's past. After all, he used to be one of those who fought in the arena. So she was very concerned that he might secretly be involved in something bad. Of course, Cigar knew perfectly well that there was only one arena in the city, which was recently closed, and all the fighters were executed. And although Winnie was surprised, she remained sure Happy definitely fought there. But Cigar was convinced that the girl was mistaken. After all, only criminals fought in that arena. If someone with such a dark past and no family managed to survive, it means he had serious connections. Moreover, such that even a royal decree was nothing to him. Therefore, Cigar was worried. Grandma Winnie might have brought a dangerous person into the house. He asked to bring the boy's documents to carefully study his case. In the end, Winnie had no choice but to promise that she would find the documents and bring them to Sagar soon. Immediately after that, they said goodbye, and the woman hurriedly left. However, after saying goodbye to her, the storekeeper noted that Sagar was clearly inviting certain death. After all, if he approached everything with such haste, the blade would reach him before he learned the truth. However, all Sagar wanted was for good people to live in this world a little longer. He looked at the grass, carefully gathered for him by Winnie, before returning to his affairs. Finally, William brought the hero straight to his home. However, he tried to wake him up, but he kept drooling on his shoulder, refusing to wake up. In principle, this is not surprising. After all, he hadn't slept for several nights, so now he couldn't be lifted even with cannons. In the end, William had to knock on the door and carry his friend on his shoulders. Of course, everyone immediately got scared when they saw that his hands and clothes were covered in blood. They rushed to him, but William hurried to explain. The boy was fine. He had just fallen asleep. Then the student told the family that every night they went out to catch robbers. He also told how it all began, and also told everything he knew about Happy. For example, that he lived his whole life locked up, and also about facial nerve paralysis and the pain the fighter experienced in the arena, and about why he could not sleep at night and had to fight. William, as the most diligent student, thoroughly organized everything he knew about his friend's life. While he was telling the story, Grandma began to shed tears for the boy. Grandfather could only remain sullenly silent. After all, he was not used to showing feelings. But Winnie's suspicions and fears gradually began to subside. In the end, William finished the story with how Happy saved his life. After that, he said goodbye to the hosts and calmly returned home. Finally, when morning came, the boy finally came to his senses. Waking up, he saw that Winnie had been waiting for his awakening all this time. She really wanted to know why the hero did not immediately admit that he had not slept for several days because of unexplained pains. Moreover, he could immediately tell them about his face. After all, they did not think anything bad about him. However, Happy was simply worried that he might be thrown out as unnecessary. That's how people were treated in the arena. Therefore, Winnie had to explain to the silly boy that they were no longer in the arena. For their family, Happy was not even a slave. For grandmother and grandfather, he had already become like a grandson. In the end, Winnie promised to cure the boy and asked him not to fight anymore. After all, their family was ready to help him live a normal life. Besides, the girl dealt with herbs. So, extending her hand to Happy, she asked him to trust her. With a smile, she promised that she would try to help the boy get rid of his illness. In the end, taking the girl's hand, Happy decided to show what he had bought with his first earnings, after which he put a beautiful ring with a stone on her ring finger. However, the embarrassed girl immediately froze, not understanding what the boy had in mind. Of course, Happy did not understand the reason for such a strange reaction, but she shyly explained that he had just put a wedding ring on her finger. He did not know what it was, so Winnie wanted to explain it to him. However, she did not have time. Grandfather came to say that in the morning William, his friend, had visited Happy and handed over a pouch of money as a reward. However, the hero asked that Grandfather keep the money for himself. He would no longer fight. After all, it turned out he could be cured. And immediately, hearing this, the old man pressed close to the boy and hugged him tightly, calling him his dear grandson. Happy asked that Grandfather wisely manage the money received. And honestly, looking at this scene, only now did Winnie finally begin to understand why Grandmother had taken him in. The boy was innocence itself. Moreover, he bought rings for all family members, so now they beautifully sparkled on their hands. At the same time, Winnie sent Sagar a note, apologizing for the misunderstanding that had occurred and asking him not to worry, since the matter had already been settled. While he was reading this note, he heard that the aristocrat had come to William for a dinner meeting, to talk tete-a-tete. However, he reminded that he no longer wished to cross paths with that guy, and now they were worse than strangers. Of course, immediately the nobleman fell to his knees and begged William to at least give him a chance to apologize. After all, he had been thinking about his mistake for a long time, and the student had a weak character. William did not have the strength to put an end to it. So he allowed the young man to rise from his knees. However, he still did not agree to dinner. Instead, he suggested just talking. After which they left. Sagar was watching all this with a careful gaze. He immediately recognized this aristocrat was betrayed by a very clumsy performance for the public. The nobleman kept apologizing all the way, saying that last time he had accidentally set him up. After that, he kicked the young man somewhere into an alley. As a result, he tumbled down at the feet of 3 men, who immediately caught him. After that, looking around, they carried him into a house where there were no people. Having thrown the young man to the ground, they immediately began to beat him cruelly. Gradually, William began to lose consciousness. He didn't even have the strength to ask these people to stop. Before finishing the matter, the nobleman approached the young man and confessed that he considered William a degenerate who had never pleased him. Of course, William asked, what had he done wrong? After all, it was the nobleman who always caused problems for everyone. It seems that it was not enough to hang all his sins on him. He hated him too much, so he continued to take revenge. However, the nobleman only continued to beat William viciously with his feet because he had forgotten his place. He was always trying to rise above, and for that he had to pay. Moreover, it was quite foolish that William really believed he would be respected more if he studied diligently. Unfortunately, the idiot did not understand that in this life everything works differently. You had to be born into a powerful, noble family. Besides, if William did not guess, the guy told him to his face. The whole university hated him. Obviously, no one could like someone who always tries to climb as high as possible. When the university learns about William's death, everyone will only be glad that this damn loser is no more. Right after that, the guy left. However, he recommended to William next time to learn how to crawl before holding his pen and writing something. Just before leaving, he demanded that the mercenaries finish the job and leave. He would wait for them outside. After that, he slammed the doors, leaving those four in the dark. However, despite all his previous confidence, only when he stepped outside did the guy's hands start to tremble. Of course, he tried to convince himself that everything was fine. He had only demonstrated strength, as it should have been. He had no idea that Sagar was watching everything carefully from above. He immediately realized these three men were mercenaries who dealt only with killings. Initially, he doubted what he saw, but it seemed they really agreed to kill people without remorse. And honestly, Sagar was sad to realize that the methods of the nobility remained just as disgusting and cynical as before. However, Sagar always knew that sooner or later he would get a chance to hunt mercenaries. But he did not think it would happen today. After that, he took out his sharpened knives and immediately prepared to silently descend through the roof into that very house. However, suddenly he noticed some jumping silhouette, which was impossible to clearly distinguish. It disappeared inside the building so lightning fast. Obviously, Sagar did not recognize this person, but he was clearly impressed by the skill of this unknown warrior. At that very moment, the mercenaries realized the bitter truth. William, known as the Great Bounty Hunter, turned out to be just a weakish brat. They also cynically explained that they were ordered to kill him as painfully as possible, so it would take some time. They intended to prolong his suffering. However, honestly, the guy found it hard to accept what was happening. He had worked so hard, endured so much to get to university and come this far. He simply could not die at the whim of some insignificant person. Gathering his last strength, he tried to stand on his trembling legs. However, he looked so worthless and pathetic at that moment that the mercenaries even gave him a faint chance to get up and defend himself before death. But unfortunately, William could not get up. His body did not obey. He could only bitterly regret that he would die in such a way, in a dirty back alley. He always dreamed of a future where he could become the one who would bring change to this unjust world. However, it turned out that to bring real change, he needed high status and power, which he did not have. At that moment, he saw a small silhouette of himself at a young age. Then he naively believed that he would achieve everything with his mind and perseverance. So now he only had to apologize to his former self for letting down his hopes. At that moment, right before William, the very same woman from the Clowns and Exile gang suddenly appeared. She quickly recognized him, recalling his face. However, the guy was now in a semi-faint state and was muttering something indistinctly to himself. Of course, the mercenaries were frightened, not understanding who this woman was and where she came from here. At that moment, the woman herself gave William a sharp slap to bring him to his senses and to be sure if he was the one she was looking for. She felt that such a pathetic appearance could in no way belong to the one who had put 5 clowns in exile. Moreover, she heard from the survivors that 2 of their people were beaten. Of course, she thought that the one who was awarded was the main instigator. However, now she was convinced that this was not the case at all. Therefore, she wanted to interrogate the boy to find out who was with him that night. Who was this mysterious shadow? At that very moment, the mercenaries realized with horror that one of the members of the Clowns and Exile gang was standing before them. However, they only got angry, not understanding. What is some rat doing here? They told her to go back to her stinky ditch, or they would slit her throat without hesitation. However, with one light, almost careless movement of her sharpened knife, she instantly beheaded all 3 at once. After that, the severed bloody heads flew straight to the feet of the terrified William, frozen in shock. The woman herself, noticing the boy's reaction, even smirked. She wanted to put a collar on his neck and take him with her as her obedient little dog. He was clearly too weak to be a warrior. However, the mercenary suddenly became alert, sensing someone's presence nearby. It turned out to be Cigar, who now, alarmed and wary, crouched behind the wooden crates, holding his breath. The woman, having noticed no one, concluded that her premonition had failed her this time. Therefore, she immediately turned her cold gaze toward the bloodied boy. Now that they were completely alone, they could calmly continue the interrupted conversation. Cigar himself was tensely guessing, is this woman the head of the clowns, or just his subordinate? Moreover, it was extremely interesting to know, who is this William, since both robbers and nobles want to kill him at the same time. Be that as it may, he perfectly understood. He could not handle this alone against such a dangerous enemy, so it was better for him to leave here quickly and gather reinforcements. Meanwhile, the woman herself was harshly interrogating William about who was with the young master that night when they arrested 5 of their men. Pressing the tip of the sword to his neck, she suggested hurrying with the answer. If he hesitates, she will cut his throat without remorse and find that man herself. At that moment, the boy remembered the very conversation that took place with Happy in the forest. He asked that the fighter no longer stand up for him, not to risk himself. After all, William was his only true friend. He could not be harmed. Therefore, a million times apologizing in his mind and quietly crying from helplessness, unfortunately, William still said his name. He also explained that Happy was a former slave from the arena and lived on a farm with kind people who took him in. At the same time, the hero himself was sitting peacefully, playing outside near the house. He decided to go to William to tell the joyful news that he had quit the dangerous bounty hunting. And he also wanted to give his friend a small touching gift. He made a doll of William with his own hands from available materials. At the same time, the mercenary was outraged. If she had known in advance that William was such a pathetic weakling, she wouldn't have had to slaughter his entire family. Obviously, the guy was scared to death when he heard this terrible confession, and the woman had to cynically explain the rules. When the clowns in exile take revenge, they exterminate the entire family to the last person, just in case, so no Avengers remain. She came alone only to extract information. But perhaps the boss was already right in their house at that very moment, carrying out the sentence. At that very moment, William's entire family heard someone persistently knocking at the door, and the mercenary herself left. It was time to visit that very Happy. Of course, the guy immediately desperately asked her to stop, not to leave. He remembered that very meeting in the forest and Happy's stories about the kind people who took him in. The fighter described them as excellent people who saved him from starving to death. It was a truly loving family that sincerely cared about him, exactly the same family as William's, which always saved and supported him. But William himself was nothing worthy. If he had been a little stronger in spirit and body, it would have ended only with his death, without casualties. If he had shown even a small amount of determination when the aristocrat came with an offer, none of this would have happened at all. However, it turned out that only he survived. A miserable worm who could not protect any of the people dear to him. He always closed his eyes, buried his head in the sand, cowardly turned away from problems. Therefore, he could not save anyone, neither friends nor family. However, the guy understood one simple truth. He simply had to change, even if it was already too late. He had to get back on his feet and fight. Perhaps this was at least some, albeit a faint, chance to protect his family. With these desperate thoughts, despite severe wounds, he barely took the sword in his trembling hands and forced himself to stand. Just at that moment, an aristocrat arrived, not understanding why the bandits were so delayed with the matter. Moreover, they left the door wide open, although someone could accidentally see what was happening. Then everything would have gone awry. However, unexpectedly, he saw William standing on trembling legs, though bloodied. After that, the nobleman noticed a sword in his hands, as well as lifeless bodies on the cold ground. Of course, The frightened guy immediately recoiled back in horror. Because he did not notice the steps behind him, he tumbled onto the hard ground. Moreover, he almost twisted his delicate neck. And when William slowly approached him, he, recoiling in panic, immediately fell to his knees and closed his eyes. Honestly, he could not believe that this miserable guy really knew how to fight like that. Such a terrifying, beastly aura emanated from him that it seemed the aristocrat would die right here and now. He hysterically began begging for mercy, even promising to become his tame, loyal dog. The nobleman humbly began licking his bloodied boots, crying out for mercy. However, William coldly and contemptuously ordered the boy to get out of his sight. Immediately, at that moment, the boy's father unexpectedly appeared before them. He had originally come to see how his son was handling his task. However, he was extremely disappointed by the scene of humiliation he saw. After that, he authoritatively blocked William's path, not allowing him to go further. However, the student, with just his cold, dead gaze, made it clear it was better not to stand in his way if life was dear. In the end, the frightened man stepped aside and let William continue on his way. As he left, he even growled like a wounded beast. After all, he hated this hypocritical world, where people who looked down on him and treated him with contempt bowed their proud heads before the ordinary sword in his hands. He very much wished that they would bow to him the same way with a pen in his hand, respecting his mind and knowledge. But unfortunately, in this cruel and callous world, he had to hold a sword in his hands for his voice to finally be heard and recognized. Therefore, he realized the bitter truth. He needed to take up the sword immediately, not the pen and books. Had he done so from the start, it would have led him to salvation, not to destruction. At that very moment, the family saw a stranger at their doorstep. Happy calmly and politely explained that he was a close friend of William, who had come to visit him. When the young man told about their connection with William, the woman sighed with obvious relief, understanding that her son had not completely gotten involved with the bounty hunters. They also noticed that the young man had become very quiet until everything settled at the university, and they were sincerely glad to know that he had such a reliable and faithful friend all this time. However, little Happy still did not like him. After all, her brother stopped playing with her because he spent all his time with Happy, hunting bounty heads. Therefore, smiling broadly, the hero explained the joyful news. He had decided to finally quit the dangerous bounty hunting. In the end, the girl was very happy, understanding that her brother would start playing with her again, as before. For this reason, she promised the hero that she would reconsider her opinion of him, and Mother fully agreed with this. After all, as is known, ordinary students are at risk of engaging in such a craft. Moreover, the man immediately noticed something interesting. Happy clearly came from a noble family. Not only was he well-educated and well-read, but he also fought excellently, judging by the son's stories. However, the young man hastened to honestly explain he was an ordinary slave, nothing more. Everyone immediately fell silent sharply, not believing their ears at what they heard. The head of the family considered it nonsense. After all, slaves cannot study at the university by law. However, Happy did not go there at all. William helped him with hunting precisely because the boy could not even read. Obviously, the woman immediately noticed how her husband's facial expression changed instantly. The man was extremely disappointed and even insulted that a simple slave sat with them at the same table, as if an equal. He even sarcastically suggested, perhaps Happy's master at least taught his slave good manners, since he behaves that way. Immediately after this, the atmosphere in the house changed sharply and unpleasantly. The hero fell silent, lowering his eyes. The father coldly ordered that the young man quietly disappear from his son's life and never approach him again. People like him have no place near their family. Of course, the woman immediately reminded her husband that this guy, after all, helped their son in a difficult moment. However, the man was convinced only a free person can truly help another free person. He did not even consider Happy a full-fledged person. After all, to him, he was just an ordinary slave, speaking property. At that moment, the girl left the room, hearing someone persistently knocking on the front door. Meanwhile, the father continued to shout loudly at Happy, driving him out of the house like a naughty dog. The little girl, naively thinking that her brother had come, immediately hurried to open the door wider for him. However, a stranger stood on the threshold. The declared leader of the clowns in exile politely asked the little girl to invite William to him for an important conversation. However, she hurriedly and fearfully explained that her brother had gone out for a short while on business. She asked the stranger to introduce himself, and the house suddenly filled with her heart-wrenching screams. The little girl desperately called for her mother, crying for help. Meanwhile, the leader ordered his assistant to stay here until they figured out how to lure William out of hiding. Now the assistant had to cold-bloodedly kill the parents and leave a bloody message on the walls for the young man. He wanted to take the sister hostage and very much hoped that William would return before, along with the others close to him. There would also be the corpse of his little sister. After hearing this, the little girl immediately pouted with anger and indignation, barely holding back bitter tears. After that, struggling and desperately kicking, she loudly called for her mother, begging for help and to be saved. Of course, the woman, having just heard the heart-wrenching screams, immediately rushed towards the door, not understanding what had happened. The husband ran after her. Only at the last moment, looking at the hero, he noticed a strange smile frozen on his lips. Of course, he did not know about Happy's peculiarity, so he took him for an ordinary madman. After that, he hurried to help his wife, who at that moment was already wounded by the mercenary's blade. The mercenary authoritatively ordered everyone to stop and freeze. He wanted to deal with the family first, and then leisurely kill Happy, who unexpectedly turned out to be here in the house. At that moment, the frightened man saw that the hero was slowly rising from his place. Seeing his creepy smile, everything became clear to the head of the family. He realized this bastard himself had called the mercenaries here. That explained his disgusting little smile. However, grabbing a plate of hot soup from the table, the guy immediately accurately threw it straight at the annoying enemy's head. After that, he gloomily passed by the head of the house and dryly recommended that he now take care of his wounded wife's condition instead of getting underfoot. Of course, the mercenary was amazed by the boy's strength. He immediately assumed that this daring guy was the very William everyone had talked so much about. However, the little girl, through tears, told him exactly. The brother was not at home. He had disappeared somewhere. Then the mercenary remembered the words of his boss. She said that during the attack on their people, there were 2 fighters working together. So the second one could not be forgotten either. He clearly posed no less of a threat. Moreover, judging by the fact that he recommended the man to take care of his wife, it was unlikely that William himself said this phrase. That means this guy was the very second one who was there on that fateful night, when they caught and brutally beat the clowns in exile. Now he finally began to understand who dared to open a bloody hunt on their gang. However, the hero with his signature smile immediately prepared clenched fists, the best response to the opponent's outrage. Dodging the swift attack of his saber, he immediately wounded him by striking firmly with his foot, straight to the jaw with a spin. After that, he also aimed to strike the man on the chin from bottom to top, knocking him unconscious. At the last moment, the enemy managed to react to the danger and still avoided the blow by sharply arching his back backward. But he obviously understood. The slightest miss in this deadly fight, and he could die on the spot. This meant he would have to fight with full strength, without underestimating the enemy. Out of nowhere, the man skillfully drew a second saber and immediately began to fiercely attack the young man, who masterfully dodged every strike. Each time it seemed as if he had noticed the second blade in the opponent's hands from the very beginning. After all, he dodged as if he had anticipated and calculated this strike in advance. So the one who came into the house developed such an anxious feeling. Happy saw his actions in advance and was always ready to give them a worthy rebuff. Of course, the man tried not to panic and keep a cool head. He had already knocked the hero out of his usual fighting rhythm, and now he would quickly adapt to his style. After that, he spun the sabers in the air and with a swift movement, as if he raised an impenetrable barrier of steel around himself. Of course, he did not expect that he would have to resort to this secret technique here in an ordinary house. However, he could not underestimate Happy. He was too dangerous. Looking at this impressive technique, the smiling hero immediately understood. This was the so-called Dance of Blades, an ancient art. The mercenary suddenly stopped because he did not understand. How did the boy know this? However, the answer was simple. Happy simply knew one person who mastered this legendary Dance of Blades perfectly. The man obviously thought that Happy had met some pathetic idiot who just copied this technique without understanding its essence. But he himself was trained in the true Dance of Blades in his homeland, by real masters. However, Happy calmly explained. He had met the old man who invented this very Dance of Blades. His dance was called the pinnacle of sword mastery in the arena. Rumors about the master made him even more legendary and unattainable. And Happy's former owner, Lord Lucastian, could not resist the temptation and managed to bring this legendary master right to the arena to see his skill. But obviously, upon hearing that the master of the Dance of Blades ended up in a despicable arena, the mercenary considered it complete nonsense. However, such nonsense that could quite possibly become reality. Who knows? After this story, looking at the mercenary with his signature smile, the hero calmly suggested he attack without delay. However, the mercenary only became even angrier. After all, the boy's words sounded like mockery and provocation. He explained. He would attack whenever he wanted. He just had to stop because of the hero's foolish chatter. But he knew perfectly well how stupid it was to listen to a person who didn't even properly know the basics of the blade dance. Immediately after that, he began to spin rapidly in order to slowly tighten a deadly noose of blades and let Happy die in agony, bleeding from many deep cuts. Carefully examining the technique in motion, Happy realized the mercenary had not fully mastered it. There were flaws. Immediately after that, he began to move his hands just as the mercenary was currently positioning his. So the mercenary had the feeling as if he was looking at his reflection in an invisible mirror. Happy precisely, without the slightest mistake, mirrored his movements. The only thing missing was a blade in his hand. Moreover, there was not a single, even the slightest discrepancy. The movements were perfectly synchronized, as if he himself mastered this technique. At the same time, moving forward, the hero explained the most fundamental rule of the blade dance. Spin the swords along a curved trajectory without slowing down. These curved spins served as a defensive stance, while also providing a good opportunity for attack. The old man whom Happy met in the arena was blind in both eyes. At their first meeting, because of this deficiency, he spun the blades along a curved trajectory and covered himself from all sides with an impenetrable defense. While his opponents could not get close to him, the old man concentrated all his strength to understand exactly where his enemy was. Then the curve instantly turned into a straight line and pierced the opponent through with one deadly strike. During these detailed explanations, the hero swiftly managed to grab the opponent by the arm. With a smile, he made it clear. He had just demonstrated a real dance of blades, not a pathetic copy. The man immediately gripped the saber in his right hand more tightly, preparing for a counterattack. However, without even waiting for that scoundrel to make a move, the hero immediately struck forcefully in the solar plexus, breaking a couple of his ribs with a crunch. Immediately after that, the mercenary screamed like a girl from unbearable pain. He barely stood on his buckling legs, and Happy calmly explained to the arriving ill-wisher the harsh truth. Lucastian was the only rich man who managed to gather legendary fighters from all over the world in one arena. And the last opponent of these legendary, invincible fighters was always Happy himself. So the mercenary better not lose his head and not mess with him using pathetic copies of techniques. Immediately after that, he forcefully struck the man with his knee straight to the face, because of which it seemed his neck could be twisted from such a blow. The mercenary immediately began bleeding from his broken nose and mouth, and Happy was not going to stop until he either lost consciousness or finally breathed his last. But the frightened man, stopping him with a weak hand, made Happy understand. In case of his death, that girl would also die a painful death. Only then did the hero hear how the parents whispered that their little daughter was captive of those bandits. Happy found out where the little girl was. She was languishing in the central sewer, where the mercenary could personally lead the hero. In the end, Happy listened to him, and immediately mercilessly broke the mercenary's arm to securely lead him ahead as a prisoner. In the end, they went to the exit of the house to finally head to that very foul-smelling sewer and save the girl. And then, watching the boy leave, all that was left for the head of the family was to apologize for treating the guy so badly. Happy initially did not react to the words, and it is unknown whether it was because he had nothing to say or because he was in a great hurry to save the child. Soon, under the leadership of the beaten mercenary, they reached the central sewer, connected to other tunnels forming a real labyrinth. The mercenary perfectly understood. Happy would not survive here. They wanted to lure him here precisely because most of the exiled clowns were hiding here, and although it was obvious that Happy had beaten the mercenary half to death, he still very much wanted to see his frightened face before dying. However, when he turned around, he saw that the hero's facial expression was as if he was anticipating the upcoming fight, not afraid. At the same time, William finally reached the house and learned that his friend had come to see them. It turned out that after William's father's sincere apologies, the boy admitted he decided to help their family only because he respected his only friend. Still, even the one who raised the hero in the arena called him a monster and a fiend just before dying. The boy then did not understand the reasons why his mentor was so cruel to him in the last moments. However, William was different. Not like that. After everything he had seen and experienced, he still considered Happy his true friend. Just like this simple family from the farm, since he left the arena walls, he was increasingly being seen as a person, not a thing. At the last moment before leaving, turning to William's father, he asked that the family not worry about his younger sister. Happy promised he would definitely return her safe and sound, and everything would be fine. And of course, when William returned to his parents, he learned everything from their own words. However, the student scolded his parents for their carelessness. They should have stopped Happy, reported everything to the knights immediately. He perfectly understood. All of Happy's promises that everything would be fine were actually lies. Now he was not on his own arena, where he was invincible. He was truly heading to certain death. All the exiled clowns would do was catch him in a crowd and behead him without a chance of victory. Of course, William was frightened that his friend planned to trade his life for the life of his younger sister. He wanted to stop him at any cost. Therefore, he immediately ran towards the sewer, only asking his father to inform the knights that the exiled clowns had come to the farm. At that time, the knights received an urgent alert that a bloodied guy with a drawn sword was roaming the streets. The commander hadn't even had time to properly eat when another emergency call came in. However, he was very surprised when he found out. The guy with the sword was identified as William himself. It became known that he had cold-bloodedly killed several people and then headed home with a bloodied weapon. After that, the out-of-breath assistant showed up to his captain to report alarming news. The exiled clowns had kidnapped a child. That's how they found out that William, who had been running around the street with a sword all this time, was desperately searching for his missing younger sister. As soon as the captain heard that the hostage was held in the central sewer, he immediately rushed there with a squad. Before, the exiled clowns had never been so openly visible on the streets. They always quietly hid and multiplied in their stinking ditch like rats. But now they started acting openly and boldly, not fearing the consequences. Perhaps this was related to the fact that this student William was becoming more and more famous in the city. Therefore, the bloody hunt began precisely for him and his relatives. Initially, they sent henchmen to finish William on the spot, but they messed up, failing the mission. Then they kidnapped the defenseless sister to have something to threaten and blackmail the family with. Apparently, these scoundrels wanted to deal with the entire William family as a warning to other brave ones who dared to stand in their way. The captain perfectly understood. What a vile thing this was. He felt a burning guilt for not having guessed anything earlier. No matter how good William was in battle, nearly 100 exiled clowns were hiding in the sewer, almost a whole division of killers. Going there alone meant signing a death sentence without the right to pardon. The assistant also hurriedly followed the captain. He decided to go to the farm, where, it seemed, the enemies had also visited. The commander had a troubling feeling that the mercenaries wanted to deliberately divide their forces to stretch the troops. For this reason, he asked the knights to finish clearing the farm as soon as possible and return to him for reinforcements. Soon the hero reached the very gathering point of the clowns in exile their rotten lair. When they suspiciously asked who had come, Happy introduced himself with an unruffled smile, using the name of his friend. William, whom they had all been waiting for, had come to visit them. Somewhere around the same time, Cigar was running past the knights' patrol, pulling a mask over his face to hide his identity. When he swiftly ran past one of them, that one immediately struck the guard on the head with a heavy blow, knocking his heavy helmet to the ground. After that, he boldly introduced himself as one of the freaks from the clowns in exile who was heading to rob the farm. For this reason, the enraged knights urgently reported to the main headquarters. One of the clowns in exile was heading to the farm to finish the dark deed. At that moment, Winnie was intently standing over various bunches of herbs, choosing exactly which ones she needed to make a healing decoction for Happy. She decided to brew him calming herbs that helped relieve pain and would also finally help him sleep soundly. However, when the out-of-breath Cigar suddenly burst in, the girl became very curious. What was he doing here at such a time? He only coughed, collapsed into a chair exhausted, and asked for at least 5 minutes to catch his breath. After all, he had run here as fast as he could, as if from the plague. At the same time, the very mercenary was looking at their house from the side attentively and predatory, already having prepared her sharp saber for a bloody attack. Meanwhile, the leader of the clowns in exile was laughing until his stomach hurt, until tears. Honestly, he could not believe it. The so-called Great William would really come to fight them one-on-one. What naivety. What foolishness. However, the young man calmly understood the truth. They were the first to decide to kill all his loved ones. He had no choice but to come to their very lair. This meant that he would have to fight to the death, even if he died here and now. And honestly, no one, considering the number of superior forces and circumstances, expected the fight to start so swiftly. However, the clenched fists of the hero, who without much thought immediately rushed into the attack, became a signal for everyone to begin the bloody brawl. Only then did all the enemies grab their weapons, and immediately, as an enraged crowd rushed at the young man, wanting to tear him to pieces, Happy instantly intercepted a sword flying past him in midair, perfectly understanding. He did not come here to compete in strength. He needed to kill to survive. Before the start of the bloody massacre, he cast a quick glance at his friend's little sister, mentally promising he would definitely save her, no matter what it cost. After which he rushed towards the approaching mercenaries, cutting their bodies with just one swift turn. Some mercenaries even rudely pushed others aside in order to get the chance to fight the hero face to face as soon as possible. And these daredevils, who so brazenly invited trouble, ended up leaving this world faster than everyone else, bleeding out. In the end, a truly bloody, merciless fight broke out. The hero used various tricks and tactics, defending himself with hands, feet, even biting his opponents with sharp teeth like a wild beast. Everyone who looked at him felt a chilling horror. After all, on top of everything else, this bastard deliberately moved so that he could not be seriously wounded. He also left wounded around him, using them as living shields. Because of this, the strength of the clown's blows weakened. They could not hit their own fighters, not wanting to kill their comrades. At this time, Happy was slowly but steadily advancing closer to the frightened girl, in order to finally save her and get her out of this hell. The exiled clown leader immediately screamed hoarsely, demanding that the guys continue to attack fiercely and kill this pathetic, impudent one on the spot. However, no one even heard his order over the loud, heart-wrenching scream of one of the fighters, whose hand was being slowly cut off alive. It was real torture. In the end, all the nearest froze as if paralyzed. The mercenaries were immediately doused with a wave of hot blood. Even their leader fell silent instantly from such cruelty. Like a fish, he could not understand. Why was Happy winning so confidently? After all, they were much more numerous. They had the girl captive as a trump card. Moreover, the fight was taking place on their home territory. All advantages were theirs from the very beginning. However, this cursed freak was skillfully controlling the entire course of this battle like a puppeteer. In the end, the leader realized the so-called William who appeared had only one weak spot. It was his younger sister. He immediately loaded his crossbow, wanting to show the newcomer that very blood he was so desperate to get. Of course, Happy, ignoring the swings of blades around, immediately rushed to run to the girl to save her. But the leader perfectly understood. His crossbow was much faster than this guy. In the end, no matter how hard Happy tried to catch up, he still failed. The arrow whistled and struck flesh. However, this flesh belonged to the real William, who timely shielded his sister with his body. Without hesitation, Happy immediately pushed off, using his friend's body as support to soar onto the tunnel roof. There, grabbing the exiled clown's leader by the leg, he immediately forcefully threw the man onto the hard ground. After that, Happy asked William to step back and not interfere in this deadly fight, and only then did the leader realize with horror the one who came to them was not really William. It turned out the real William appeared when Happy was already fighting fiercely in the very epicenter of the battle. While all the exiled clowns were occupied with the hero, he managed to sneak up to the sister unnoticed and save her life. All William could do now after being wounded was to apologize to Happy for no longer being able to help him in the fight. However, the young man asked him to take care of his sister. From now on, Happy decided to fully trust him and give his all in this fight. Immediately after that, he really, like a true bloodthirsty beast, rushed back into the thick of the battle. Obviously, the friend really wanted to help Happy, even if it meant certain death. But he could only helplessly watch what was happening. What Happy was showing went far beyond an ordinary fight, or even a usual trial in the arena. It was a dance of death, a real slaughter. Obviously, seeing what a bloody massacre was unfolding, the exiled clown leader could not remain indifferent. He immediately loaded his crossbow with a heavy bolt and aimed to shoot the guy right in the back. However, unexpectedly, Happy shifted to the side, so the leader had to change the position of the crossbow in his hands once again. Only now did he realize with chilling horror he was changing the position of the weapon, not for the first time. Happy instinctively reacted every time he tried to shoot. He moved as if invisible eyes were everywhere on him, watching every corner, every movement of the enemy. At that very moment, hiding behind cover, William watched what was happening with a pounding heart. Obviously, at the same time, the young man was scared, but he could not help but admire his friend. When he saw Happy for the first time, he thought, "The guy just fights well, nothing more." Then he began to seriously think about how strong Happy really was in battle. And only now, having gone through all these bloody horrors, William learned the true answer to his question. It didn't matter who his friend's opponent was. Happy was literally unbeatable, like a living legend. Even the exiled clown leader seriously began to wonder, was this guy even human? Or was he something more, a real demon? In the end, he still aimed properly, after which he made a fatal shot towards the hero. It seemed the arrow should have pierced him through. However, the guy instantly dropped the sword he was holding in his bloodied hands. Immediately after that, he skillfully pulled the body of the guy he was fighting, so that he clearly hit the arrow's flight trajectory. Obviously, the guy screamed in pain, falling to the ground after the crossbow bolt pierced his body, and Happy at that moment had already switched to the other fighters, as if nothing had happened. Obviously, no one understood. Why was their leader only causing them more problems now? Because the subordinates did not know that it was literally impossible to aim at Happy due to his calculation and superhuman reaction. Since the leader had no choice but to support from afar, he also fiercely armed himself with his blades. He ordered his guys to step back because he himself would personally deal with this insolent scoundrel. He rushed at the hero like an enraged bull. The hero managed to dodge the first attack, bending like a flexible cat. Immediately after this followed a second, even more furious blow, from which the hero already defended himself using the sword stolen from the mercenaries. After that, he pushed the man away so that he would move far enough from him to continue the fight more safely. However, with each new swift movement of the hero, more and more bleeding wounds appeared on the body of the exiled clown leader. However, he could not allow Happy to win. After all, they could not remain mercenaries in this stinking hole all their lives. They had only just begun to take revenge on the king for everything, and had no intention of stopping. The man remembered the times when they were just cannon fodder for the king, rejects over whom everyone later mocked and laughed. All this time he was filled with burning hatred for these arrogant fools and clowns. And honestly, the behavior of the mercenary leader did not even surprise Happy. After all, he often observed similar things in the arena. He saw the lives of people filled only with hatred for the world, and the people who were to blame for their troubles. One day, the boy's adoptive father decided to seriously find out. Did he hate his parents for abandoning him to fate? However, when the little boy cried in response, the man gently ruffled his hair. He asked that the boy never allow hatred to consume his soul. Otherwise, he would become one of those he so despised. And now, looking at the leader of the clowns in exile, Happy saw he was even more terrible than those he had hated all his life. He also coldly explained to the man a harsh truth. People from the arena, filled with hatred, always ended the same way, in blood and mud. Now the leader will share their sad end, choking in a puddle of his own hot blood. Honestly, when the mercenary finally fell lifeless, William still could not believe this incredible victory for a long time. The beaten guy immediately began joyfully congratulating his comrade on the victory. At that moment, when the other mercenaries saw how Happy defeated the leader of the clowns in exile, they immediately began to panic and scatter, saving their lives. Only after they had completely left did the smiling young man begin to gradually fall to the cold ground, losing consciousness. William, of course, immediately ran to him. Despite having lost a lot of blood himself, he was determined to help his comrade at any cost. However, Happy immediately noticed how seriously wounded William was. Therefore, he suggested going to his home on the farm. After all, the kind grandmother had many healing medicines, thanks to which William would soon recover. William almost cried, looking at this touching scene. Even now, exhausted and powerless, Happy cared only about others, not himself. However, in the end, William still agreed to go home, because surely the soldiers would soon arrive at the central sewer. He wanted to leave before that unfortunate moment. At that very moment, the captain was creeping closer and closer to the lair. However, the commander was surprised that no one blocked their way on the road. The man even thought that the guard had arrived before them and had already cleared the road of bandits. However, when he entered the main room, he saw Happy's joyful smile. The captain did not understand. What was the smiling guy even doing here? What was far more important was that all the clowns in exile lay lifeless in heaps on the ground. This day became the very day when a whole gang of clowns in exile was defeated by just one person. Many of the mercenaries wandered around the district after the defeat, but without their leaders, they looked completely lost and confused. However, rumors started by one wounded soldier distorted the original story. William was seen as the victor, and it was believed that he defeated all the clowns in exile at once with a single sword. So the young man was called the hero of an entire era. Everyone whispered about him in the knightly order, calling him the great bounty hunter. Even in taverns, everyone incessantly talked about the couple, an ordinary student with incredible strength. Of course, among other things, heated conversations took place at the university, which greatly frightened the local students. They even reached that very aristocrat who once tried to kill William. Obviously, very soon, since everyone was whispering about it, the rumor reached even the king himself. In the end, before the official report on the case was ready, the fame of William had already spread faster than the wind. But even before the rumor spread, and barely after the battle ended, the wounded Happy rushed to the farm. Although his strength was running out, he ran with all his might, desperately clinging to the remnants of his fading consciousness. Soon the leader of the clowns in exile was imprisoned in a gloomy prison. However, looking at the captain of the knights, the prisoner could not believe it. The boy who used to clean up the mess for the other knights had now become the commander of an entire order. After a short silence, the captain admitted that he used to respect this man until he was exiled and became the leader of a rabble. The commander could not even imagine that the war hero would turn into the head of a gang of robbers and murderers. Obviously, the leader of the former clowns in exile blamed that very man for everything that had happened. And this is about the legendary warrior who 20 years ago, with one hand, took down the entire squad returning from the campaign. Back then, the leader of the clowns in exile only managed to escape by a miracle. He still clearly remembered that killer. That man held a baby in one hand, and with the other, cut down dozens of people left and right. That man killed everyone indiscriminately just because they got in his way. Of course, the king was furious at this story. The monarch declared that the then captain had made it all up and ordered to stop telling these crazy tales to some clowns. After which, he was exiled in disgrace. Immediately after that, the warrior savior became the disgrace of all the knights. No matter how much they mocked him at parties and drinking bouts, everyone called him a coward, a traitor, a deserter, and a madman. Everyone laughed at the poor man and cursed his name. In the end, the poor guy lost absolutely everything he had. However, now the prisoner understood. That monster he once met had appeared in this world again. After all, Happy, whom he met recently, was insanely similar to that man from the past. Now the current captain could go and tell the king how the young man with one hand laid down an entire army of mercenaries. The king, of course, will also call the captain a clown and drive him out of sight. But despite this, the man needed to find out. What kind of monster had then defeated his entire army? In the end, the captain of the knights withdrew from the dungeon. However, he promised to find out the whole truth. However, before finally leaving, the commander explained an important thing to the prisoner. None of his men died, apparently. The one who fought initially intended to save everyone's life. If that guy really had been a monster, he would have walked over others without hesitation, just like the mercenary leader himself when he tried to cold-bloodedly shoot the girl. So now the only real monster turned out to be himself, for which he was locked in this dungeon forever. At that very moment, despite the fact that dawn had already come, Happy was still running with all his might. He was extremely out of breath. The boy remembered such a situation had happened to him before. And then his adoptive father calmed the boy, asking him to breathe deeper and think about nothing. He saw then the boy's wounds were too deep and dangerous, and yet the adoptive father warned the little one that the enemy was still too strong for him. It was the first day when the hero truly began to understand what the arena really was. He also realized the harsh truth. In order to survive, he somehow had to become much stronger. But the mentor did not understand. Why was the boy so fixated on strong opponents? The man was well aware. The more Happy showed himself in the arena, the higher the expectations of their leader Lucastian would be. But Happy could not stop, because every time he thought about how his adoptive father would disappear forever, he thought about being killed, with a blade plunged into his chest, and after that, about how he would be thrown into a pit, and he would be lost there forever. The boy did not want to let this happen, He wanted to handle everything himself, as long as Dad did not get hurt. The child simply could not bear the thought of being left alone. After all, he only had an adoptive father, and no one else. However, in the end, he still lost him. Although the man was the whole world, warmth and light for the boy. For this reason, now Happy was running home, because he finally found a family that accepted him as he was, just like his adoptive father once did. While he was running to the house, he saw that it was surrounded by knights who were trying to stop him. However, Happy paid no attention to them. He immediately pushed all these guards away, breaking into the house. When he ran into the familiar walls, he breathed out with great relief, because he saw that his family was safe and sound. The knights, of course, burst into the house after him and immediately began pulling the boy out. Then Winnie, pushing the men aside, immediately rushed to the guy and, hugging him tightly, hung on his neck. She immediately exhaled with relief, rejoicing that the hero was all right. The girl also calmed the young man, stroking his head and explaining, "They were unharmed. Everything ended well." At that moment, the knights finally understood who this boy was to the family. So they stepped back, not disturbing their touching reunion. Happy gradually calmed his fear and slowly began to come to his senses. He remembered the words of his adoptive father. He asked the boy not to be sad, promising that one day a whole world would open up before him. And now the boy was truly happy, because he had found that very world. Now his main task was not to lose it again. Soon, with the onset of night, grandfather and grandmother put the wounded boy to bed, having carefully treated his numerous wounds beforehand. Although the knights received a tip about the arrival of the clown in exile at the farm, they never actually came here. But just in case, the guards left a patrol squad to keep watch through the night. While the patrol was patrolling the area, Cigar sat in a tree, trying to catch his breath after the exhausting battle. He perfectly understood. The farm would become much safer if this slave died. However, if the boy still failed to escape, it would be too hard to look into the eyes of his unfortunate relatives. Seeing how Winnie held the boy close to her, Cigar realized how much she was worried about the little one. As for Sagar, when he fought that mercenary, he managed to seriously wound the enemy, so it was unlikely she would return to them anytime soon. However, the man still decided to wait until the patrol finished their territory round to finally calm down. In the end, he lay down on a branch and continued to wait patiently. However, unexpectedly, a knight came to him, who, without even raising his gaze, understood that Sagar was nearby and reminded him he should not engage in unauthorized actions. Their goal was to kill the king, not to save people. Therefore, the guard warned, if Sagar deviated from their plans again, they would simply get rid of him. The man said nothing, listening carefully to the visitor, after which the latter also left unnoticed, leaving him in deep thought. The very next morning, 2 royal messengers arrived in the small town. They appeared before Happy and William with important news. These 2 were ordered to immediately go to the palace to meet the king himself. Of course, everyone whispered in confusion when they learned. Not only William, but also his servant was summoned to the court. Honestly, no one could have imagined the day would come when a slave would rise so high in status. After that, the 2 young men were taken to the palace and led to a separate room so that the boys could dress properly. William looked as if he had entered a fairy tale. The suit chosen for him seemed to be tailor-made, fitting perfectly. After that, the servant explained important things to William. When he enters the throne room, His Majesty will knight him. He will need to kneel and accept this rank. From now on, he will be accompanied by glory, wealth, and everyone will honor him as a hero. Of course, William bowed his head and confessed he did not deserve such a status. The headhunting and victory over the exiled clowns were not his merits. All of this was done by Happy, who was summoned along with him. All he could do was accompany his friend and hide forever. Therefore, the young man apologized for not warning immediately. He was not worthy of such a rank. However, the servant only sighed heavily and looked reproachfully at the young man. He explained he was well aware of the connection with Happy. His Majesty also knew everything when making the decision. If an illiterate slave became a knight, it would disgrace the entire kingdom. It's frightening to imagine the nobility's reaction at that moment. Therefore, at first, the king intended to free that slave and then raise him to the status of squire. Fortunately, throughout the kingdom, there is a rumor about William as an incredible hero, and also a wonderful story about how the best student of the best university in the kingdom became a knight. Of course, the truth about the real fighter was kept in the strictest secrecy. So, upon leaving, the servant asked that the boy not tell anyone about it. After that, he asked one last time that William come out when he was ready. After that, William entered the throne room and knelt before the monarch, and the king praised the boy for having completely eliminated the source of evil in the kingdom, showed his abilities, and proved that he was worthy to join the ranks of the knights. The king declared his qualities were great and beyond any doubt. After that, the monarch knighted the young man as a royal knight, and the crowd immediately applauded, welcoming the new hero. The king also ordered that the slave belonging to William be raised to the rank of knight squire, so that he could continue to accompany his master. The monarch expected further exploits from these two that would elevate the kingdom. Soon all the formalities were completed. They returned to the palace chambers to change back. Even the maids continued to whisper excitedly about William. After all, he was not only smart, but also a true, handsome young man. The student himself had to apologize to his friend for everything that had happened. The situation got out of control with his undeserved reward, and with the fact that he had put the farm family in mortal danger. However, Happy perfectly understood that the horror was avoided only because William was by his side. If Happy had been alone, he wouldn't have known what to do and would have lost everything. Unfortunately, the boy still knew little about the world and did not know how to react properly in different situations as William did. Moreover, the boy had no idea that walking at night was dangerous and didn't even know about the existence of bandits. And when they attacked his friend's family and kidnapped his sister, he had no idea that he needed to report it to the guard and simply chased after the culprits. The only thing the hero could do was just fight. If it weren't for William, he wouldn't have been able to save his friend's sister and would have lost his new family. Therefore, the young man believed, among all the people he had met, it was William who was the strongest of all. He made important decisions without delay. This was not the kind of strength that a trained body possesses. The boy learned a lot by watching his comrade. Therefore, Happy suggested continuing to work together without losing themselves. At that moment, looking at each other, the friends understood. They had already laid the foundation for their strong, long-lasting friendship. William swore to himself. From now on, he would neither run away nor hide behind his friend's back. The young man confessed to Happy that since circumstances had turned out this way, he wanted to become his true self, not live in pretense. He also wanted to become strong so that such a thing would never happen again. From now on, William promised to try to teach Happy everything he knew himself. In return, he wanted his friend to teach him how to be strong. And of course the hero snorted with surprise but agreed. He promised that he would teach his comrade absolutely everything he himself could do. After that, the two went to greet their new colleagues, after which they could calmly go home. However, when they came to the knightly order, a noisy scandal immediately began there. Although the knights were ready to recognize William, they could not accept that some miserable slave had become a squire. One of them, Finn, could not believe it. The one who an hour ago was walking as a slave now wanted to be on equal footing with them. Therefore, the angry young man immediately threw a wooden sword at Happy's feet, making it clear he would not accept such a decision of the king. He also swore to the hero that he would show everyone he was not worthy to walk here among the knights. Of course, William asked the warrior to stop all this nonsense. This was the king's decision, and they were also not free to choose. But the knight was even more surprised by these words, because it seemed that William accepted some slave as his equal. He thought that perhaps the blood after the battle with the exiled clowns had not yet cooled in the boy's veins. Therefore, the aristocrat reminded him, now William was a knight, deserving respect and honor. He was a true hero, And Happy was different. He was a rootless scoundrel, a rude black one, a funny fool. Honestly, William could only pray that this guy would finally shut up and calm down. After such words, the situation could no longer be resolved peacefully. Of course, William expected a negative reaction, but the knight was clearly overdoing the insults. The noble young man himself also noticed the boy's agitation. Finn realized his agitation revealed that the worthless servant had ridden on his comrade's neck, thanks to which he ended up here. He wanted Happy to feel all his worthlessness. Then he himself would want to get out of here as soon as possible. At the same time, the former slave calmly explained. He understood what his position was and asked his friend not to worry. After all, he was ready to fight. After that, the two immediately stood on the sand to conduct a sparring match. Happy immediately grabbed the sword and held it point down, inviting his opponent to start the fight. Experienced knights in the crowd immediately laughed at the young man, who didn't even know how to properly hold a weapon. So it seemed to them as if he had taken a sword in his hands for the first time. But the aristocrat angrily thought. Happy clearly did not understand the seriousness of the situation. This was not a friendly duel. They were about to show him what happens when you try to become a knight without abilities or status. In the end, the aristocrat raised the blade high above his head to bring down all his strength on the hero and immediately aimed it straight at his jaw. Of course, Happy easily blocked this pathetic strike with his wooden sword. The aristocrat was sure he had scared many young men with his mastery of the knightly sword. Moreover, he believed that for a slave who had been kicked all his life, it was a great honor to be fought with a knightly sword. In the end, the battle continued. However, Happy only deflected attacks and did not counterattack. All the knights only mocked the boy, considering him a slow, incapable degenerate. The aristocrat intended to beat the hero half to death so that he would no longer show up among the knights. And obviously, William, watching this from the side, perfectly understood. His friend was only pretending. In the end, the time came for the final attack of the aristocrat. So he raised his sword above his head with more force. At that very moment, the slave calmly dropped the blade from his hands, then attacked the boy with a raised fist. Obviously, from that blow, he immediately fell to his knees and grabbed his throat. Gasping for air, the crowd immediately roared, calling Happy an ill-mannered bastard who dared to desecrate this knightly sword. They considered him unworthy since he fought back, and besides, he fought as if he were in a tavern with drunks. Listening to all these shouts, William clearly realized, in fact, this fight posed no slightest threat to Happy. Perhaps he didn't even feel pain from the blows. But the arrogant aristocratic knight was very lucky that Happy only used his fists. If he had struck with a real sword, the boy would have long been dead. However, honestly, even from a punch, the young aristocrat shriveled on the spot. He had never felt such intense pain in his life. The pain from that single blow was far worse than all the years of training combined. For this reason, he looked at the slave, whom he despised, as if he were the devil incarnate. At the same time, the hero himself asked the boy not to give up, because if he succumbed to the pain now, he would lose battles he could easily win. Happy clearly saw. The aristocrat's gaze revealed the truth. He started sparring with him because he wanted to win. Therefore, the former slave asked that the opponent rise from the ground and continue to endure. In the end, for the knight, this lesson turned out to be completely different from those he learned in training. Of course, he could not admit that now he was being taught by a simple squire, and moreover, a slave. However, at that moment, Happy raised his hand to strike with a smile. For it was his turn to attack. In the end, with a single punch, he shattered the wooden sword into splinters. So it immediately fell to the side of the crowd. At that moment, the captain ran to the cries of the crowd, not understanding what these kids had even done here. Fortunately, he appeared at the last moment. So Happy did not have time to deliver his final blow to the aristocrat. The captain scolded his charges for deciding to give the newcomers a warm welcome instead of bringing them to him. He also reminded them that he personally chose and brought these two young men into the order. If the knights were dissatisfied with anything, they should have spoken to him personally. After that, he also approached the insolent Finn, who seemed to be the most dissatisfied with the elder's decision. Of course, the same one immediately screamed in fear, apologizing to the captain. Right after that, everyone lined up strictly, one after another, admitting their guilt. At the captain's single signal, they immediately rushed away to hide from his stern gaze and avoid severe punishment. When everyone had scattered, the captain needed some time to compose himself. However, turning to the young men, he promised they would no longer cross paths with those aristocrats. After all, as is known, he accepted them into the order, not for service, but so they would shine as heroes. This meant the young men would have neither training nor tasks, only to learn court etiquette and appear at social events. And for William, this was a great opportunity. After all, this way he could demonstrate his abilities, and Happy would be freed from the negative reaction to his status. So everything was going better than ever. However, William still wanted at least to watch the training from afar. Of course, the captain was surprised by the boy's persistence. After all, it was not part of his duties. However, William knew if he kept pretending, sooner or later, the day would come when he would have to show himself. When that happened, he would blame himself again for weakness. The young man no longer wanted to be ashamed and run away from problems. He wanted to become someone who could firmly hold not only a pen, but also a sword. Honestly, the captain was struck by the boy's words. The king tried to make him just a beautiful mask. However, now the real face was breaking through that mask. Obviously, the captain thought, if William wants to attend the training, then the former slave would go with him, and he turned out to be right. After all, these two promised each other to always be together and become stronger. Looking at that smile, the captain remembered everything he had learned about this young man up to that moment. He knew Happy was a slave whom Lucastian had raised since infancy. More precisely, he was raised in the arena that belonged to Lucastian. The assistant studied the records about the arena. All recent fighters there were nothing but criminals. But earlier, there was an unimaginable number of strong fighters. In those times, wars were common. Therefore, prisoners from the battlefield filled the arena, and obviously, having grown up among such strong warriors, Happy was the strongest among the strongest. But, unfortunately, that was all the information the assistant could obtain about the young man at that moment. The captain realized, if Lucastian were alive, they could have learned more about Happy from him. Moreover, all records concerning Happy were marked with a classification of unknown. The assistant explained. Lucastian owned territories in other regions as well. After all, he traveled all over the world. If they followed Lucastian's trail, they could find out much more about the boy. However, since Edward himself had long ago been tried and executed, further investigation had absolutely no relation to their order. So for continuing this delicate investigation, they needed a special, weighty reason. And although the captain was not completely sure about his guesses, for some reason he stubbornly felt Happy could somehow be connected to one of the incidents from the past. After all, data from that region strangely and suspiciously coincided with a well-known case to him. However, be that as it may, the knight perfectly understood. The investigation could quite well wait. For now, he just wanted to watch the boy, to see what else these two friends would get up to. However, there is an old saying, a fisherman sees another fisherman from afar. So these two clearly met not by chance at all. Both could bring considerable problems to those around them. But despite this troubling circumstance, it was already clear. These two truly have a great future. After all, their knight felt a long-forgotten resolve rising within him, which had cooled ever since he took the post of commander. His whole body literally began to awaken, as if after a long, exhausting sleep. In the end, the commander promised the boys he would satisfy their curiosity. However, for now, he suggested leaving everything as it is, not to rush things. Later, They will be able to resolve all pressing issues without haste. Soon, after finishing all official business, Happy finally returned home. He joyfully gave his grandmother and grandfather the official paper that stated he had become a knight squire. And of course, the shock experienced by these two venerable old men was simply hard to describe in words. Their jaws literally dropped in amazement. The hero, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out where Mrs. Vinny had gone. It turned out she had gone to work. Then the boy also showed his grandmother and grandfather the award that was solemnly presented to him. He entrusted it completely, without reservation, to his relatives. Grandfather immediately greedily grabbed the hefty pouch. It seemed to him that such happiness simply could not be real, that it was all just a dream. Grandmother simply could not believe that Happy had achieved all this in such a short time. The boy asked if he could go to training with William, and of course, the woman immediately sent the hero on his way. After all, he was now a free man. He was not obliged to help them with anything and could manage his own time. However, Happy still persistently promised to do everything necessary around the house as soon as he returned from training. So Grandpa immediately kindly and with sincere joy saw his grandson off on his way. Looking at her husband, Grandmother could not speak. How had the boy changed so drastically? And the old man fully realized this child was a true, precious blessing of their family. 2 days later in the order, as promised earlier, William and Happy began their difficult path to power. They, as agreed, came to the training ground to watch the knights from the side. However, while they were still training, Happy immediately began making mental bets on the fighters. After all, he instantly recognized who among them was the best. This guy was the best because he not only skillfully wielded his blade, but also carefully maintained the perfect distance between himself and the opponent, and also flawlessly shifted the center of gravity of his body. This was only possible if he kept perfectly straight. And the more attentively William observed the fighters, the faster he began to understand everything. First, the warrior established the center of gravity. Only then did he put his sword into action. His stance was clearly different from the others, and he moved much more nimbly. Even at the same speed as the enemy, he calculated the trajectory differently. Therefore, the advantage was always on his side in any situation. Happy was genuinely surprised by the observance and deep analysis of his friend. After all, these invaluable skills will help him become stronger in the shortest time. When William's wounds have fully healed, they will be able to try to repeat these exercises on their own. In the end, the gazes of these two were completely focused on the best warrior. So all the knights were convinced these two are much more perceptive than they seem at first glance. After all, they immediately identified the best among many fighters. Immediately after observing the training sessions, these two went to the majestic royal library to study there in silence. William patiently spent precious time teaching his friend literacy, and they started with reading. Finally, they repeated all the letters. Therefore, William asked his friend to try reading a whole sentence. However, despite the sentence being quite difficult, the hero read it aloud without a single hesitation. William was even surprised, not understanding how his friend managed it. However, he began to guess some unknown letters based on what his friend patiently taught him. After that, figuring out the cardinal directions, he understood where north and east were. He also began solving math problems. For example, the daily ration per soldier is 3 loaves of bread per day. The campaign lasted 20 days. 400 people participated. However, the boy quickly calculated that in this case, 24,000 loaves were needed. Looking at the hero's ability to learn, William quickly realized that his friend had a true academic mindset. Initially, he thought that he lacked the basics, but they were quite solid. Moreover, Happy freely applied them, which allowed him to learn rapidly. However, William did not strain his friend too much. They had already studied enough for today. Therefore, he suggested continuing the lessons the next day. In the end, they left the library. It was already late at night outside. Honestly, Happy didn't even notice how swiftly time flew by and it got dark. In the end, he immediately said goodbye to his friend and quickly ran to his grandmother and grandfather. He still had to help them around the house as he promised. William saw off his friend with a warm smile, then squeezed a thick volume in his hands. It was a book on knightly techniques. He wanted to study it thoroughly so as not to fall behind his comrade's success. Winnie was also finishing work when it was already very dark outside. Returning home at night was dangerous, so she even thought about spending the night in her shop. Moreover, the woman continued to worry anxiously about Happy. After all, she didn't know what had happened since he was summoned to the palace, and 3 whole days had passed. Unfortunately, due to exhausting work, she still couldn't get home, and she really wanted to see the hero. However, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Of course, Winnie immediately approached and explained to the client. They were closed. However, behind the door was the hero himself. He came to pick up the lady because he knew she stayed late at her workplace. When they were already walking home, it turned out, grandfather asked to see her off because he knew that his granddaughter, as always, would work late into the night. Moreover, they all patiently waited for her in order to bring her to the festive table. At first, Winnie did not understand what the occasion for this celebration was. Only later did she remember. The hero had returned from the royal palace, and most likely everything went well. The young man joyfully explained. The king granted him long-awaited freedom and appointed him a knight squire. Of course, this was simply amazing news. Now she began to understand why grandfather sent for her. She immediately shyly decided to find out from the boy what he would like to receive as a gift. She wanted to give him some special present. However, the hero was content with the fact that the lady became happier from this news. This was not surprising. Winnie imagined how very happy grandmother and grandfather must have been when they heard this joyful news, and indeed both venerable elders were extremely glad. Everything ended well, and they sincerely believed now their affairs would improve. Moreover, the hero was pleased that now the girl would not have to work so much. Finally, Happy was able to achieve something worthwhile and would be able to protect them all. After that, the young man walked a little ahead, lighting the way with a torch for the 2 of them. Getting emotional, the girl immediately placed her hand on his strong back and pressed her head against him, quietly thanking the hero. All this was only possible thanks to him. For the first time in her life, she could rely on someone. The young man noticed that she had started crying, so the girl hastily wiped away her tears. After that, she decided to find out whether he had taken the medicines prepared for him. And fortunately, with their help, he slept better than before. Soon the 2 of them returned home, where their grandfather was already waiting, having gathered many guests in the yard. It was a real feast on their farm. Even the arriving storekeeper thought Grandpa was really celebrating, and he did not fully understand the reasons for such generous merriment. At that moment, Cigar also approached Happy, shook the boy's hand, congratulating him on now becoming one of the knights, and frightened Winnie, approaching her father on legs unsteady from excitement, reminded her dad. This was supposed to be a simple family dinner. She wanted to know, how many people had he invited? It turned out the man had summoned the entire district. Butchers and shopkeepers, blacksmiths and traders, all without exception came. Obviously, the girl wanted to know, where did grandfather get such an amount of money? Then she learned that the old man had spent the hero's reward. The young lad calmly explained. He was given a certain sum of money when he was appointed as a squire. And honestly, Winnie was truly shocked when she realized her grandfather had spent absolutely all the money honestly earned by the hero. However, he was only sincerely happy, because the aftertaste of spending money was very pleasant. At that moment, the quite drunk townspeople suggested the old man make a toast, and he immediately declared loudly, they all must drink to Happy, the future royal knight. Watching all this merry revelry, the boy could only clap his hands and rejoice along with the others. After that, many approached him and sincerely congratulated him on his new appointment. The grandfather, looking at everything happening, was very proud of himself, while Winnie was not too pleased with the foolish spending of money. Therefore, the grandfather had to explain the truth to his granddaughter. Although the king made the boy free, the very fact that he was a slave will not change. He will be haunted by this stigma, and there will be people who will not want to acknowledge him and will harm him. That is why he arranged this feast, so that people would understand. Happy is their family. To harm Happy means to harm their family. The boy had already proven more than once how much they meant to him. Therefore, now it was their time to show how much the boy meant to them. Winnie finally understood her grandfather's wise plan. However, he should have explained everything right away and not made her worry. However, Grandpa just wanted everyone to try and show the boy what it means to live in a family, all together. And turning to the hero, the girl was already admiring how he smiled sincerely. Not because of illness, surrounded by other people. Obviously, William also came to this party. As soon as he appeared on it, Happy was very glad to see his friend. He pointed to the tables that were bursting with delicious food and suggested to his friend to try them together. However, first of all, William asked the hero to spend time with his father. The man stood for a long time in front of the young man, unable to find words to start the conversation. Finally, bowing deeply, he offered sincere apologies for the rude, thoughtless words that were directed at the fighter. Only when the life of his entire family was under mortal threat did the father realize how incredibly foolish and blind he had been before. Now the man sincerely repented his actions. However, Happy bore him no grudge. Moreover, the guy had never felt any ill will towards his friend's family. After these words, the two men firmly shook each other's hands, while the other family members watched this touching scene of reconciliation from afar. Finally, a little girl approached the hero. Shyly shifting from foot to foot, William's younger sister warmly thanked Happy for saving her and timidly handed him a small but dear gift. The fighter immediately bowed respectfully before the little girl and carefully took the embroidery from her tiny palms. At that very moment, the approaching grandfather literally dragged the new guests along with him, insistently demanding that they, together with the entire noisy company, raise their glasses to the glorious victory. Watching the merry crowd from the side, the gravedigger perfectly understood. Now he could eat his fill, drink to his heart's content, and then go dig his own grave. Honestly, looking at this joyful old farmer was painfully sickening and unbearable. However, the man still promised Cigar. If he also achieved something in life, the gravedigger would definitely throw him a grand feast. After all, the young guy still had something to strive for, unlike himself. After these bitter words, the old man went away. He had run out of drink and needed to bring more. The man did not show any sign that he was gnawed by some heavy thought after that fateful meeting in the forest. Then the mercenary who approached Cigar announced, the date was finally set, in 2 months, at the solemn opening ceremony of the nightly tournament. When thousands of eyes would be fixed on the arena, their team had to accomplish the impossible: kill the vile king. The time until the nightly tournament flew by with dizzying speed. Now, at the huge stadium, an innumerable crowd had gathered, eagerly watching the warriors fighting in the arena. As has been customary since time immemorial, a grand festival was held every year for participation in tournament battles. 10 of the best knights of the kingdom and 10 of the most promising squires were chosen for it. For the latter, it was an invaluable opportunity to fight in battle against the most renowned knights themselves. If one proved oneself worthy in the tournament, it was possible to receive the much-desired title much faster. For this very reason, the competitive selection among squires was always extremely fierce and merciless. Happy carefully read the text of the announcement, trying to understand the meaning of what was written. The young man realized that it was about the selection, but he did not manage to finish reading. Some arrogant squire rudely pushed him away. The aristocrat sneered mockingly, looking at Happy, making it clear. No matter how much the fighter burned a hole with his gaze in this paper, it still would not teach him to read properly. The noble youth condescendingly advised the slave not to even dream of participating in the selection. After all, his family, armed with immeasurable wealth, belonged to one of the most influential houses of the kingdom. They invested the lion's share of funds in organizing this tournament, maintaining the arena, purchasing equipment, arranging the premises, and even the prize fund. Their noble house was responsible for all this, and this, of course, meant only one thing. The victory in the tournament rightfully had to belong exclusively to them, and of course it would be extremely unpleasant and inappropriate if some stinky slave appeared there. Which the high-born lad did not forget to sarcastically remind Happy. Therefore, the aristocrat strongly asked the ragged one not to meddle in matters that were not his, for not only this noble squire was categorically against the hero's appearance in the tournament, the families of other contenders also wished that the former gladiator did not forget his true place in this world. After these words, the arrogant squire approached one of the knights. After all, other warriors had already told him how this guy had beaten Happy quite well on their very first day of acquaintance. However, the story that was retold to the knight was distorted beyond recognition. Supposedly, it was the warrior who dealt the blows to Happy, and he could not even properly defend himself. Therefore, in despair, he resorted to forbidden fist techniques, and only then did he achieve victory. So the squire only scornfully mocked the guy who, in his opinion, was little different in battle from a helpless infant. At that very moment, Happy frankly admitted. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the tournament at all. However, after the arrogant story of the aristocrat, he suddenly wanted to see this legendary tournament with his own eyes. However, it seems that even this news hardly excited the noble youth. He perfectly understood that Happy had no chance of winning. Moreover, the former gladiator simply would not even be allowed to the selection. After that, the whole crowd of noble squires left, maliciously laughing at the poor Whig. Everyone except for that very beaten knight, who had experienced the true strength of the hero firsthand. Soon William read aloud to Happy the contents of the note. It said that the exam in liberal arts was added for the first time as a mandatory admission to the tournament. This meant only one thing. Before selecting worthy participants, it was necessary to carefully assess their level of education and knowledge. Apparently, in this cunning way, the organizer family tried to completely exclude Happy from the competition without tarnishing their own reputation. At that moment, the squire approached one of the strongest in the entire group, secretly handing him a sealed letter. Inside were the answers to the upcoming liberal arts exam. However, the knight refused to accept them, rightly believing that such help was simply not needed. Of course, the squire knew this perfectly well. After all, this talented young man was always famous for being unquestionably first in absolutely everything. However, if the warrior made even a single mistake, he risked losing his honorable first place and disgracing the honor of the entire noble family. In the end, although the knight did not want to, he still had to accept the sheet with answers, so as not to risk the family's reputation in vain. Then the cunning squire confessed with feigned modesty. He really wanted their influential families to share first place equally. Therefore, the youth suggested that the acquaintance try hard to create such a wonderful picture of celebration for both houses. At that time, Happy explained to his friend. Although at first he really did not think about participating in the contest, now he was quite provoked. So the hero was eager to test himself in this matter. However, the comrade's determination only upset William. After all, the fighter obviously did not have as much precious time to thoroughly study all the necessary material as the other contenders. Therefore, in knowledge, Happy was catastrophically behind the competitors. Even if they devoted the entire remaining week selflessly to studying, it still would not be enough. However, William understood. If the examiner's intentions were so obvious and they desperately wanted to fail Happy in the test, then the student could anticipate some questions in advance. Honestly, for the hero, this sounded like something out of pure fantasy, so the friend had to explain in detail. It turned out that William received the highest marks at the prestigious university, not because he tirelessly crammed at night. The young man simply understood the true intentions and logic of the examiners much better than the others. If they were lucky, they would guess a good part of the questions, and then they could quite count on a passing score. However, the chances of success still remained negligible, but even for such a fleeting result, Happy required complete dedication and iron will. Thus, the week flew by in exhausting studies, and Happy still passed the liberal arts exam. If the hero had even one miserable point less, he would have mercilessly failed. However, even with such a modest result, the fighter amazed the crowd of envious people who spectacularly failed even this elementary test. In the end, only a month remained before the tournament, and Happy's unexpected success infuriated many noble young men. The head of the organizer family could not believe that this slave somehow incredibly passed the selection. After all, the boy could barely read. The youth was absolutely convinced Happy must have cheated in the most brazen way. Especially outraged were those noble families whose sons passed the exam noticeably worse than some miserable slave. They fiercely scolded their children for being more ignorant than some ragged arena drifter, and those who knew that Happy spent day and night poring over books secretly felt ashamed of themselves. Half angry were also the stern supervisors who personally evaluated the exam papers. In Happy's answers, they heard references to the values and tactics of heroes from long-past wars. For example, the fighter wrote, "In war, the sacred desire to protect the people must unconditionally suppress the blind desire to crush the enemy." Therefore, the tactics he mentioned in the answer were specifically intended to destroy enemy power. But all this was done exclusively to save precious lives. These were words that Happy's adoptive father once told him. And honestly, these profound words from the very depths of the soul shook the captain of the guard, who also participated in the exam evaluation. Frankly speaking, the examiners were in complete confusion. What grade should they give this unusual young man? Formally, they were obliged to fail him due to the strict conditions set by the organizers. However, hearing all these envious whispers around, the captain could not allow such a thing. Therefore, the warrior decisively gave Happy his personal point. Initially, the commander hoped very much that the hero would wisely not participate in the tournament, as it inevitably created huge chaos and problems. But now, having heard his answers, the captain completely changed his opinion. Happy was not just a thoughtless fighter, he possessed the noble heart of a warrior. Now the commander finally understood why Lucastian risked his own life to protect this boy. For this reason, the captain literally could not wait to see with his own eyes what a glorious path this amazing young man would take. Before the grueling exam, Happy decided to ask his comrade if he was going to participate in the selection. After all, William was also a knight, which meant he did not have to take the liberal arts exam, and the young man only had to take part directly in the tournament itself. However, the student honestly believed, with his current modest skills, he was in no way fit to be a true knight under the supervision of a mentor. He would be immediately exposed and disgraced. For this reason, the hero decided to cautiously find out. Would the friend change his categorical opinion if he actually learned to fight with dignity? As a result, soon the entire crowd of squires saw the joint training of these two, diligently preparing for the tournament. However, the observers believed that it was the noble knight William who generously trained his squire personally, saying what a kind guy he was, helping the boy with his studies, and now teaching him the sword. However, the arrogant aristocratic squire was firmly convinced. William was simply wasting his precious strength in vain. After all, this young man had a simply terrible, clumsy stance, as if he were swinging not a graceful sword, but a heavy club. Moreover, the expert perfectly understood. If Happy stepped out against him in a real fight with such pathetic skills, the aristocrat would instantly smash the ragamuffin against the wall like an annoying fly. After that, the noble youths withdrew so as not to embarrass the two with their awkward presence. Surely Happy was already incredibly ashamed of his disgrace, which is why he hid in the dark barn like a frightened rat. At that very moment, waving a wooden sword, Happy was actually meticulously copying his friend. Every movement, every strike, all weapon handling without exception. And honestly, the student even felt embarrassed by how ridiculous they looked from the outside. Moreover, William clearly understood that those mocking guys had thoroughly ridiculed them and left. When the young man looked closely at his friend, he realized it was complete bedlam and chaos. The perfect picture that the student had imagined in his head did not at all match the harsh reality. Right now, Happy insistently asked William to fight him with full strength so they could correct all the flaws in his stance. The fighter decided to repeat every movement of his comrade and point out exactly what needed to be fixed. As gradual improvement took place, Happy would tirelessly adapt to his friend. In the remaining month before the tournament, William needed to defeat the hero by all possible and impossible means. Of course, the student had no idea how anyone could fight exactly like himself. It seemed physically impossible. However, the hero simply smiled calmly and radiantly at his friend, confidently handed him the wooden sword, and explained unflappably. It was his turn to help William with all his might in return for all that selfless help. Time relentlessly moved forward. The other arrogant knights and confident squires did not worry at all about the trials. They felt their superiority and were absolutely convinced they would advance far in the tournament without much effort. William continued his relentless training and finally truly understood. He had learned to anticipate every move of his opponent. Even by just one look at the fighter, one could accurately predict his next action. In the end, the student once again rushed at Happy with the wooden blade raised. However, Happy skillfully and effortlessly parried all his furious strikes. Ultimately, the young man realized his mistake. He reacted too late. It was necessary to better choose the perfect moment to attack. After all, futile strikes drained an unacceptably large amount of his precious strength. The student needed to simultaneously skillfully dodge, maintain a reliable defense, and also constantly change the distance to the opponent. Now, finally, when William himself took up the sword and simply watched the duels from the side, he began to truly understand what was what. Their duel was like an exciting game of chess. While a person fought, he had to flawlessly predict every move of the enemy and build his own impeccable strategy. In this cruel world, Happy always fought like this, and now finally William began to grasp his mastery. However, suddenly, without noticing it himself, the student rashly exposed himself to a strike and panicked, because the attack needed to be urgently blocked. However, very soon the young man realized a regular block would not help against this swift lunge here. A much better tactic was a daring counterattack. In the end, Happy, pretending to be William, could not oppose anything. For at that very moment, the tip of the wooden blade already touched his bare neck. Then the fighter understood. William skillfully pretended to want to strike on a slanting trajectory, but in reality made a lightning-fast lunge to an open spot. Therefore, the hero sincerely praised his friend for having already achieved his 300th consecutive victory. However, in reality, William perfectly understood. He barely managed to win this exhausting duel. By that moment, only one day remained until the decisive qualifiers. During the intense month, William reshaped himself countless times, perfecting every movement. However, the student was still more amazed by his amazing friend, who perfectly copied all his mistakes, habits, and even strategic techniques. Honestly, the young man still could not comprehend how Happy so flawlessly copied his fighting style, as it could not be called mere adaptation to the opponent. It was something more. At that very moment, the young man sat down next to William and suggested finishing training earlier today and properly resting before the qualifying trials. Not long ago, a student came to the commander, and he forbade William from participating in the qualifying stage. The captain suggested the young man simply stand next to him and calmly watch the selection so that he would not worry unnecessarily. His sole task was to majestically sit beside the captain and the king himself, greeting the jubilant people. However, the commander was extremely surprised that this young man came to him with such a question. The knight assumed that the lad would wisely not want to participate. After all, he was worried that experienced warriors would quickly uncover his deception, and indeed, William knew perfectly well. Engaging in a fierce battle with real knights after only a month of training was pure madness. Of course, in the last classes, the student exceeded his own abilities and expectations. But compared to the many years of training of real knights, it was absolutely nothing. And yet, despite all these obvious facts, the young man really wanted to participate in the qualifying fights for the tournament. No matter how you twist it, at first he still had no progress at all. And William wanted to start precisely with experiencing his complete failure as a warrior firsthand. The captain knew perfectly well. This problem concerned not only the most stubborn boy. Serious trouble would come to everyone if the youth's secret was revealed before the crowd. However, William still turned out to be incredibly stubborn and unyielding. In the end, the commander pondered for a long time while the student literally begged him with a piercing look, persistently asking to be allowed to the trials. Finally, the very long-awaited qualifying day for the tournament arrived the next day. The aristocrat did not forget to hintingly remind the fact that their influential families generously funded the entire tournament, and the selection must be fair and impartial. The first duel was supposed to take place between the hero William and an experienced second-rank knight. All the spectators were amazed and puzzled. After all, none of them were supposed to participate in the qualifiers. So everyone reasonably concluded, perhaps the warriors wanted to clearly demonstrate by their own example how to conduct a fair tournament. Shortly before the duel itself, the captain asked his assistant to be gentler with William. As the commander mentioned earlier, the young man had never seriously held a sword before. His fervent zeal so far significantly exceeded his actual combat skills. It was necessary to play it so that everything looked plausible. After all, the lad had trained a lot to master at least the basic fundamentals of fencing, so it was better to finish the demonstration fight quickly, before anyone suspected anything. Finally, before the duel began, the captain and his faithful assistant exchanged meaningful glances, reminding each other of the promise. All this time, the experienced knight wondered what exactly Happy was like in battle. Since the fighter defeated a whole gang of clown outcasts, he deserved sincere recognition from the Brotherhood of Knights. However, the duel barely started when, with one light, swift stroke, William knocked the opponent off balance. In the end, the confused examiner had to strictly explain to the too hasty youth he had not even counted down from 3 to 1. Only after the official signal could the fight begin, according to all the rules. Of course, immediately stepping back, William began to apologize in a guilty voice for being too nervous and entering the fight too early. At that moment, all the observing knights reasonably concluded. William decided to clearly demonstrate to the participants a typical mistake of inexperienced novices, how to do something categorically inappropriate. At the same time, the captain's assistant, with panic in his eyes, turned to his commander as if not understanding what to do next. And honestly, the captain himself could not even imagine, not even in his wildest dreams, that William had learned to fight so virtuously. He remembered the young man's solemn words that he wanted to become a person capable of firmly holding not only a graceful pen, but also a formidable sword. Only the commander did not expect that William would so swiftly fulfill this sacred oath. Only one person from the observing crowd knew the whole truth of this incredible success. Happy. The more the fighter repeated each movement after William, the more clearly he understood. He was creating an almost perfect swordsman bit by bit. Now the hero was proud of himself and his friend. William's entire fighting style was truly unique and unparalleled. Honestly, by the end of their exhausting training, even Happy found it not easy at all to fight with swords against his comrade. The captain watching the young duelist clearly saw William still lacked sufficient brute strength and also lacked lightning-fast speed, but at the same time, the student possessed extraordinary tactical thinking and constantly executed precise, flawless finishing thrusts. Each time the young man made complex, but at the same time, the only correct decisions in the heat of battle. At first, everyone thought it was an ordinary demonstration battle, but in an instant, William confused the opponent so skillfully that colossal experience was felt in every one of his movements. All the observing spectators saw, these fighters were literally going nose to nose, not giving an inch to each other. Both warriors were extremely serious and focused, so this was not even remotely like a staged demonstration match. William also saw that his opponent was clearly showing weaknesses intentionally for now. If the knight really wanted to, he could easily end the duel with just one crushing blow. So the student quickly understood. The opponent was consciously holding himself back, playing a role. The young man guessed everything as soon as he and the captain exchanged eloquent glances. Let William still not know or be able to do much. However, he wholeheartedly wanted to make the opponent give his all. Therefore, the student decided to put absolutely all of himself into this battle without reserve. However, suddenly, to everyone's amazement, the knight himself unexpectedly surrendered. In the end, the demonstration duel was solemnly concluded at that point. The fighters respectfully shook hands, and William tried with all his might to hold back the tremor that seized his exhausted body. After this tense fight, the student realized that he lacked much for a true victory. Because of this, he never managed to identify the true strengths of such an experienced opponent. However, the captain carefully noted, the youth fought much more skillfully than they all initially expected. So the commander was incredibly curious to find out what harsh training this guy had undergone over the month. When the assistant approached the captain, he warmly thanked the warrior for the knight stopping the duel in time. He said the assistant played his difficult role excellently. However, in reality, the knight interrupted the fight not because it was planned that way. He simply physically could not continue the battle any further. Only then did the captain pay close attention to the leg of his faithful assistant, which was treacherously shaking in convulsions. It turns out that from the very beginning of the duel, William methodically aimed precisely at the opponent's left ankle. Then the student deliberately filled the battle with a huge number of swift lunges, thereby constantly forcing the opponent to actively use his vulnerable left leg. The longer the fight lasted, the more destructive impact was inflicted on his much-suffering ankle. Therefore, the knight decided that he could no longer hold out honorably in the fight. So the assistant could say with full confidence, he truly lost this battle on all counts. At that time, the other observing knights, even the best and most experienced among them, clearly understood. William had more than enough opportunities to end the fight earlier, before the opponent honorably surrendered. If the student had been a bit sharper, he would definitely have won this duel decisively and unconditionally. However, Happy calmly explained to the spectators, William was waiting for a powerful attack from the opponent. This would give the young man the opportunity to counterattack and inflict maximum damage using limited strength. Honestly, all the knights froze in silent shock, not believing their own ears that such words were spoken by some former slave. Immediately, Finn attacked the audacious lad, considering him just a miserable degenerate who knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. Yet he dared to boldly open his filthy mouth and talk about tactics. The knight sternly ordered the slave not to behave as if he knew absolutely everything in the world. However, very soon, looking at the hero's serene smile, the enraged warrior bit his lip and fell silent, confused. After this lad humiliatingly beat him and knocked the arrogance out of him, the knight began to feel some strange, contradictory sympathy for Happy. On one hand, the fighter infuriated him to madness with his impudence. But his harmless, smiling face constantly confused the warrior, preventing him from getting completely angry. Moreover, the knight irritably noted, it seemed William and Happy behaved as if they were incredibly close and had known each other for a long time. Therefore, the warrior explained, among all the knights, there were few who would teach a slave as diligently as the noble William did. Usually arrogant warriors made their students clean the stables instead of fighting them one-on-one on equal terms. So Happy was incredibly lucky to have such a mentor. Moreover, the young man was angry. If Happy had not interfered in the exam, he would surely have been able to pass the liberal arts exam on his own with dignity, and then the aristocrat would definitely have participated in the tournament. For this reason, Happy suggested that the knight train together with them. After all, a fighter, like no one else, knew perfectly well. William needed more worthy partners for improvement. Both knights who stood nearby and heard his words were struck by the audacious news they had just heard. However, very soon, the haughty aristocrat checked himself for such an immodest emotional reaction. Calmly clearing his throat, the warrior majestically agreed to the proposal. However, the knight did not forget to arrogantly warn, if someone like the pathetic Happy constantly makes mistakes next to the noble warriors, it will significantly lower the high standards of their training. However, unexpectedly behind Finn materialized a whole crowd of knights who enthusiastically wanted to take his enviable place. And the warriors were not at all against the hero's company. Immediately, the outraged aristocrat roughly scattered them all away like flies, for a noble warrior could not accept the fact that he apparently had to negotiate with some slave for William to agree to train him. In the end, soon, Happy stood surrounded by a huge crowd of curious knights, while a team of envious squires watched this incredible gathering from afar with bewilderment. Soon the time had already passed noon, and the 33rd match in a row had ended. At last, the fanfares solemnly blared, joyfully welcoming the newly emerged squires on the majestic arena to the sounds of the festive orchestra. Of course, the captain was extremely surprised by what was happening. After all, this arrogant young man behaved as if he had long ago become a celebrated knight. But the warriors themselves understood. The youth had absolutely nothing preventing him from soon becoming one of them. Considering how much money his influential father poured into the tournament for his beloved son. In the end, the haughty young man decided to begin his triumphant performance by publicly getting rid of the person who, by definition, should not have been here. After that, the youth contemptuously called Happy to himself like a dog, and on top of that, he dared to boldly call the hero a filthy animal. Even the seasoned captain was amazed by the boundless impudence of this spoiled nobleman. But the aristocratic father was very proud of his heir, sincerely believing that he had raised his offspring properly. Supposedly, the son does not tolerate any filth or vileness near him. In the end, the fighters stood facing each other, tensely awaiting the solemn signal to begin the battle. The arrogant squire could not wait for that blessed moment when he would finally tear this ragamuffin to pieces with his sword. At that moment, the best of all knights approached Finn to find out more about the mysterious hero. The warrior thought it was an outright lie that when Finn supposedly fought Happy, it was he who beat the former gladiator. Of course, the young knight was extremely offended by such a distrustful question from the senior comrade. However, it turned out that the experienced warrior had accidentally observed their duel from the side. He carefully noted, there was something very strange and unnatural about that fight. The knight literally physically felt how Happy deliberately restrained his true power. Therefore, now he wanted to find out, did Finn feel anything suspicious when he was supposedly hit? However, the boy was only insulted by such a humiliating interrogation. For this reason, the senior knight decided to find out directly. Would Finn be able to defeat the opponent again if he had to fight him for real now? And honestly, recalling that frightening, soul-chilling feeling he experienced after the clash with the hero, the young warrior could not say this with full confidence, Finn admitted. Every time he saw this young man, he was overwhelmed by a strange, oppressive feeling, as if the fighter lived in a completely different world, inaccessible to understanding. For this reason, Finn simply could not properly comprehend Happy. It was much easier for him to perceive the hero as an ordinary fool, unworthy of attention. Therefore, the two knights decided to remain silent and let the fighter show himself in this battle, thereby proving his true abilities to everyone. Shortly before this, During a joint training session with William, the friend advised the hero to fight exclusively with swords in the qualifying battles. The student understood a lot on the very first day when they arrived here. It does not matter how incredibly talented Happy was by nature. If he is not a recognized swordsman, arrogant people will never acknowledge him as their equal. Therefore, William insistently asked Happy to show the audience exactly what would unconditionally make people recognize his strength. The hero did not need to pretend to be weaker than he really was. The fighter must show from the very first strike who is the true master of the situation. Moreover, the student thought, this time the innovation in the form of an exam in the liberal arts was only to the hero's advantage. All these pompous aristocrats looked down on Happy as if he were dirt. It was an excellent opportunity to radically change their contemptuous attitude towards himself, and William could say with absolute certainty, this arena was created exclusively for one Happy. Therefore, the hero had plenty of confidence after his friend's encouraging words. At that moment, the arrogant squire carefully noticed that Happy's fighting stance had significantly improved, apparently thanks to the fact that the fighter began to diligently pay attention to regular sword training. However, all the few advantages of the ragamuffin ended there. When the influential father heard the condescending words of his heir, he immediately began to enthusiastically praise him. The aristocrat was already mentally ready to award his son millions of points, even before his triumphant victory. At the same time, Happy calmly and unflappably explained to the viewers that he had well practiced the basic swordsmanship technique over the past month. After that, at the loud signal of the judge, two warriors swiftly clashed in a fierce battle. Their wooden swords immediately began to clash with a crack. In the end, the hero flawlessly caught the perfect moment, and with his blade, precisely struck the noble squire right in the unprotected forehead. Immediately after this, bright red blood flowed abundantly from his split forehead, and the young man began to rapidly lose consciousness, falling to the hard ground. In the end, all the spectators instantly understood. Happy delivered a perfect, flawless strike, and his arrogant opponent got what he deserved in full. Honestly, the other knights watching the duel from afar could not believe that the fight ended so swiftly and decisively. At the same time, the examiner unexpectedly ordered to continue the duel further, despite the fact that the opponent was already wounded. Of course, all the spectators were in complete shock. After such a severe wound, the fight should have been immediately stopped, and the well-deserved victory should have been unquestionably awarded to Happy. It turned out that this corrupt judge, who had worked for a good 10 years at similar matches, was generously bribed. He was promised as much immeasurable money as he would never earn in his entire miserable life. The bribed examiner needed to find any plausible reason to continue the match and give the noble heir a phantom chance to win. The judge firmly believed, even if the boy was slightly touched by the sword, with bonus points for his origin, he would still win. The aristocrat only needed to hold on just a little longer. At that moment, the enraged squire loudly declared that he had only been distracted for a brief moment out of foolishness. Now, he would definitely show the insolent Happy where he should know his place. After that, the fight continued as if nothing had happened, and the squire tried to understand the whole picture completely. William had originally diligently trained his pupil so that he would attack the opponent without error, exactly at the moment when the enemy loses vigilance and concentration. However, now the warrior was firmly convinced. With this crushing blow, the slave definitely would not cope. However, no matter how desperately the boy swung his blade, in the end, the hero skillfully struck him again with a wooden sword. At that moment, the fighter aimed at the opponent's vulnerable tailbone area. In the end, the youth bent over from unbearable, piercing pain, and no longer resembled a noble, majestic squire at all. But despite this humiliation, the aristocrat stubbornly held onto his sword with a death grip and menacingly threatened. This time, he would definitely show the ragamuffin true mastery that he could not even dream of. In the end, each time the arrogant youth only received painful blows from the sword to various parts of his much-suffering body. but he never stopped refusing to give up, clinging to a phantom hope. Soon the judge himself stood between the combatants to stop this beating. The examiner nervously noted that the gentleman's belt on the armor had accidentally fallen off. He said it needed to be fixed, and the fight restarted properly according to all the rules. In fact, the bribed judge no longer knew how to protect the wealthy heir from inevitable defeat. It was enough for the aristocrat to land a proper hit on the hero just once, and then he would immediately be awarded an undeserved victory. However, all experienced knights clearly saw the difference between their combat skills was so obvious even to a blind man. Happy was so incredibly strong that he could perform such feats with just a stick instead of a sword. William was very proud of his amazing friend, who, as always, exceeded absolutely all expectations. Now all the spectators understood. This was a pure, unconditional victory for the hero. Honestly, even the seasoned captain covered his mouth with his hand, not understanding the happening disgrace. Meanwhile, the crazed aristocrat father panicked greatly that his dearly beloved son could not defeat a miserable slave. Happy could not understand why this ridiculous fight would not end justly. Judging by all the received wounds, if he had a real sword, this arrogant squire would have long been a dead corpse. In the end, the hero with a radiant smile addressed his opponent. After all, the fighter had heard that he was supposedly one of the best squires. However, in real combat, the youth turned out to be at the very bottom in skill. For a whole month, Happy carefully observed how the other contenders trained diligently, including this young man. The aristocrat truly had fighting spirit and unwavering confidence by nature. The youth's physique was good, strong, such a fiery character indeed, according to the hero, greatly helped in battles. Maybe that is why the other squires, as soon as they faced him, immediately gave up, making hasty conclusions about his strength. Yet all those whom the arrogant aristocrat fought all this time could easily defeat him for real. Finn immediately noted to himself, Happy said exactly similar words to him when he fought him on their first day. And only now did the young knight begin to realize Happy really gave in to him then, like a child. But the arrogant squire flew into a rage, realizing that some hero dared to judge him, knowing absolutely nothing. The aristocrat wanted to punish the insolent one harshly for his audacity. However, the hero only mockingly ridiculed the pitiful opponent. After all, the fighter clearly saw, now even the praised fighting spirit of the youth was finally broken and trampled. The squire was no longer capable of anything except blind fury. In the end, Happy deliberately provoked his enemy into a reckless attack. And when he fiercely lunged at the hero, the fighter easily cut his praised weapon into pitiful splinters with his wooden sword. At that moment, William was meticulously counting all the points his friend could have earned from the very beginning of the duel. In the end, it was now completely obvious. No matter how much the arrogant youth tried, he unconditionally lost this fight, and Happy, with a serene smile, offered the young man to surrender to him in this duel. However, next time, the aristocrat could try to defeat the hero outside this arena, if he still desired a rematch. In the end, the judge had no choice but to solemnly award the already obvious victory to Happy. After all, the examiner was already stalling for precious time as much as he could. After witnessing the disgrace, even the arrogant aristocrat father lost consciousness, unable to believe in the crushing defeat of his dearly beloved son. Happy asked that from now on, no one dare treat him like a pitiful slave. If the spectators continued to persist in their contempt, they would humiliate not only themselves, but the entire glorious knightly order. These pompous words were dictated to the hero by William before the tournament. However, Happy himself felt that such a speech sounded far too pompous and grandiloquent. But the student perfectly understood. Victory alone was not enough. It was necessary to clearly show these people his strength, to make the arrogant knights understand. The true strength of the hero was the noble restraint of a true warrior. If Happy did not understand why he had to utter these loud words, he only needed to look at the stunned faces of the people around. In the end, all the knights one after another began to applaud loudly, and finally recognized the hero as worthy. All that Happy could do was just smile joyfully, looking at the wise comrade. After all, William really did not make a mistake with his priceless advice, and the student himself was insanely glad that his friend had coped with his difficult task brilliantly. At that moment, from the crowd of spectators, the very best of all the knights decisively raised his hand. He loudly announced that his opponent, Squire, had cowardly surrendered. Therefore, the warrior wanted to fight Happy in an honest duel. At that moment, the captain realized with horror the qualifying tournament was rapidly turning into utter chaos. The lead examiner nervously broke away from the crowd and ran somewhere. The judges had been brazenly bribed. The squires completely forgot about their rank and honor. They just screamed hysterically, demanding the continuation. All the spectators simply went mad from the spectacle. The captain of the guard really wanted to change everything and teach these people at least some sense. However, the warrior perfectly understood. It was already too late to fix anything. They all desperately wanted to see this duel with their own eyes. So the commander had no plausible reason to forbid it. The captain allowed the knights to start the fight. As soon as the best warrior came closer, he frankly admitted to Happy. His previous opponent, Aristocrat, was insanely praised by everyone around. But in real strength, the youth next to the hero did not even come close, and the knight really wanted to fight Happy for real, with full strength. Therefore, the warrior asked the fighter to attack without holding back, and without sparing strength. And honestly, even Finn, looking at the best of the knights, had not noticed such noble traits in him before. The warrior seemed like the most ordinary, unremarkable guy. However, he and Happy were deeply alike in some way. Both equally made people simply acknowledge their strength. They became a true inspiration to those around them. In the end, as soon as the judges gave the long-awaited signal, two warriors immediately clashed fiercely in a brutal fight. And this time, everything was truly, completely different. The opponent. Happy was no longer moving like an ordinary squire. He moved very smoothly, like an experienced master. The knight was literally like an indestructible tower, through which it was impossible to break through. So the hero had no choice but to attack fiercely again and again. At that moment, Happy noticed that the opponent had methodically pushed him back to the very edge of the field. The only way out of this situation was to switch from a solid defense to a daring attack. Noticing this, the young man immediately realized the hero was clearly not an ordinary squire. Obviously, Happy had learned the techniques hastily in a short time. However, the fighter acted very skillfully and cold-bloodedly. For this reason, the experienced knight did not at all pity the opponent and truly fought with all his might. After all, an absolute master of the sword, flawless in everything, was sparring against him, and such a marvel could be encountered not so often even in the renowned knightly order. Happy was literally a martial arts monster. Very soon, the tense battle ended, and the judge hurriedly approached the fallen knight to bring him to his senses. The hero looked at the defeated warrior with a kind smile, wanting to know how he was feeling. At the moment when the knight's whole body suddenly went numb, he even fearfully thought that he had been beheaded with a single blow. However, the hero calmly explained. He had only briefly lost consciousness after a powerful attack. Obviously, the young warrior had already begun to vaguely remember their swift fight. Then he rushed at the hero confidently, raising a crushing blow with a swing. However, Happy managed to unbalance the opponent. When he attacked, the fighter struck him with the hilt of his sword right on the chin. After that, the hero sincerely praised his worthy opponent. After all, this warrior held himself excellently in battle, moving simply flawlessly and gracefully. His only problem was that the knight constantly used the same rehearsed technique. As is known to all fighters, the stances of warriors are the same. Even in training, They simply throw the same strikes over and over again, which everyone has long known by heart. Well, to behead someone in a real fight, you need to act unexpectedly, use techniques that have never been used before, and obviously, after such a crushing defeat, the young man formed a painful impression that everything he had done up to that moment was a waste of time. However, Happy calmly explained. The knight achieved a lot in this fight. He had already broken the usual image of an invincible warrior. If you compare the guy to something, he really was like a huge fortress wall. The hero's wall turned out to be unusually tall and strong. It withstood many hardships in life and numerous fierce enemies. Finally, when the intense battle ended, Happy apologized to the knight for fighting his own way this time, without holding back. However, the warrior had already sufficiently demonstrated his skill in the first duel. This was quite enough for all the spectators. Now that all the formalities were completed, the hero decided to introduce William to his future sparring partners. However, there turned out to be quite a few volunteers. All the knights were very eager to fight the talented young man in an honest battle. At the same time, the captain of the guard was quite pleased with the results of the qualifying tournament. In the end, Happy finally confirmed his participation in it, and this fact was clearly pleasing not only the commander, even his loyal assistant smiled joyfully when he found out about it. Soon the whole family of old folks learned that the long-awaited tournament was about to begin, so they wanted to buy more meat for their dearly beloved grandson so that he would gain strength before the fights. William's family was also diligently preparing for the upcoming event. The youngest girl ran around excitedly, not knowing what to wear to properly support the boy. Mom thought that the daughter was talking about her older brother. However, in reality, the little girl wanted to support her foster brother, Happy, in his triumph. Somewhere at the same time, Cigar received a secret message from his leader. It said that the tournament was about to begin, so the gravedigger needed to sharpen the blade of the sword and prepare to kill on command. And of course, the old storekeeper immediately suspiciously noticed that Sagar was carefully examining something in the sun. However, he calmly showed the old man a usual scrap of fabric, which supposedly tore off during hard work. After that, the gravedigger decided to cautiously inquire from the master what happened that made him so unexpectedly join him in work. At that moment, the old man handed Sagar a small amulet in the shape of a skull. The storekeeper knew perfectly well, when a person spends much more time with the dead than with the living, the dead can start to disturb his soul. Therefore, he asked the young man to accept this amulet, which would protect him from evil spirits. This talisman was once worn by the old man himself in his youth. It was a reward for diligently handling his work. Obviously, Sagar immediately accepted this amulet and sincerely thanked the master for such a touching gift. The old man, however, understood perfectly well. Sagar needed money much more than some trinkets. However, the storekeeper hoped that the young man could earn money on his own. Therefore, he gave him the little he could. Somewhere around this time, in a remote forest, a night spy carefully took out a secret message from a small birdhouse. It was also written on a scrap of fabric. But suddenly, his comrade ran up to the warrior, who fearfully explained. Enemies attacked them. The wounded man asked his friend to immediately go to the kingdom and warn them of the danger. However, he did not move from his place. He only continued to look coldly at the wounded man. Of course, the unfortunate man became very angry that the young man was inactive. He desperately tried to urge him on, but at that moment, the mercenary had already caught up with the fugitive and cold-bloodedly severed the man's head from his shoulders with one blow. After that, the woman calmly explained to the knight. The exiled clowns, who shared a common goal with her, had already fallen, so now she intended to go after the king's head on her own. Therefore, she had a common goal with these people. It turns out that 50 days ago, immediately after the exile of the clown leader, he was executed. At least that's what the rumors said. In reality, he was kidnapped from prison right before the execution. They decided to interrogate the leader to find out who had let the royal person onto the arena. Obviously, the clown leader stubbornly insisted that it was all the fault of Lucastian, the owner of the arena. However, the executioners knew perfectly well The rich man had nothing to do with it. So they rewarded the man with a couple of disciplinary whiplashes. It turns out Lucastian confessed to crimes he did not commit to appease the king's anger. And then he committed suicide. So everything was resolved peacefully. However, the guards still continued to diligently search for the real culprit. The warrior still did not understand why these people were so interested in the real culprit, especially since even the king himself decided to close the case. Then the knight, pressing harder on the bloody wound, coldly explained to the man. He was not from the knightly order at all. They wanted to destroy the entire royal family to the last one. However, the clown leader reached them first and irreparably spoiled everything, almost exposing them. As a result, the knights began briskly searching here and there for the criminals. If they had not found the body of a member of the royal family and conducted an investigation, their mission, which might not have even started, would already have had many obstacles on the way. One more misfire, and their plan will be completely destroyed. Hearing this, the leader of the exiled clowns realized killers are hiding everywhere. Even without his interference, the kingdom had already rotted from within, like a rotten fruit. The knight himself persistently asked the man to tell them the whole truth. Then, they would grant him the glory he so craved. The conspirators only needed the name of the person who was hunting the royal family, and then the leader named the girl's name. Her name was Kina. She was not a member of the exiled clowns. The woman tried to climb as high as possible to kill the king with her own hands. When she joined them, she frankly explained her goal, and in the end, she was allowed to conduct reconnaissance in the palace. Kina kidnapped a member of the royal family without a second thought. She dragged him into the foul-smelling sewer, pulled out all his hair, and mercilessly sold him as a slave to the arena. Of course, the kidnapped man claimed until his last breath that he was a member of the royal family. However, everyone considered it a simple madman's invention, and in the end, no one believed him even in the arena. While Kina herself enjoyed the bloody performance, the prisoner continued desperately proving that this was a monstrous mistake. He asked to call his relatives for identification. Of course, the knight still could not understand. Why did Kina want to kill the entire royal family? Perhaps it was because of burning revenge? Or maybe someone generously ordered them from another state. But unfortunately, the leader of the clowns knew nothing for sure about her motives. Then the girl coldly stated that she did not need a good reason to slit the throat of the fat pig who makes the whole people suffer. And finally, the night spy, meeting her, immediately understood who had already been the culprit of some of their annoying failures. He also understood that he should have tracked down this dangerous woman earlier. After all, Kina appeared again to interfere with them. After that, the warrior immediately threw his throwing shurikens in her direction. However, the girl easily dodged these swift attacks. Kina noticed that these shurikens were not at all like official knightly equipment. Therefore, this man wasn't from the kingdom's knights. At that moment, the warrior had already taken out metal chains resembling barbed wire and tried to catch the girl with them. Easily avoiding all the chains, she demanded that the knight show his true face. When Kina herself got close to him, she managed with one powerful sword strike to remove the helmet from his head. However, the warrior's face was all covered in terrible cuts. So she considered the knight to be crazy, someone who likes to inflict injuries on himself. In the end, when the blade was pressed to his throat, the man had to admit he was among all those people who pursued the same goals as Kina, and she was sincerely surprised. After all, she had not even heard that anyone besides the exiled clowns was hunting the king. The man himself, saying nothing and revealing nothing about himself, coldly explained, "If Kina continues to cause such a commotion, killing the royal family will definitely not work. After all, the security will be tightened, and the walls will be reinforced to the limit." Kina just smirked. All the man's words sounded as if only he could perfectly handle this mission. Well, that was close to the truth. After all, his group had long planned the king's assassination, and it will happen soon, unless Kina decides to interfere again. However, the woman could not fully trust this spy. She dulled the edge of her blade, but demanded that he tell her absolutely everything. Then she would not show herself until the day of reckoning. Kina explained that she did not want to stay on a sinking ship, and so as not to perish along with the others. She was looking for a better and more reliable ship for herself, but unfortunately, the knight could not tell her anything on his own. After all, this decision remained with the leader to whom he decided to escort her. Soon, they found themselves in a dark cave, where the man immediately grabbed the girl by the throat, forcefully squeezing her face. However, he asked Kina not to be afraid of anything. After all, he knew her and was ready to accept her immediately. After that, the warrior released her and ordered her to go to his son and become his faithful servant. The son of this mysterious man turned out to be the very same Sagar who worked with the storekeeper. Finding the gravedigger who was calmly resting after hard work, she explained with a feigned smile. She needed to walk beside him until the tournament ended. By this moment, only 3 days remained until the start of the spectacular event. Right there, the high-born aristocrats gathered together to figure out what they should do so as not to disgrace the tournament completely. The most protesting was that very arrogant nobleman, whose son had shamefully lost. After all, he considered it disrespectful to the royal persons that some slaves and commoners had joined this noble tournament. After that, the conversation also turned to William. After all, he was smart and educated, so all the churches wanted to provide him with generous financial support. Moreover, the young man valiantly defeated the clown outcasts who hunted the royal family. He could be trusted. Besides, the student saved many lives, thanks to which his family was now considered noble. However, unexpectedly, the father of the curly-haired hooligan spoke up. He significantly hinted to the nobles that everything they knew about William was outright lies. He could easily prove it to them. However, in return, he asked them to help him defeat this William in the tournament. Of course, the other aristocrats did not understand what kind of lie their friend was claiming now. However, he was firmly convinced absolutely all of William's achievements were false and fake. Clearly, some clumsy commoner together with a slave from the arena could not have achieved all this on their own. Fortunately, the man's son knew absolutely everything about both William himself and his miserable slave. Since the very moment the young man found out the truth about Happy, they began gradually uncovering the rest of the hidden facts. The guy who couldn't fight properly and was dying from others' blows physically couldn't behead the arms of 3 dangerous mercenaries and destroy the clown outcasts. It was completely pointless and implausible. How did they find out William was only receiving money in his name after they caught the bandits? At that moment, another influential aristocrat spoke up. Through his servant, he overheard the secret conversation between the captain and the commander. As they understood from that conversation, William was just an inexperienced rookie who did not really know how to fight properly. Obviously, the conceited squire immediately thought that the duel was not a real demonstration fight. This means that his dearly beloved son could surely have won in an honest fight. In the end, the nobles who had patiently waited for their moment in the spotlight for so long began to speak out one after another, interrupting each other. They discovered an interesting fact. Now few knew the slave Happy, although he used to be widely known to absolutely all regulars of the arena. But after the fighter was almost executed for killing a royal person, everyone decided to avoid him, to not bring unnecessary trouble and suspicion upon themselves. For this reason, the arrogant aristocrats decided to publicly deal with the false hero William first. Then the entire halo of glory about him would disappear like smoke. There remained only one important question: how exactly to do it? Considering that the young man was solemnly accepted into the knightly order, this could seriously undermine the royal authority and trust. But the cunning men already had a foolproof plan. They could skillfully stage a kidnapping on the very day of the tournament. Fake clown exiles, whom the noblemen generously hired for money, will take noble lords hostage and demand a duel with William. And of course, they will all start to enthusiastically praise him and show that they blindly believe in his power. If William cowardly does not dare to enter the fight, then a shameful stigma of a coward will forever lie on him. But if the student steps out of the crowd to the challenge, Huge troubles and exposure surely await him. And obviously, the cunning plan was simply excellent. After all, when precious lives of noble people are at stake, the knightly order will inevitably have to act and reveal the deception. At the very same time, Happy was carefreely having fun in the forest with William's younger sister. They diligently collected various prickly fruits, after which they threw them into the blazing bonfire so that they would be properly cooked. After that, the children cheerfully crushed the shells and enjoyed the tasty nuts inside. Winnie was also strolling leisurely with them, who warmly thanked the two for helping to gather the healing herbs. The girl was only glad to help the kind healer. The little one came here because she wanted to play with Happy, her foster brother. However, Winnie turned out to be a very cheerful and pleasant company, and honestly, the healer could only smile tenderly, looking at these naive two. Not long ago, these kids were carefreely having fun under the golden leaf fall. They got along excellently, as if they were the same age, not noticing the difference. At that moment, William joined the company to call his younger sister home. In the end, the little one said goodbye first, and immediately joyfully ran to her older brother. In the end, the girl only waved her hand to them all and promised that tomorrow she would definitely be with everyone in the arena to support the hero in his battles. When the little girl walked away, looking at the dying campfire, Winnie decided to cautiously find out how the boy was feeling. After all, the tournament was already very close, literally just around the corner. However, Happy was as calm as possible and even glad that everyone would come to see him. However, looking at the joyful Happy, Winnie secretly worried. Wouldn't being a member of the knightly squad be too exhausting and burdensome for him? Of course, she said nothing aloud. After all, it was already inevitable. However, the healer felt. Happy did not really want such a hard life for himself. All the time, the fighter did nothing but fight unwillingly by someone else's will. And the knightly order inevitably forces one to learn to kill enemies without hesitation. Now, finally, all the hero's wounds were completely healed. Happy no longer had reasons to fight. However, cruel fate did not let him go, like a chain. However, Happy was not sad about this at all. After all, this life was completely different from the cursed arena. In the arena, people died even when he did not wish it with all his heart. Even those who hated him with all their soul died with meaningless emotions on their distorted faces, as if everything around had lost meaning and color. But everyone told the hero that in this world, the real one, there was a precious opportunity to get to know each other better, to achieve a bright future where they could change everything for the better. Therefore, he liked this life much more than the previous dark one, and at first Winnie sincerely worried about the boy. However, now she realized, it seems he was perfectly fine. The knightly order will not allow other innocent people to suffer. Now the long war is over, and peaceful times have lasted for a full 20 blessed years. However, unfortunately, this was achieved at great cost. However, so as not to be sad before the important day, Winnie cheerfully suggested going home, for the caring grandmother had prepared delicious, fragrant meat for them. Finally, the very long-awaited tournament arrived the next day. At that moment, a messenger appeared at the humble house of the elderly couple. He decided to deliver to them a letter from the late Lord Lucastian. It was addressed to a slave named Happy. Of course, all the household members immediately whispered anxiously. After all, they had heard about the owner of the arena, who was also the former owner of Happy. The messenger himself came from afar, beyond the kingdom. He had a long, exhausting journey. The courier knew that Happy was supposed to be appointed as a powerless slave of the church, but he was sold at the market to a farmer. Winnie hurried to explain to the man. Happy was no longer a slave. He had become a knight's apprentice, a free man. So he could give them the message, and they would later calmly pass the letter to the boy. However, the courier categorically protested. After all, he was strictly ordered to deliver the letter personally into the boy's hands, and to no one else. Therefore, having said goodbye to these people, the messenger left, promising to drop by later when the hero returns. By this moment, only 1 hour remained until the start of the significant tournament, and a whole countless crowd of spectators had gathered behind William. Suddenly, the king anxiously noticed that the prince and princess had disappeared somewhere. However, the queen calmly explained to her husband, the duke had already gone after them. Soon, these two would definitely return. At that moment, the captain of the guard was insistently asking William himself not to worry unnecessarily about anything. The most important thing was to keep calm and not get nervous. At that time, together with the other squires, the hero also stood, carefully surveying the noisy crowd. Finally, he saw William's family, who joyfully greeted him right from the arena. Happy also saw his adoptive family, who admired how the boy had grown. The elders admired his new form and how good the fighter looked in knightly armor. At that very moment nearby, together with Cigar, Kina was lurking, preparing for a dangerous operation. They closely watched as the nobles staged their own kidnapping right under their noses. Also nearby was the messenger, who, not finding the hero at home, understood. Most likely, he was right on the arena. The duke at that time was hastily urging the prince, saying the tournament was about to start any moment. He had long been supposed to wake up and get ready. However, when the duke entered the royal chambers, he saw a terrible sight. Both the knights in the room and the queen herself were already dead. Immediately after this, the killer also dealt with the duke, after which he calmly walked away, as if he had done nothing wrong. At the very same time, Kina found out. It turned out Sagar had been following her from the very moment the skilled girl was beaten by mercenaries. Now everything became perfectly clear to her. She finally understood why such an experienced killer as Sagar attacked her right on the farm. Kina also heard. That young man, whom she pitied and did not kill back then, has now become a knight. However, Sagar perfectly understood. William achieved this by dishonest means. Therefore, the nobility resorts to various dirty tricks to expose his lies, and basically, Kina was not even surprised. After all, the young man did not look like a noble knight either in appearance or behavior. It turns out that on the day William was brutally beaten, Sagar even considered killing him with his own hands. But the young man walked away, and Sagar did not chase after him. Of course, Kina was very curious. Why didn't Sagar chase him and change his mind about killing? However, everything was simple and prosaic. Previously, Kina acted openly and ruthlessly, and William helped the authorities compile a detailed report and collected a generous sum for the capture. He was too active for a mere ordinary outsider participant in the events. That is why Sagar even considered eliminating him. Kina frankly liked Sagar's cold-blooded train of thought. She wanted to say something else, but looking down from the tree, she immediately realized the time had come. The girl was already about to descend, although Sagar did not understand why she was in such a hurry. After all, their task was to guard the escape routes for retreat. At that moment, she swiftly jumped down from the tree and instantly dragged the man in the cloak, who was waiting for his masters, into the bushes. Immediately after that, Kina hid his body and stole his clothes for camouflage. To the worried Sagar, she explained, the mercenaries were working under the orders of the nobility, and they were about to cause a bloody massacre. Therefore, they needed to be stopped and convinced to retreat. Of course, Sagar understood her motives, but he reminded her, their true goal is to kill the king. It was not worth deviating so much from the plan over some foolishness. However, upon hearing about some plan, Kina almost burst out laughing. After all, it was Sagar who deviated from the plan when he tried to kill her at the farm. Moreover, she thought, Sagar was the only one who still could not understand what their true goal was. All Sagar needed was far from killing the king and the nobility. If that were the case, they could have simply released rats into the kingdom. There would be no need to place experienced assassins all over the territory. Now the mercenaries were literally everywhere, where the nobility ate, dressed, slept. Even on the streets there were planted beggar spies, and besides, Kina saw no point in killing her victims in broad daylight in front of witnesses. After all, That would no longer be a cold-blooded murder, but a chaotic slaughter. She clearly remembered the main task given to her by the current head of the conspiracy. When the appointed time came, she was supposed to kill as many people as possible, sparing no one. Of course, Sagar persistently asked her not to invent things and not to cross that fatal line, and the girl almost laughed out loud. After all, looking at the obedient young man, it seemed as if in childhood he always unquestioningly obeyed his daddy. After that, Kina handed him an order she had learned directly from Sagar's colleague. It specified some day of massacre and mass killings. Therefore, now Kina decided to find out. Did Sagar himself receive such an order? However, from his confused facial expression, she immediately understood. He had not received such an order at all. Most likely, Sagar's father had been deceiving him all this time and hiding the fact that he wants to destroy the entire kingdom to the ground. After that, the girl decisively went to the nobility, drawing her sword. And the men did not even pay attention to her. They were in such a hurry to ruin William's life. At that moment, she heard them whispering about the murder of the newly minted knight. One reminded, the life of the entire nobility was at stake, so they had to kill him at any cost. After they finished with him, they could just lie low. Everything else had already been decided earlier. As a result, having learned about William's murder, Kina immediately hid the knife and followed these people straight towards the arena. At that moment, two nobles were majestically sitting, waiting for the tournament to begin. Suddenly, one of the noblemen felt a severe stomach cramp from pain. He decided to urgently go to the restroom, which caused all acquaintances to worry about possible poisoning. At that moment, the king himself noticed that many influential nobles were very late for the ceremony. The knights guarding the arena, upon meeting that approaching nobleman, decided to escort him to the restroom. At the same time, to show the way to the needed place, the young man himself was breathing heavily, barely holding back the pain. He thought the cook might have used the missing spoiled ingredients. That is why his stomach was seized with unbearable pain. In the end, they went quite far from the main crowd. Therefore, the concerned aristocrat decided to cautiously ask his knight, how much farther does he still have to go to the restroom? Had they gone too far from the arena? The knight calmly explained, the farther they are from curious eyes, the better. And basically, the trusting man heard no trickery in these harmless words. After all, he really did not want to relieve himself in the toilet in front of other noble guests. At that moment, a member of the sinister band of assassins silently crept up behind him. The mercenary immediately skillfully wrapped the nobleman's neck with sharp barbed wire. After that, he swiftly dragged him somewhere into thick bushes, where he left his limp, lifeless body. At that moment, the knight returning from the mission suddenly heard loud, piercing screams. Someone introduced themselves as exiled clowns who came to cruelly avenge their fallen comrades. They also menacingly declared that they had taken all the high-born nobles hostage and ordered William to immediately come down to the arena and fight them one-on-one. Otherwise, all the noble people would die in terrible agony. Another nobleman, who ran in bound, immediately reported excitedly to the king. All the other nobles were locked in a dead-end cave with no exit. He miraculously managed to escape captivity. He risked his life to run here and tell everything. Immediately, the haughty man who rose from his seat addressed the noble knight William. He explained excitedly, these base-born offspring crossed every line when they dared to threaten the noble aristocrats. Therefore, the nobleman humbly asked the young man to act like a true hero and valiantly defeat them, as he had done many times before. William was simply shockingly turning to one aristocrat, then to another, not knowing what to answer. At that moment, the father of that arrogant squire pleaded with the most suffering expression that the hero should not be afraid. He said, let him come down to them and generously help. Of course, all the spectators immediately felt awkward from his affected performance. The actor among the aristocrats was clearly useless. After all, In such a dangerous situation, a man should be afraid and trembling, not singing solemn odes to the night as if at a celebration. Even the captain of the knightly order perfectly understood. All this was a pathetic, clumsy stunt by the corrupt nobles. But even so, the conspirators came with real sharp swords, apparently because they seriously wanted to kill William. The spectators did not understand at all what was happening before their eyes. It was much easier for them to think that it was some kind of performance, part of the tournament for the entertainment of the audience. The captain insistently asked William not to go down to the arena. His Majesty the King had to resolve this delicate issue himself. At that moment, the ruler discontentedly decided to find out who dared to arrange this lawlessness and outrage. However, Kina calmly explained at that moment. Her true goal was to kill William with her own hands. Immediately after these words, she mercilessly cut off the fingers of one hand of the pitiful man, the squire's father. Immediately after that, he screamed from unbearable pain. The nobleman desperately demanded to be untied immediately, as he wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Kina pointed the tip of her blade at the king, explaining to this fat pig, "Either he makes William come down to the arena, or these pathetic nobles will die by her hand. One way or another, the bloody massacre is about to begin." Therefore, she would like to start all the fun and entertainment a little earlier. At that moment, the traitor knight finally understood the reason for the chaos unleashed. Therefore, he ordered his men to kill everyone who tried to escape the arena. First the nobles, then begin the long-awaited day of slaughtering commoners. Looking at this ruthless woman, William involuntarily remembered how every night after that terrible clash, he had dreadful nightmares. Even in his sleep, the student saw those 3 severed heads that the mercenary had brought and carelessly thrown to the ground. However, those heads in the nightmares were the heads of people close to him, his parents and sister. Every day William went crazy because he still did not understand the true reason for her cruel actions. Every night he woke up in horror in a cold sweat and hurriedly checked that his parents were okay and alive. Every time the guy tried with all his might to concentrate on what he could do to protect the family. For this reason, he exhausted himself so much in training to be able to protect them from any enemy in case of danger. And honestly, right now the student was very glad that she came to him first, and not to his defenseless family. Of course, the captain of the guard warned the king. The situation is developing not in the best way. William could disgrace himself and die in front of everyone, and the king knew this perfectly well. But the ruler understood. Even if he stood up for the boy, someone innocent would still die at the hands of madmen. All he had left was to just nudge his close ones toward the right choice. And now, he had made his choice. And the ruler hoped that this choice would not be mistaken, but the only correct one. The captain could only guess. Was William really preparing for this very battle all this time? Then, when the student showed up to him with a bold demand to be allowed into the tournament, the knight commander perceived it as some pathetic, childish stubbornness. But now it was the real stubbornness, which seemed to him an incredibly right choice. At that moment, Happy also decisively stepped towards the arena to support his friend in a difficult moment. However, seeing this, Kina immediately ran the tip of her sword through the aristocrat's hair, sternly ordering the guys to stop. Like, not to take another step. If she sees even one unnecessary movement from their side, she will mercilessly cut off the heads of all the kidnapped nobles without exception. At that moment, the frightened man desperately demanded that these villains immediately release him and agree to negotiations. But at that moment, he was forcefully punched in the jaw, after which one of the mercenaries cold-bloodedly explained to the foolish man. Now their performance had turned into a cruel reality. Now their lives were under mortal threat. So they were truly kidnapped, not for fun. The longer the onlookers watched what was happening, the more clearly they understood. The situation was getting worse and more dangerous. At this rate, the nobles really could die. Moreover, the aristocratic spectators wanted to know, Why did their comrade, the father of that curly-haired braggart, bring real clown exiles there? But in fact, the man himself was firmly convinced that he had hired some local petty thugs for the performance. Therefore, he himself did not understand what was happening before his eyes. At that moment, the vice-captain led a couple of knights after him so that they could go together and free the kidnapped nobles. After that, the warriors led out the one who, according to the messengers, had escaped from captivity in the cave. At that moment, the best squire and knight persistently asked Happy not to enter this dangerous fight. After all, if all the nobles died because of him, this heavy responsibility would lie not only on his shoulders. William also understood this perfectly. Therefore, he asked his comrade not to worry about anything and to trust him. Happy knew perfectly well. His friend's combat skills had indeed improved significantly over the past month, but unfortunately, being here one-on-one against this dangerous man, William would not be able to show even half of his true abilities. This was his first fateful battle to the death. This opponent had already surpassed him in experience, and the student was already paralyzed by fear of the killer. Kina, however, as if nothing had happened, looking the guy straight in the eyes, playfully admitted she missed her little puppy very much, who was constantly sadly wagging his tail. It seemed that William was too carried away with playing the hero if he so confidently stood against her one-on-one. However, the guy sternly ordered the woman to be silent. After all, he intended to finish her off here and now, leaving no stone unturned. Kina barely restrained herself from bursting out laughing, amazed that the knightly order had actually learned to train mutts. In the end, she decided to give the young man a great chance and still play with him a little, like a cat with a mouse. As soon as she gripped the hilt of her sword tighter, William immediately rushed at her with a speed that even the experienced mercenary feared. However, very soon, Kina understood what the opponent intended to do. Jumping into the air, she skillfully struck the guy in the shoulder, roughly pushing him away. William miraculously managed to stay on his feet and not fall. However, Kina masterfully used this chance to close the distance between them to a minimum. Now, with his first strike blocked, the student urgently needed to come up with a second strike and somehow respond to the aggression. In the end, he desperately tried to come up with all sorts of ways to dodge her merciless attacks. However, unexpectedly, the woman warned that the next attack would be from bottom to top. Thanks to this, William managed to pull back in time and avoid the deadly blow. However, Kina did not forget to sarcastically remind him, if she hadn't warned him in advance, the young man would have long since died. And she really wanted to prolong the pleasure of his murder. In the end, the duel continued with renewed vigor, and with each blow, the guy keenly realized that all his moves were completely useless and pathetic. This woman would definitely kill him, and, looking at his frightened face, Kina felt deep satisfaction. After all, apparently, William still remained the same cowardly puppy as before. She mockingly asked him not to worry about anything. After all, she did not intend to kill the guy quickly. She wanted to stretch out the pleasure. However, at that moment, Happy swiftly dashed toward the arena, just at the moment when William was preparing an unexpected counterattack. Of course, Kina immediately noticed that Happy had come to help, and at that moment, the mask of fear and despair instantly fell from the guy's face, as if it had never been there. In the end, William managed to attack the girl with a short strike, causing her to painfully fall backward, and the student calmly explained to her, even his fear during the duel was a carefully thought-out step in advance. A trap. Even the experienced Kina did not understand how it happened that she was wounded so easily. She could not believe that the one who had just been pathetically trembling with fear dared to attack her. Moreover, he acted so decisively, as if he was ready to die during the attack without flinching. William calmly explained. He had seen many duels where people were too confident in their abilities and fatally underestimated their opponents. The student knew perfectly well what opportunities arise in such battles. Happy had clearly shown him these opportunities by his own example. At that moment, after the injury, The woman even felt dizzy from the surprise. So she immediately involuntarily looked away to the sky, trying to regain her composure. At the same moment, the other mercenaries panicked and demanded to be released immediately. They were not some clown exiles. They were simply doing what the nobles ordered for good pay. Of course, the frightened aristocrats immediately demanded that the king order them to be killed at once. After all, the concept of honor was completely unfamiliar to these people. However, the mercenaries did not hide the aristocratic lie any longer. They loudly reminded, by agreement, they were supposed to kill William at any cost. However, their agreement is finally broken from this moment. Of course, the nobleman hysterically began to prove that he was being framed and slandered. He immediately started shouting to have these people killed as soon as possible. But in the end, his own friend tearfully admitted to the king, they really hired these people for money. Their entire work was a complete lie. He humbly begged for mercy. At that moment, the commander of the knightly order realized that something was wrong. By that time, the prince and princess had still not arrived at the tournament, and the Duke of the Kingdom, sent for them, had not returned to the palace. After that, the captain immediately demanded that the knights report at once. Where had all the squads gone? And where was the commander of the guard? It turned out that he had gathered people and went to search for the kidnapped nobles in the cave. Obviously, the panicked captain ordered to immediately find these people before they returned. He had a very bad premonition of trouble. At that moment, the rescue squad had just arrived at the cave, and the commander decisively went inside to check. However, when his knight hurriedly followed the man, he saw a horrifying scene. The commander was covered in scarlet blood and stood among many lifeless bodies. After that, he grimly explained, the clown exiles had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the nobles. All this was arranged by someone else, much more dangerous. At that moment, the frightened knight could not understand. Who had killed such a monstrous number of soldiers who came with them? But they had no time to chat and figure out who was to blame. They urgently needed to return and warn the others about the danger. At the same moment, Kina coldly explained to William, the danger was much closer than he thought. Soon, there would be not a single living soul left here. She tried to pull him out of there only because she sincerely liked the young man for his persistence. Obviously, William thought that Kina was talking about enemies from the clown exiles. However, the woman calmly explained, the clowns had been completely destroyed even before this. Kina still could not believe that in an instant, the arena had collapsed. The clown exiles were destroyed. All these events happened so quickly and rapidly that she was not even surprised by the current commotion. The last thing she said before losing consciousness from blood loss was a warning that the day of bloody reckoning had begun. First the king will die, and all the others here will follow him to the grave. Immediately after her prophetic words, a real bloody fight began in the arena. The traitors mercilessly killed ordinary people left and right. One of the traitorous knights even dared to attack the king himself, for which the captain of the guard instantly cut off his hands and cold-bloodedly killed him on the spot. At that moment, the panicking knights desperately tried to regain their composure. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons to defend themselves from the sudden attack. However, traitors were also among their ranks. So many died without even managing to properly grasp the sword hilt. At that moment, one of the best knights sternly ordered Finn to be on guard and watch everything around. After all, the traitors were right among them. Some woman with tears in her eyes ran up to the knight, begging him to save her from the killers. But using the moment of weakness, she immediately treacherously struck the knight in vulnerable places not protected by armor, after which she laughed wildly, like a madwoman, welcoming the beginning of a new era. Happy, looking around the arena with a burning gaze, noticed his family and William's family. One of the bloodthirsty mercenaries was now attacking them, trying to kill everyone with one blow. Realizing that the head of the family would hold the defense with his last strength, Happy immediately rushed there to help. Fortunately, he managed to throw the scoundrels back in time, so that they did not manage to harm anyone. At that moment, while Happy was selflessly protecting William's family, an enemy assassin's blade was already aimed at Winnie. Fortunately, William came to her aid. He pierced the man with a sword and immediately fiercely threw him away from the family. In the end, the two friends stood back to back, defending the people dearest to them, so that no one would dare to harm them even a hair.
Meanwhile, Captain Soom slung the wounded king over his shoulder and with 3 knights rushed towards the castle. However, in the next moment, a heavy, spiked chain almost took off his head. Only thanks to his combat instincts and honed reflexes did Soames manage to parry the blow with his gauntlet. Then he saw the attackers. It was a cultist in a guard's armor, and behind him stood Sagar. The cultist advised the captain to accept defeat, as the cult had already seized the kingdom. And as if to confirm these words, Soames saw smoke rising over the city. At that very second, 2 armed cultists rushed at him from the bushes. With one swing of his halberd, Soames cut them both in half, but 3 more enemies appeared from an ambush. The captain handed the king to one of his guards and wondered, how could the royal guard have missed so many traitors? Though the question was not meant for him, the cultists nevertheless explained that they were all united by faith. But suddenly the king, through the pain, declared that he knew who these cultists were. Since the war times, rumors had reached him about a group of people who worshipped a being and believed it would end wars and establish a new order. For unprecedented power, that creature was called a demon, and the cultists themselves believed that this power was the very will of God. And when the kingdoms began to collapse one after another, the rulers became worried and united to prepare for confrontation. However, that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the last person to see it was a knight who later became the leader of the exiled clowns. As soon as the king heard that all the knights were killed by just one man, he realized that it was the work of that demon. But fearing to incur the demon's wrath, His Majesty ordered that barely alive knight to leave the kingdom. But he wanted to continue fighting the demon, which the king could not allow, so he turned the knight into a liar. It was a terrible act, yet the king had to make that decision, because if that demon appeared again, the kingdom would come to an end. Even after the war ended, the king continued to strengthen the fortress walls, executed all those connected with the demon, and convinced the country that it was safest in his kingdom. But all this only made the kingdom a more noticeable target for the religious cult, and now they sacrificed citizens to summon the demon. The king's words overturned Sagar's understanding of this world. All this time he believed that judgment and salvation from sins were the will of God, and his punishments were just. But it turns out all this was for the demon, which horrified Sagar and made him ask, could this demon be as powerful as God? But it turns out all this time the father was hiding the truth from Sagar. Meanwhile, the cultist ordered Sagar to go to the palace, for the cult leader was expecting him. Sagar said nothing in response, only glanced at the king's face one last time, and then headed to the castle. On the way, he heard behind him how the cultists engaged in battle with the guards and Captain Soames. And he also remembered the faces of people who were kind to the scout. But then Sagar recalled his father's words that this mission would be his initiation, and therefore he must ignore emotions and accept the inevitable. From these words, Sagar felt a little better and soon entered the throne hall of the palace. And there on the king's throne, the cult leader was patiently waiting for him. Sagar respectfully bowed his head and yet dared to ask, is this the better world his father spoke of? In response, the cult leader rose from the throne and declared that it was so, and since Sagar had come here, it meant he had already come to terms with the truth. Then Sagar dared to ask again, does the cult worship a demon? And again, the leader confirmed his fears, and then asked a question himself. How does Sagar like such a truth? In response, he admitted that he could not watch this. But, as always, the cult will achieve its goal. The leader was satisfied with such an answer and, placing his hands on Sagar's shoulders, declared that they must prepare for a new world. However, then the cult leader noticed that Sagar was trembling, so he asked, why is he scared? In response, Sagar clenched the amulet on his neck and explained that he was afraid of the dead who were breaking down the door and were about to break it. But the cult leader was more interested in the amulet in Sagar's hand than in his tall tales. Sagar explained that this amulet protects him from the dead, but the leader stated that there were no dead here, and therefore the amulet should be destroyed. But Sagar objected, because otherwise the dead would take them both with them. In response, the cult leader said disappointedly that Sagar had not overcome his weakness, and then he sharply tore the amulet from Sagar's neck and crushed it. Sagar was confused by this, but the leader ordered him to look at the door and listen to the silence. Indeed, silence reigned in the throne hall, so Sagar cautiously turned to the door. But as soon as he did, at that very moment, the doors burst open with a crash, and a horde of the dead rushed into the hall. Only Sagar had seen them, and the cult leader had seen only Happy. He was covered in blood, and chains of cultists were wrapped around his forearms. With an eternal smile on his face, Happy declared that he no longer wanted to watch people die. And he also did not want to become a monster, so fighting today, he did not kill anyone. At these words, Sagar remembered the countless wounds on the bodies of gladiators from the Lucastan arena. The same was true for the bodies of the exiled clowns, but Captain Soom said that none of them died. In that battle, Happy's life was in danger, but he still spared the enemy's lives, and Sagar could not understand this. But then he remembered the blood on Happy's hands and declared that he had killed all the cultists. However, in response to the accusation, Happy calmly explained that cultists are not people, they are monsters. Sagar still could not believe what he heard, since many believers had mingled with the crowd in the arena, and just as many armed cultists lurked in the forest. Sagar left immediately as the commotion began in the arena, and Happy came to the palace afterward. This means that Happy literally followed Sagar on his heels, stepping over mountains of corpses. But the cult leader did not believe this and decided that he was simply a boastful liar. However, as soon as he drew his sword, Happy immediately began to spin the chain, preparing for battle. To this, the cult leader only snorted and declared that only cult members know how to handle this weapon. However, in the next moment, the one the leader considered a foolish child almost smashed his skull with the chain. Only at the last second did the leader manage to put his blade in the way of the blow. However, he was not confused by the sudden attack and then threw a dagger at Happy. But he easily caught it and again set the chain in motion. The cult leader dodged the attack, but following the chain, Happy threw his own dagger back at him. Unfortunately, the blade only scratched the opponent's face, drawing blood. However, now the cult leader realized that he had underestimated the youth and therefore asked, "Who is he?" But in response, Happy said that even if he told him, nothing would change. From these words, the leader was horrified, because it was these very words that the demon himself once told him. And then the cult leader will feel the same trembling and reverent fear as during the first meeting with his lord. But he quickly dispelled this delusion and thought that he was simply weakened because he had not encountered a worthy opponent for a long time. However, the cult leader made an unforgivable mistake. He lost vigilance, and Happy immediately took advantage of the chance. He wrapped the chain around the leader's waist, but the leader grabbed the chain and pulled it towards himself. Happy jerked after him, and his opponent had already prepared a sword. However, Happy dodged the strike and, rolling away, picked up a dagger from the floor. A close combat immediately ensued between the two opponents. However, with each second of the duel, the cult leader increasingly felt that he was fighting a different being. Sagar, watching from the side, also could not believe that such power and thirst for blood came from one person. Therefore, he shouted in panic to his father that before him was not a man, but a dead man. But in response, the leader irritably stated that there are no dead men here. However, Happy disagreed with him, for God exists only for those who believe in him, just as the dead appear only before those who believe in them. And then Happy suddenly lowered his dagger and admitted that he remembered everyone he had ever fought with, because only in this way could he distinguish other people in the arena. Every single day he remembered and remembered, and even those he had killed still found Happy in his dreams and wanted to fight endlessly. Therefore, he did not forget them for a minute, and now Sagar and the leader are also connected with them. Meanwhile, on the arena, William and Winnie helped the wounded and injured as best they could. Casting a glance over the battlefield, William noticed that this battle of Happy was unlike any other. He deprived the enemies of the slightest chance to strike. Even during the battle, Happy sought allies and threw them weapons. He gradually uncovered the enemy's blind spots and resolved situations, and then immediately ran to save the others. And now, following Captain Soom's order, all the fighters united and are heading straight to the palace where Happy fled. Meanwhile, the cult leader told him that the royal family was brutally lost and the country could no longer be saved. However, in response, Happy still said calmly that even so there are survivors, and therefore they will continue to fight. But then he added with a grim smile that the cult started this massacre, and it will end with the cult. And even if the very devil appears, Happy will simply kill him. At these words, the cult leader stepped back from the opponent for the first time, but the chain did not allow him to do so. And then Happy suddenly threw away the dagger and went at his enemy with bare fists. The cult leader immediately struck with his sword, but Happy blocked it with the chain. And then he swiftly ducked under the blade and struck the leader in the stomach with all his might. And the blow was so monstrous that it pierced the armor like a spear. The cult leader, in panic, reached for the dagger, but Happy immediately struck him in the face with his knee. After that, the leader lost his balance and helplessly hung on the chain. However, in the next moment, a dagger flew past Happy's neck. Happy instinctively managed to dodge the attack, and turning around, he saw the armed Sager. But instead of a counterattack, Happy reminded the cultists that Winnie, grandmother, and grandfather loved him and said what a good person he was. But it turned out that all this time Sagar was just watching them in order to kill later. In response to the accusations, Sagar stated that he did not want all this, so he defended Winnie's farm when the outcast clowns came. However, despite his own words, regret and guilt were readable on Sagar's face. Therefore, Happy told him that he saved everyone who could be saved. And now they are trying to save the rest, because unlike Happy and Sagar, Winnie has spent her whole life learning to save others. But suddenly the cult leader interrupted the conversation, claiming that Happy was lying and everyone had died. At first, the leader was surprised by Happy's strength and even thought that someone chosen by God himself had descended. But hearing Happy, the leader realized that he was just a pathetic little man. Then the leader turned to Sagar and declared that the cult would not disappear, because he would become the new leader. Sagar understood what his father was going to do, but it was already too late. He tore 2 vials from his belt. And in the next moment, the leader smashed them right in front of Happy's face. At that very second, the throne room began to fill with poisonous gas, which made Happy's throat seize up. Observing his torment, the cult leader admitted that he was very talented. But in the end, they were both just people who would now die from a simple poison. The strength rapidly left Happy, and he collapsed to the floor. However, in the next moment, something happened that the leader did not expect at all. Captain Sooms burst into the poisonous cloud and cut the chain with a halberd. Following him appeared William, who immediately threw Happy over his shoulder and together with the captain rushed out of the hall. However, before they managed to run outside, Happy managed to say something in farewell to the cult leader. He said that saving people or killing them, in the end it all comes back. The cult leader did not understand the meaning of these words, but when Happy left, he finally saw those very dead men. And when the poison dissipated, only his lifeless body was found in the throne hall. Following the death of their leader, all the cult followers disappeared from the kingdom. And although it was never completely clear who was the sectarian and who was the victim, the situation was nevertheless resolved. However, trust among the kingdom's citizens was lost forever. At that very moment, the king was needed by his subjects like never before, but unfortunately, he could not recover from his wounds and soon passed away. And all the remaining members of the royal family were slaughtered, as well as the nobility, which is why everything collapsed: the army, politics, administration. Thus, the kingdom was struck by its darkest time. However, hope still had not faded in places like the Vinny family farm. Victims and the destitute from all over the kingdom gathered there, as the Vinny family had turned their farm into a temporary shelter. Inside the house, Vinny herself was attending to William and Captain Sooms. William swore that he had not inhaled the poison, but he looked very ill. Sooms was sturdier than the young man, but even he felt sick, which made the captain wonder, could this poison really be that dangerous? In response, Vinny explained that even the slightest drop of this poison brings death. William's father was struck by the girl's knowledge, so he asked, where does she know all this from? In response, Vinny explained that she learned everything from her grandfather and grandmother. The gazes of all present turned to the elders, and then they told that during the war, Vinny's parents were killed by cultists. They accidentally opened a well poisoned by cultists, and that poison was similar to the poison used by the cult leader. However, William still could not understand why, having received such a dose of poison, Happy looked completely healthy. He calmly helped Winnie prepare antidotes and care for the injured. Then Winnie remembered that despite all the medicines, there was a feeling as if Happy's body was already familiar with this poison. Captain Sooms thought so too, and therefore directly asked Happy, had he encountered this poison in the arena? But in response, Happy carelessly admitted that he did not know it, although the poison was very painful. Sooms was about to ask more questions, but Vice Captain Hector approached him and whispered a request to have a private conversation. The captain went outside with him and there, around the corner of the house, asked, "What's the matter?" In response, Hector handed him a letter and explained that it was found on one of the killed in the arena. And when Sooms accepted the letter, the vice captain added that this letter was from Lucastian and it was for Happy. The captain immediately began to read the letter, and from its contents, Sooms understood that the king was telling the truth. The demon really exists, and Happy is the child whom that very demon abandoned to die. Lucastian wrote that he desperately wished to see the strongest being, and Happy's parents were an ideal for him. Therefore, he decided to find those people who sold their own child at the slave market. And over time, Lucastian found out where they were and began sending soldiers and mercenaries there, but they all disappeared. And even so, Lucastian did not give up and spent years searching for information about that cursed place. Eventually, he still found out that whole kingdoms were trying to hide that place for some reason, and their kings called those lands the cradle of the devil. Lucastian did not know why Happy's parents abandoned him, but considered it fate. And Lucastian believed that the strength gained in the arena would help Happy fight the demon he would one day meet. And until then, Lucastian deliberately concealed the whereabouts of Happy's parents. After reading the letter, the captain asked Hector, "Does anyone else know about this?" In response, the vice captain assured that only the two of them knew, unless the messenger showed the letter to others. Sooms knew from the very beginning that Happy was not an ordinary person, but he never thought that this young man had such a terrible past. In such a situation, the captain did not even know. Would Happy save them all or destroy them? But Sooms definitely knew that Happy was on his side. And the captain also knew that the cult still existed and that it would definitely try to summon the demon again. And if that is true, it is the duty of the royal guards to warn the allied countries and prepare a plan. However, Hector doubted that the neighbors would help them upon learning about the demon child and whether the cultists would not turn them into enemies. Then Sooms decided first of all to hide Happy from the sectarians and at the same time request help to destroy the cult. The captain believed that the neighboring kingdoms would help, as they clearly did not want the demon to return. 2 weeks passed since that day, and all this time, Happy helped the old man shovel bury the dead. And when the work was finally completed, the old gravedigger could only marvel at the endurance of the young man. Usually the body is simply burned if there are too many dead, but Happy buried each one. And in response to Shovel's question, he explained that he did so because he remembers each of the dead. Hearing these words, Winnie felt very hurt and upset in her soul. And so she hurriedly entered Shovel's house so that no one would see her tears. But the old man decided to check on the girl and asked, "Is she all right?" Without raising her wet eyes, Winnie admitted that she still could not believe that Sagar was a cultist. Shovel agreed with her on this. He could not even imagine that Sagar was the son of the cult leader. And yet, Happy revealed that Sagar tried to save Winnie's farm, so maybe he was a cultist, not by his own will. But Winnie did not think so. For her, Sagar became a simple fanatic and murderer. If only she knew that this very fanatic and murderer was now hiding under the floor of the house. There, in the darkness, Sagar saw and heard his deceased father. He was displeased with his son's inaction, because now Sagar was the new cult leader. However, Sagar was unsure if he could lead the cult with such a burden on his heart. The father said that Sagar was still weak, but then the basement door opened and the ghost was dispelled by sunlight. It was Scarlet, who still could not stand the stench reigning in the basement and broke out into the fresh air. Shovel immediately told her to be quieter, to which Scarlet objected since the girl had already left anyway. Being at death's door, Sagar and Scarlet came to Shovel 2 weeks ago. The old gravedigger saved them because he believed that Sagar was a good man. As for Scarlet, if it were up to Shovel, he would have burned her. But now that Sagar had recovered, the old man ordered him to run away and quickly, before they caught him. However, Scarlet was against this idea because this kingdom without a king was already called the Land of Fanatics. So wherever they went, they would be pursued everywhere and eventually executed. Only Shovel didn't care about the problems of a killer and cultist. He didn't want to be executed along with them. Then Scarlet asked Sagar about the cult's further plans. However, he said he was not interested and the cult could live without a leader. I'm a leader based on its faith. Then Scarlet asked, "What kind of faith is that?" In response, Sagar told the truth that had been hidden from him. The cult believes that the demon will return and destroy all blasphemers. But then Scarlet suggested finding this demon and siding with him in order to survive. For such an idea, Shovel was not afraid to give the killer a slap on the head. But Sagar seriously pondered Scarlet's words. Meanwhile, William's family was preparing for a journey to another kingdom. However, William himself informed his relatives that he would stay to join the expedition as a royal knight. His words were a heavy blow to his father, but he humbly accepted them. At the same time, Captain Sooms visited Happy at the farm to recruit him for the expedition. For her, Sooms gathered the most trusted people and divided them into two squads. The first squad would be led by the captain himself, and the second by Vice Captain Hector. When Grandpa Vinny heard about this expedition in the evening, he made the difficult decision not to oppose the captain's will and to let Happy go. But Vinny was against it. She did not understand why they needed to take Happy with them, since he was not yet a knight and knew nothing about the outside world. Nevertheless, 2 days later, Soom's assembled squad left the kingdom and set out on the journey. Vinny said goodbye to Happy at the farm, but after that she was overcome with longing and sadness. Then, seeing the granddaughter's torment, Grandmother said that she should not worry about them and should go with Happy. Winnie could not believe what she heard, but Grandmother smiled and reminded her that Happy was still a child, and therefore someone had to protect him. Delighted, Winnie quickly gathered healing herbs and, catching up with the squad, secretly climbed into the wagon with Happy. When he first left the arena, the world seemed so huge to him. But now this very huge world was turning into a dot and disappearing. Watching the kingdom recede, Happy asked, "How big is their world?" In response, Winnie pondered and suggested that even if you travel your whole life, you won't see the entire world. Meanwhile, it was already starting to get dark, so Soom stopped the squad and decided to set up camp here. And the accompanying knight Germain was appointed by the captain as the first night watchman. Only the issue of cooking remained to be resolved. But suddenly Winnie raised her hand and confidently declared that she would take on the cooking. Then everyone finally noticed that the squad had grown by one companion. Sooms asked what Winnie was doing here, to which she reasonably noted that a medic would definitely not be a hindrance to the squad. Nevertheless, the captain did not want to risk the girl's life, so he asked her to return home. But Winnie reminded how she saved Sooms and William from deadly poison. The captain remembered everything and understood that without a medic, their journey could not even be called an expedition. Moreover, the road back to the city would take a whole 2 days, and Sooms would not dare to send Winnie alone. Then Hector spoke in favor of the girl joining the squad. He reminded how Winnie helped the wounded and organized a temporary shelter for the victims, so she has the necessary skills. With this argument, the captain could not argue, so he gave in and allowed the girl to stay. By the time the camp was finally set up, it was already dark. Sooms and William went to scout the surroundings while Winnie took care of preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Hector was dozing off as he was supposed to be on duty all night. So Happy ended up guarding the camp with Winnie. But suddenly a traveler appeared from behind the trees, riding a horse. He did not approach, but only nodded to Winnie and Happy with a good-natured smile and rode on. Winnie was surprised that people were met in such a wilderness, but Happy was more wary of the traveler's yellow sack. And his suspicions were not unfounded because that sack was full of stolen jewels. And the traveler was the bloodthirsty leader of a gang of bandits named Victor. He handed his henchmen the empty sack and, before leaving, ordered them to rob the camp. Soon the captain and William returned from patrol, and after dinner, everyone went to sleep. Everyone except Germund, who took the night watch. By that time, Victor's minions had reached the camp. They hid in the bushes and prepared to attack, considering the lone sentry an easy target. But just as they were ready to attack, Happy suddenly woke up. One of the bandits, whose name was Brom, thought they had been discovered, but his brother Torf was wary of the fact that Happy was somehow looking directly in their direction. But he calmly warned Germain that he needed to go to the toilet and leisurely headed towards the bushes. The bandits decided to follow Happy and hid behind a huge boulder. Brom changed the plan and decided to first get rid of the most problematic and unarmed one. However, when the bandit sneaked up on Happy from behind, he kicked him in the face, with such force that Brom landed on one of his comrades. But Happy did not give the bandit a chance to recover and knocked out 3 with 3 blows. Torf tried to escape, but Happy's foot caught up with him too. And when all the bandits were on the ground, Happy asked, "Who are they?" Brom immediately began to beg for mercy, but then Happy asked, "Are they sectarians?" In response, Brom stated that he was just a simple robber and again asked not to be killed. However, Happy was more interested in the bandit's bag than his pleas. The bag was exactly the same as that of the traveler, which made Happy assume that he was robbed by these bandits. However, seeing the dry blood on the sack, Happy's opinion changed, and now he was sure that the traveler wanted to rob them. By the time Happy returned, everyone in the camp had already woken up. And how surprised they were when Happy returned from the forest with a group of 5 short men. Captain Sooms immediately interrogated them, but the unfortunate bandits did not hide anything. They said that several gangs ruled these lands. Each of them built a camp on their own territory, and the one who first obtains the loot takes it for themselves. But ahead of all is Victor's territory. He is the strongest of all the bandits, so he occupied the foremost point. Realizing that the royal lands had turned into a bandit den, Sooms grabbed his head. German suggested that it was because there were more fugitives in the kingdom, which meant rumors of the king's death had already spread. Brahm also told about a bypass route, but the captain suspected that it would also be full of bandits, and the squad was too small, and there was not enough weaponry to fight them. Then William proposed simply disguising themselves as bandits and pretending that they all returned after a robbery. If the disguised squad passes through the bandit lands, the bandits will decide that it is just a competing gang and will not touch them. Moreover, if the squad comes from the side where the strongest bandits live, they will be avoided even more. However, Sooms opposed this idea because they do not know the positions of the robber bands, and if the squad encounters them, they will all be immediately exposed. Brahm agreed with the captain and confirmed that only real bandits know the affairs between the gangs. Only, by his own words, the robber foolishly gave his captors a very good idea. Since only a bandit knows about other bandits, Brahm and his comrades will help to bypass them all. In the morning, the squad set out disguised as notorious cutthroats, and Brahm showed them the way and told about the local bandit gangs. But after some time, Brahm still dared to ask, will they really be released when everything is over? In response, Germond assured that knights always keep their promises, which Brahm liked very much. However, he hid this and confidently stated that it no longer mattered because the boss would find them. Meanwhile, Victor was just informed that Brahm's gang had not yet returned. Victor suggested that the short ones were simply beaten by those travelers, but on the other hand, they did not look like serious opponents. Then one of the cutthroats volunteered to go on reconnaissance and find out what happened. But Victor did not want to waste time on the shorties and stated that if they did not return by noon, it meant they were all already dead. Moreover, Victor intended to get rid of these useless vagabonds anyway. When it got dark, the squad set up camp on the hill. Brahm was sure that today the boss would go looking for them, so he told his comrades to prepare to escape. However, a bowl of hot stew made the bandits postpone thinking about escape a little. Watching them, William remarked that these guys did not seem like bad people. However, Happy disagreed with his friend and reminded him that these shorties had tried to hit him with an axe. Therefore, Happy advised William not to get too attached to these bandits and not to trust them. On the morning of the third day, the boss still had not come, which made Brahm naively assume that he had simply taken another road. The squad continued on their way, but after a few hours, Happy decided to ask Torf, why does their boss not go with them on raids? In response, the bandit explained that he and his comrades did not yet have citizenship, so the boss could not go with them on business. But he promised to grant the shorties citizenship if they tried hard. Happy would have been glad to continue the conversation, but the further talk was interrupted by a sudden ambush. In the blink of an eye, the cart was surrounded by bandits. However, upon seeing Soom's squad, the bandit leader decided they were the same cutthroats, and therefore asked, which gang are they from? The captain anticipated this question and had already suggested the squad choose a name yesterday. However, Brahm assured that the bandits had a special language, and it was better to entrust negotiations to him and his comrades. Only the next day the shorty forgot his own words, which is why Germond had to remind him with a poke in the back. But recovering, Brahm suddenly showed the leader an obscene gesture and gave him not a kind curse. Then the shorty explained to the puzzled German that the boss always communicates with other bandits that way. Only Brahm was not Victor, so Happy immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. And his premonition did not fail. At that very second, the leader struck Germond with an axe, but he managed to cover himself with a shield. The leader, whose name was Brock, growled angrily that no one dared to talk to him like that. But Germond pushed him back with his shield and declared that they could, because they are the new gang. Brom immediately supported his words, which caused the leader to temper his ardor and become thoughtful. He did not want to start a war, but Brock still asked, why are the newcomers wandering around this territory? In response, Captain Sooms explained that they just wanted to pass quietly along this road. Now Brock believed that they were really newcomers, because all seasoned bandits know that his camp is located near this road. After these words, everyone in Soom's squad looked very eloquently at Brom and his comrades. Meanwhile, Brock declared that he would not kill the newcomers if they gave up all their belongings with horses and left. The response to the threat was Soom's club, which struck directly in the leader's face. However, to the captain's surprise, he stood firm and immediately chopped the club with an axe. Now Brock understood why these newcomers allowed themselves to speak like that, and even admitted that they fought well. Only Sooms attacked, not even realizing which of the two was the prey. Because of Brock's thirst for blood, the captain realized that these were not ordinary bandits. And to confirm this, Brom reported that Brock's gang was one of the strongest, so the squad had no chance. At these words, Winnie grabbed the bandit by the scruff and angrily asked, why then did Brom anger them? At that moment, one of the bandits lunged at the girl, but Happy stopped him with a powerful knee strike. Meanwhile, Sooms freed the horses and ordered everyone to gather around the wagon. In it, the knights hid their weapons, which immediately came into play. The bandits' axes were no match for the swords of the royal guards. And even the short bandits began to contribute to the fight against the bandits. Meanwhile, Brock clashed again with Gourmand. However, with a sword, the knight proved to be a much more serious opponent. Because of this, Brock could not understand, why do these bandits fight so well? Meanwhile, his thugs decided to kill the unarmed Happy first. This became their biggest mistake, for Happy never needed a weapon. He single-handedly and with bare hands cleared the rear from enemies. Winnie decided to strengthen the rear defense together with the shorties. But to her surprise, they immediately ran away. Captain Sooms ordered to forget about the fugitives and focus on victory. However, the captain's words amused Brock, and through an unfriendly laugh, he reminded that his camp was nearby. And in the next moment, the leader loudly ordered everyone to gather. And soon, several dozen armed thugs came out of the forest thicket. Meanwhile, Brom, Torf, and the other shorties ran as fast as they could away from the battlefield. Brom told his comrades that they needed to return to the boss, but at the same time he was tormented by memories of the last 3 days. He remembered how the knight Germain treated them well, even though they were robbers and his prisoners. And Brom also remembered how he and his comrades were regularly fed, while the boss always told them that they needed to earn their bread. Because of all these memories, Brom lost himself and, stumbling, fell to the ground. Torf immediately helped his brother to get up and urged him to hurry, otherwise Brock's bandits would catch them. However, Brom told his comrades and brother that they all needed to earn a living. This decision surprised the little ones. However, a second later, they all armed themselves with sticks and stones and ran back to help the squad. But upon arriving at the battlefield, the little ones realized that their help was no longer needed. All because Happy was dealing with one bandit after another with his bare hands, breaking through to the astonished Brock. The leader intended to swing the axe, but Happy intercepted it and immediately struck Brock in the jaw. From such a blow, the leader collapsed to the ground, and Happy was already looming over him with the raised axe. Brock shouted that he surrendered, and to his surprise, Happy spared the opponent. Realizing that the battle was won without them, the little ones hurriedly began to tie their own hands. Winnie was surprised by their return, but Brom explained that they had come to help. Then the girl reasonably reminded them that it all started because of Brom, to which the little one admitted that he actually did not know where the bandits' camp was. Brom pretended so that he and his comrades would not be killed, but now Happy was not averse to doing it. Meanwhile, Germain reminded everyone of the main problem. The cart was destroyed by bandits, and the horses ran away. But suddenly, Brom suggested simply robbing the bandit camp. For once, the shorty came up with a sensible idea. And as it turned out, the camp was indeed full of things needed by the squad. Captain Sooms ordered to release all the horses into the wild and to burn the remaining bandits' weapons. As for the bandits and cutthroats themselves, Happy tied them all up tightly. Only Winnie and William felt as if they had become the bandits because of this. However, Sooms disagreed, since these stolen goods were the property of the kingdom and they would find a useful purpose for them. Meanwhile, the shorties tried in every way to be helpful and useful. And soon, having acquired everything necessary, the squad continued on their way. The next day, Victor visited Brock's camp, and he was extremely displeased with what he saw. In his defense, Brock explained that a new gang had attacked him. Such news surprised Victor, and he asked, "What is it called?" Then Brock remembered that the bearded short man declared that they are the Herman gang, and they are not to be trifled with. Victor had heard of such a gang for the first time, but what worried him most was the fact that some newcomers dared to rob him. Brock assured that it was the strongest gang he had ever met, and his men were absolutely powerless against them. But in response, Victor cut Brock's bonds with an axe and declared that there was no one stronger than him. And then Victor ordered Brock and his men to track down this Herman gang so that he could personally destroy them. After 7 days, Soom's squad finally reached the outpost of the neighboring kingdom. Their arrival was noticed by one of the sentries, who immediately reported it to Captain Georg. The sentry reported that bandits were heading towards them, but Georg considered it nonsense as no gang would dare approach the fortress. But when the captain saw Soom's squad with his own eyes, his opinion sharply changed. The travelers looked so battered and menacing that Georg took them for cutthroats and ordered to open fire. But in the next moment, the sentry reported the approach of another squad, causing the captain to cancel the order. The second group turned out to be the Iron Fang gang, led by a very angry Victor. Georg had no idea why this monster had come here, but he had a very bad premonition. Meanwhile, the bandits blocked the path to the outpost gates. But when Victor dismounted, he was extremely surprised to see familiar shorties among the enemy ranks. In their defense, Brahm and Torf quickly claimed that they had been kidnapped. And Captain Soom's, meanwhile, announced that his squad were knights from an allied kingdom, and according to the alliance treaty, they should be allowed into the outpost. However, the only response was tense silence. After a pause, Captain Georg asked why the knights were carrying loot and competing with bandits. Moreover, Soom stated that his squad had broken through the bandit forest, but there were too few fighters for this venture. In response, the captain assured that it was just a disguise and he could prove that his squad were truly royal knights. However, Georg mockingly said that if Soom's squad really were knights, then dealing with some bandits would be easy for them. So first the squad must defeat the Iron Fang gang, and the talks will come afterward. But Germain knew that they would not listen anyway, because this was the farthest outpost of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Victor reminded everyone of himself and demanded the return of what belonged to him. Specifically, he wanted the short ones to be handed over to him. Brahm immediately warned Germain that their boss could not be defeated, so they all had to run away quickly. But despite this, Captain Soom's ordered the squad to form ranks. Only William, Vinny, and Happy were barely standing on their feet, especially Happy, who had fought in countless battles and had hardly slept. Nevertheless, the squad promptly obeyed their captain's order, as they had done before. Brahm could not understand why they were not running away, while the other short ones rushed to Victor. But then, drawing his sword, Germain explained that they had nowhere to retreat because knights fight for their people, not for treasures or lands. And then he challenged Victor and proposed to fight one-on-one, leader against leader. But in response, Victor said with a bloodthirsty smile that there would be no duel because he would kill them all. And in the next moment, he brought down an axe on the short ones, killing 3 with 1 blow. The same fate awaited Brahm if Torf had not managed to push his brother away, taking the blow himself. At that very second, Germain rammed Victor with his shield and engaged him in a fierce fight. Brahm ran to his wounded brother, who hoarsely said that this was punishment for all their bad deeds. Brahm lifted his brother onto his shoulders and assured him that he would heal him. But Torf whispered to his brother that he was not a bandit, but their knight. And in the next moment, Torf breathed his last on Brahm's shoulders. Meanwhile, Victor was pressing Germain. With a powerful axe strike, the leader managed to push the knight back. But in the next moment, the unthinkable happened. Brahm lunged at Victor and bit his neck like a rabid beast. Startled by the surprise, Victor still managed to block Germain's attack and, striking him in the face, pushed Brahm aside. Falling to the ground, Brahm simply watched the duel, for he had no strength left to change anything. William was beside himself with rage. How could Victor do this? These were his comrades who followed him everywhere and waited for him every day. To which Victor snarled angrily in response that they were just cattle who fled during the attack on the slave market. And he simply used and then destroyed this trash. Angered by these words, Germain launched an attack, but Victor was able to repel the blow. Of course, Victor felt the fury with which his opponent attacked him. Nevertheless, he was confident that Germain had no chance of victory. Then William noticed that none of the bandits moved from their place while their leader was fighting. Could it be that no one dares to disobey the order, or are the criminals so confident in their victory? Nevertheless, William was sure the battle would end if the bandit leader died. Was Germain really planning this? But William had no confidence in Germain's victory, as they were all quite exhausted from the long journey. And then William remembered the night before these events. He and Germain were on watch. It was then that Germain gave him valuable advice to use a shield. Of course, Happy taught William to fight, but such a fighting style required a lot of strength. And if William got tired quickly and the opponent was stronger, then he would inevitably die. It is impossible to fight constantly risking one's life, so William needed to be able to defend himself. Germain was confident that using the shield could win, so after deflecting another attack from Victor, he began to think through a new move in the battle. It was necessary to protect the body and conserve strength, so Germain had no time to doubt his movements. Finally seizing the moment, Germain was able to strike the opponent, and Victor, staggering, fell to the ground. The soldiers on the fortress wall were impressed and immediately began to crowd at the loopholes to get a better look at the brave man who wounded Victor. Meanwhile, William again turned his attention to the bandits surrounding them. No one was rushing to help Victor. Perhaps pursuing their small detachment, the bandits heard many stories about the most terrible battles arranged by Happy. It turns out the bandits stood aside not out of obedience or confidence in their leader. They were simply afraid of Happy. Despite the injury, Victor was beside himself with rage, as he wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. But since the travelers so desired death, he would help them with that. The captain on the fortress wall ordered the soldiers to be ready to get rid of the travelers' bodies. After all, Victor was nicknamed the Monster because of his madness. No one was able to stop him. He swallowed everyone and anyone. Suddenly, Happy dashed from his place and with one precise strike broke Victor's jaw and forced him to fall to the ground. The commander of the guard began to panic and immediately ordered the crossbowmen to open fire. But the soldier, not fully understanding the order, hesitated. Then the commander snatched the crossbow from the soldier and aimed, but instead of fear or despair on Happy's face, he saw a smile. And then the commander was seized by even greater fear. Could it be that the enemy was provoking him? Did they want him to shoot? Terrible images of possible consequences began to appear before the commander's eyes. Handing the crossbow back to the soldier, he ordered the travelers to be sent to the defensive point and interrogated. The fortress gates were finally open, and the travelers entered the fortress territory. One of the soldiers immediately volunteered to accompany them. At the same time, in a village far from the kingdom, in a small tavern, Scarlet and Sager were discussing the further plan of action. Scarlet wondered what they were even doing in such a dump. She followed Sager because he wanted to find a demon. Suddenly, the tavern doors opened and bandits rushed inside. They said that the Iron Fang was destroyed and demanded all the meat and alcohol from the storeroom. The bandits were in a panic. Before leaving, they planned to take everything they could, fearing retribution from Herman's gang. An irritated bandit pushed the waitress. The girl lost her balance and fell to the floor, looking at Scarlet with a plea. But Scarlet only kicked the girl in response. She herself was trying to survive as best she could, so she advised the waitress to crawl away from here. Sager, on the contrary, helped the girl to get up, which attracted the bandits' attention, who demanded that all the most valuable things be handed over and that they leave the tavern. But Sager, ignoring the threat, sat back down at the table and said that he would like to meet with the believers. To the bandits' surprise, the curtains on the windows were drawn at the moment and the doors were slammed shut. The robbers did not have time to understand what was happening when the waitresses and guests instantly drew weapons and attacked them. The tavern was filled with screams of horror, and after a few minutes, everything fell silent. Scarlet, cursing, rushed outside. She was extremely outraged. If everyone in the tavern were believers, Sager could have at least warned her. As on the day of the massacre, Scarlet was horrified by the treachery of the cult. She did not understand how a person could so easily turn into a butcher and considered all cult members to be mad. Nevertheless, Sager was sure that the cult members were not mad, but simply followed their faith. But Scarlet did not understand why the cult members broke years of peace and arranged a slaughter. Sager could not answer this question because when he was born, the cult already existed. Even his father, being from the first generation, hid the cult until the very end. And although he left Sager the cult's knowledge before his death, the questions did not lessen. Therefore, there was only one way to learn the truth: to fight the demon, the source of the cult. Sager planned to find believers who knew something, and thus they could discover the demon in its true form. The plan was clear to Scarlet, for she followed him only because she wanted to be on the same side as the demon. Sagara, however, was not interested in domination. He simply wanted to reduce losses among civilians. Nevertheless, Scarlet disagreed with him because to survive, one would still have to choose the stronger side. Then she asked what they would do next, to which Sagar replied that it was necessary to meet with the king of the allied state, as he was also a believer. Such a revelation greatly surprised Scarlet. Could there really be such people among the nobility? Sagara only learned how vast the cult was after his father's death, and was sure that it could no longer be stopped. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Captain Sooms reported a coup d'etat in his kingdom and all the hardships his people endured during their wanderings. Commander Georg nervously tapped his heel and cautiously glanced at the still smiling Heppy. Finally, the fair-haired knight named Theodore finished the interrogation and closed the journal. Now everything was clear to him. And so as not to tarnish Soom's honor, Theodore promised to immediately report everything to His Majesty. However, first Theodore decided to escort the travelers to the palace, where rest and a change of clothes awaited them. Unfortunately, according to the castle rules, guests had to leave their weapons with the guards. Crossing the bridge to the palace, the travelers did not notice how King Sebastian and his daughter were watching them intently from a castle window. After escorting the guests to their rooms, Theodore left them, promising to attend to preparations for the audience with the king. As he left the travelers, Theodore ordered the servants to check the weapons once more and to immediately report to him if they noticed any suspicious scars or marks on the guests' bodies. The servants, without arousing suspicion, began to carefully examine the travelers' bodies who were preparing to take a bath. And while Germain and William did not arouse any suspicion among the servants, upon seeing Heppy's body completely covered in scars, the servant rushed out of the room like a bullet and ran to Theodore. Encountering Theodore and Simon in the corridor, the servant immediately reported that the knight's apprentice's body was completely covered in scars. And then Simon remembered that, according to Georg, this very guy had caught the leader of the Iron Fang gang. At that time, Simon considered it nonsense, but apparently the knight's apprentice really was special. Nevertheless, Theodore was skeptical of the servant's words. If Heppy knew how to fight, he wouldn't have so many scars. Meanwhile, the maid was leading Winnie to another part of the castle, as there was no room for women in this part of the building. Finding herself in a luxurious bathroom, Winnie opened her mouth in surprise. The maid, leaving clean clothes on the table, hurriedly left. Soaking in hot water, Winnie truly felt like a princess. Completely relaxed, Winnie did not even notice how she silently wished for a cup of tea. The maid who appeared from behind the screen immediately asked what kind of tea the lady would like. Startled, Winnie quickly submerged herself in the water, as she did not expect that someone was hiding behind the screen all this time. As soon as the bathing was finished, the travelers were escorted to the guest rooms. Entering the luxurious room, Winnie sighed with relief. Could it be that they were really cared for so much? And on the neighboring bed, Happy was already snoring loudly. William explained that in fact Happy fell asleep immediately after leaving the bath. Winnie smiled because it was the same last time. Happy always thinks about friends first, and only then about himself. Nevertheless, she was glad that everything was over. The captain and Germain went to meet His Majesty Sebastian, so things were definitely looking up. Finally, William's and Winnie's attention was drawn to Brom, who had been quietly sitting on a chair all this time. Thanking his comrades for their care, Brom was forced to leave them, as he needed to take care of his brother's funeral. Leaving the apartments, Brom turned to Theodore with a request to let him go, but the knight ordered him to wait until the end of the audience. When the request to leave was heard again, Theodore rudely pushed Brom away. Pressing the blade to his throat, Theodore said that they are courteous only to subjects of the allied state, but not to bandits, which Brom is. Having cooled down a bit, Theodore sheathed the blade and added that Brom could take his brother's body after the audience with the king. Brom, having apologized, quickly retreated back to the room and, sitting on a chair, decided not to go anywhere anymore. Time dragged painfully long, so William, looking out of the room, asked Theodore if the meeting with His Majesty was not over yet. Sighing heavily, Theodore replied that the conversation was lasting longer than expected, so perhaps the meeting would not end today. After 3 hours, Happy woke up, rubbed his eyes, and finding no one nearby, decided to look around. Looking out of the room, Happy asked Theodore, who was still standing guard, where everyone had gone. Theodore turned away without giving an answer, so Happy decided to personally search for his comrades. But Theodore, blocking his way, asked Happy to wait until the audience ended and returned to the room. Nevertheless, Happy, ignoring the request, decided to move forward, and at his neck immediately appeared Theodore's blade. Theodore expected to see fear or at least surprise in Happy's eyes, but saw only a mad smile that was terrifying as hell. Skillfully dodging the blade, Happy continued on his way, when suddenly the doors behind opened and William appeared. He explained that the audience with the king was over and Germont had received permission for Brahm's funeral, so they were leaving. Smiling, Happy apologized to Theodore and followed William. Walking through the castle corridors, Happy had already thought that since everything was over, they were heading home. But William informed them that they would have to stay for a couple of days. At the audience with King Sebastian, Germont and Sooms discussed many things: how the monarch of their kingdom died, the state of the cult, and plans for the future. King Sebastian insisted that the guests remain in his kingdom until all the details were known, as they needed to act with utmost caution. Of course, Sooms did not like this idea, but after a heavy sigh, he still agreed. To help them reach the allied kingdom, many people lost their lives, so Germont asked King Sebastian to bury them properly. Although Sebastian was a little surprised by the request, he nevertheless ordered workers to be sent to the distant cemetery. Finally reaching the cemetery, the travelers stopped at 4 fresh graves. Looking at the graves, Brahms said that they had indeed reached their goal, but now he understood that happiness was not in the kingdom, but in the fact that they were together. Of course, Germont understood him, as he too had recently lost his entire family. And now in the kingdom, there were many people, like Germont, who shared this pain. Therefore, Germont suggested to Brahm to go with them. He in turn would show how not to lose heart when the whole world goes mad. And then Brahm remembered the words of his younger brother that he should not remain alone. Burying his face in Germont, Brahm sincerely cried after standing a little longer by the graves the travelers departed. Meanwhile, King Sebastian informed his daughter, Princess Diana, that the allied kingdom would soon belong to them, and Diana herself would become queen. Princess Diana could not sleep, so she decided to take a little walk around the castle. Suddenly, Diana met a maid who greeted her, and then bowed her head low and apologized. Looking at the maid with surprise, Diana asked what the maid was apologizing for, to which she replied that she had committed a terrible sin, having looked at Princess Diana too harshly. Continuing her walk, Diana pondered her father's words, who said that the servants should look at her with fear. And one day, the whole world should cast a frightened glance at Princess Diana. Finally going outside, Diana encountered guests from the allied kingdom. The guests immediately knelt, and Diana began to look at the people with interest, who soon were to become her subjects. Suddenly, Diana's gaze stopped on Happy, who to her surprise did not kneel on one knee, but smiled broadly. Winnie quickly pulled Happy, and he still knelt before the princess. When all the formalities were completed, the guests and the princess dispersed. Nevertheless, Diana was impressed by Happy's behavior. Lying in bed, Princess Diana could not fall asleep. She had never seen such an expression on a face as Happy's. Princess Diana kept wondering, who is this strange, smiling young man, and what does he think of her? For the first time, Diana was interested. She wanted to know everything about him, wanted to see him at least once more. The next day at the training ground of the knightly order, Simon and Theodore surprisingly discovered guests. William explained that they were allowed to train and considered it an excellent opportunity to exchange information. Of course, Theodore understood that while the guests were in their kingdom, they could do as they pleased, but the outcome would be the same. The guests would become their subordinates. After some reflection, Simon suggested to William that instead of training, they fight against the knights of the order. William was stunned by such a bold proposal, as they had not yet recovered from battles with bandits. Suddenly, one of the knight's pupils burst onto the training ground and reported that Princess Diana would personally observe today's training. Immediately, chaos began on the training ground. Everyone wanted to appear in a good light before the princess. When Princess Diana stepped onto the balcony, the knights knelt before her as if on command. But Diana was not interested in etiquette. She immediately found Happy with her eyes, whom William was desperately pulling down. When the etiquette norms were done with, the captain of the allied kingdom, Mercenary, gave the order for everyone to gear up and treat the training as a real battle. William noted to himself how the atmosphere changed with the captain's arrival. Right next to them, Captain Sooms appeared and also gave the order to gear up, as the princess wanted to see how the military forces of the allied states fought. and Germain advised to choose weapons and fight as usual. Apparently, the locals would not let them rest. Nevertheless, Sooms was determined as they came for help, so it was necessary to follow the rules. Of course, it would not be easy, but they simply had to show what they were capable of, no matter what. Samson, on the other hand, was extremely displeased, as he just wanted to learn about Happy's abilities, and the princess caused such a commotion. Could it be that Princess Diana is also interested in the Allied Kingdom? Behind all the preparations at the training ground, from the window of the castle, King Sebastian was watching. Suddenly pointing at Happy, the king asked the suspicious figure behind, "Was it this apprentice who killed the cult knight?" King Sebastian had not yet decided what to do with Happy, kill him immediately or use him. Therefore, Leopold suggested disguising himself as a knight's apprentice to find out about Happy's abilities. The king liked this proposal. Meanwhile, Princess Diana, being among the knights and servants, was intently watching Happy. She was absolutely uninterested in the sparrings. Diana only wanted to know what strange feeling Happy awakened in her. Theodore thought that the princess was looking in his direction, and this was a perfect opportunity to get a promotion. Soon the order of the fights was determined. In the first duel, the commanders were to clash. The second was supposed to be a battle between the senior knights Germain and Simone. In the third sparring, William and Theodore, ordinary knights, were to face each other. The battle of the apprentices was immediately after. Happy smiled joyfully. It turns out he was also participating in the fight. William concluded that all duels, except those involving apprentices, would be official, and he pointed Happy to his opponent. Turning around, Princess Diana was surprised to discover that Leopold, her secret knight, was disguised as a student. The time for duels had come. The judge, stepping into the center of the arena, swore to judge fairly and invited the captains to step forward. The Polygon captain was determined to win, for Princess Diana herself was watching the duel. Captain Sooms, in turn, had to prove that he deserved help, so he planned to give his all. As soon as the judge waved the flag, the opponents rushed into attack. Sooms was armed with a halberd, so the Polygon captain decided that first he needed to get out of the danger zone. Strategically retreating, the Polygon captain already thought he had a chance to counterattack. But Sooms, using the halberd to its full length, skillfully hooked the opponent's shield and tried to pull it into the attack zone. The Polygon captain skillfully knocked Sooms's halberd off the shield and sighed with relief. But he himself did not notice how he ended up in the attack zone. This time Sooms threw the halberd again, and hooking the opponent's armor, pulled him closer. Understanding the danger of the situation, the Polygon captain ducked and the halberd whistled over his head. Irritated by the course of the battle, the Polygon captain tried to counterattack, but Sooms easily deflected the strike with the blunt side of his weapon, and then he began to fiercely strike the Polygon captain's shield. At some point, Sooms managed to knock the sword out of the opponent's hands, and then he leaned all his weight on the enemy's shield and knocked him off his feet. As soon as Sooms picked up the opponent's sword, the judge immediately raised the flag. The fight was over. Many rumors about the weakness of the neighboring state circulated throughout the allied state, but this duel proved that they were all mistaken. Next onto the arena came the senior knights, and as soon as the judge gave the signal, Germain, shielding himself with his shield, rushed into attack. Despite all of Simon's attempts to strike, Germain skillfully covered himself with the shield. William, carefully watching the battle, noticed that Germain, who had been demonstrating a defensive stance, was now fiercely charging into attack with the shield raised. Germain continued to press. Simon could only retreat and deliver rare blows. Soon Simon became exhausted, which Germain immediately took advantage of and knocked the opponent off his feet. The duel ended with Germain's victory. Now it was William's turn, who was very nervous. Noticing the anxiety on William's face, Germain advised him to relax and show all his skills. Germain was confident in everyone's victory, since the knights of the Allied Kingdom had not been in wars for a long time. And that means they lacked experience in fighting in real battles, so William needed to fight confidently and not doubt himself. Looking at the shield extended by the servant, William remembered how Germain advised him to use the shield. But every time a shield ended up in William's hands, the desire to hide, not fight, awoke in him. And Happy, well aware of this problem, therefore suggested that William learn to fight sword to sword. Happy himself was taught this fighting style by his adoptive father, who never lost in one-on-one duels. After a day of bloodshed, William and Happy buried the dead in the morning and trained hard in the evening. When William joined the expedition, he continued training despite battles with bandits. Theodore, looking at William's serious face, cursed to himself. It turned out the guests were much stronger than he thought. Fortunately, William also used a sword, which was a positive point for Theodore, as he had never lost in such battles. To the surprise of those around, William exactly copied the fighting stance that Theodore took. And Captain Sooms noted that now the outcome of the duel would be decided only by pure swordsmanship skill. Deciding to test his opponent's strength, Theodore, swinging his sword, moved to attack. Blocked Theodore's strike, William began to counterattack with the backside of the sword. Retreating, Theodore cursed. William was much faster. Hesitation was tantamount to defeat. Therefore, Theodore decided to wait for the right moment and deliver a precise blow that would turn the tide of the confrontation. And in William's eyes was disappointment. Compared to previous opponents, Theodore was unbearably boring. Deflecting another blow, William plunged his sword into the ground and lowered his head, as if inviting the opponent to attack. Of course, Theodore was puzzled by such behavior of the opponent, but still decided to attack William. This was exactly what William was waiting for. Suddenly drawing his sword, he delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's torso. Theodore could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. The duel was over. Previously, Sooms had seen heroism only in Happy, but now William also showed himself as a hero. Rising to his feet, Theodore cursed, their order lost without delivering a single worthy blow. Glancing briefly at Diana, Theodore thought that things were really bad. The princess was clearly in low spirits because of the defeat. But in fact, Diana was more interested in the upcoming duel of Happy. Theodore was so desperate that he even tried to motivate Leopold, whose duel was next. But he coldly looked at Theodore and advised him to shut up and not interfere. Theodore was speechless. How could an ordinary student dare to speak like that to a knight? And Simon noted that he saw this student at the training ground for the first time. Nevertheless, it did not matter, because now they would see what Happy was capable of. Countless scars on the knight student's body from unknown origins. Incredible strength of the knightly order of a neighboring state. All this led Simon to a bad thought that this time they could very well suffer defeat. The judge gave the signal to start the duel. But unlike previous duels, the opponents did not rush to attack. Suddenly, Leopold struck with a wide swing, but Happy did not dodge or parry the blow, and the blade whistled a few centimeters from his face. Preparing the next attack, Leopold thought that the opponent simply could not dodge or did it on purpose. Happy took the next thrust on his shield, but Leopold, spinning the blade, managed to knock the shield out of his hands. Of course, Happy already understood that this was not a student at all. Although by build Leopold did not look like a strong opponent, he held the sword very confidently. Anticipating the next attack, Happy tried to dodge, but Leopold changed his body position and the strike went on a completely different trajectory. Fortunately, Happy managed to deflect this blow, but Leopold did not plan to stop and continued pressing the opponent. Stumbling, Happy tumbled to the ground. The referee immediately raised the flag and asked if he needed a pause. But Happy, smiling even wider, replied that he could quite continue the duel. Simon, who was watching the duel attentively, noted that Happy was fighting worse than he thought. It turns out he is just a reckless psycho. But William knew this tactic well. Happy had pulled off something similar in the arena. And now he was deceiving the opponent and the spectators again. But William could not understand why Happy was doing this. Happy's situation was not very good. Leopold was gradually increasing the pressure. He clearly had some plan. Therefore, it was important for Happy to find out exactly what Leopold was plotting and why he needed it. After another clash, Happy was again on the ground. But quickly jumping up as if nothing had happened, Happy loudly declared that his kingdom would never fall. Theodore was impressed. Although Happy's skills were not outstanding, he was so sincere. It was no wonder his body was covered with scars. Leopold, however, was convinced that the bandits were definitely not defeated by Happy. Most likely the knights dealt with them, as they were much stronger, especially William. According to the cult's data, William was a hero who single-handedly destroyed an entire group of rebellious clown outcasts. Most likely it was he and Captain Sooms who defeated the cult leader. Nevertheless, Leopold still wanted to make sure, and he once again rushed into the attack. Happy immediately realized that Leopold was attacking with the intention to break his arm. Could he really be ready to go that far? Screaming in pain, Happy collapsed to the ground and the judge immediately stopped the duel. Princess Diana's eyes widened in horror. It turns out the father set up Leopold to punish Happy for disobedience? After all, this had been happening since the princess's childhood. Anyone who tried to get close to Diana later regretted it. Even last night, Diana heard how a maid, who begged for forgiveness, was beaten with rods because she dared to be rude to the princess. So Happy was also punished for a similar offense. Princess Diana hung her head gloomily. Does this mean she will never see that smile again? But Happy, still holding his injured arm, got up, smiled broadly, and said he was fine. But with such an injury, the duel could not continue. In fact, Happy's arm was intact. He just used a secret arena technique pretending the fracture was real. William quickly picked up the wounded Happy to help him leave the arena. A day earlier, William shared with Happy his suspicions that the Allied state was not very willing to help them. William was sure that the Allies could not have been unaware of the bandits surrounding their kingdom. Although at first glance the Allies greeted the guests with dignity, in reality they never said when they would be able to help. Moreover, they constantly watched their every move. Of course, William had no proof, but he was sure that the Allies wished for the fall of their kingdom. And unfortunately, after the duel, Happy confirmed his fears. The Allies deliberately arranged duels to understand how strong he was. As William had suspected, the Allies knew quite a lot about them, and now Happy felt as if they had fallen into the jaws of death itself. Suddenly, Princess Diana appeared behind, frightening the thoughtful William very much. Diana apologized for the behavior of her ward and promised that Leopold would face severe punishment. She also offered her healer as assistance. William was not very pleased with this turn of events, but Happy assured him that everything would be fine and asked to convey his words to Captain Sooms. Captain Sooms himself was not at all against his comrade receiving help, and Happy was taken away by the princess's servants. At the same time in the market, Vinny and Brom were shopping. Brom, groaning from the wait, asked when they would head back. Vinny asked him to endure a little longer. Sighing heavily, Brom gave up, although he still couldn't understand why they were buying all these brooches and embroideries. Blushing, Winnie tried to justify herself. Hadn't they deserved to buy something after such a long journey? And then Winnie was struck by an idea. They were supposed to receive a worthy reward for capturing the bandit, so she decided to buy something for Grandma and Grandpa. Everything became clear to Brom. Winnie simply liked shopping, so turning around, he tried to sneak away. But Winnie had a gift for him too, and she placed a hat on Brom's head. Brom's joy knew no bounds. He no longer cared what else Winnie bought. He was ready to carry all the purchases. Suddenly, Winnie noticed Scarlet and Sager in the crowd, but they quickly disappeared from sight. So Winnie decided she had just imagined it and, calling Brom, headed back to the castle. To King Sebastian, who was with Leopold at the top of the tower, a servant arrived and reported the arrival of Scarlet and Sager. When King Sebastian greeted them, Scarlet was convinced that the power in this kingdom truly belonged to the cult. Sager reported that they had come to the king to learn about the origins of the cult. Sebastian was puzzled. Since Sager was asking such questions, it meant he had not yet found faith. Heavily sighing, Sebastian finally realized that neither the cult leader nor he himself could lead their children along the path of faith. The leader failed to plunge the kingdom into despair because he was attacked, and Sebastian failed because he showed despair to his daughter too early. And then Sebastian said that in order to see the infinite despair of the world, one must stain their own hands with blood. Such is the cult's requirement. After that, the cult members began to hear voices, and this voice makes cultists believe sincerely and obey without doubt. Sebastian wanted to grant this faith to Diana as early as possible, wanted to give a gift, so he showed his daughter the death of her mother. But for Diana it was too much, so she simply erased the memory of it. Forgetting the despair itself, Diana lost the path to gaining this voice, so Sebastian believed he was mistaken. Scarlet found it hard to believe that Sebastian wanted to instill a demon into the people through despair and murders, and that the cult was united by the voice. Suddenly, Sebastian said that although Scarlet's hands are stained with blood, they have not yet known despair. And Sager is still trying to find hope, but every step on the path to the demon kills her. Nevertheless, Sebastian believed that this way Sagar would reach despair faster. During the years of war, the cult members sank into despair and sold their souls to the demon. And although Scarlet did not feel despair, she was already seriously considering leaving everything as it was. At that moment, one of the maids informed Princess Diana that Happy's treatment was finished. Diana remained quite calm and asked the servants and guards to wait outside. One of the knights wanted to object, but seeing the expression on the princess's face, he immediately left. When the door slammed shut behind the knight, Happy seriously wondered what Princess Diana was planning. Immediately, Diana jumped up to Happy, and their faces became indecently close to each other. Questions immediately arose in Happy's mind. Why was the princess so close? Could it be that he was about to be interrogated? Then Diana whispered that she was not surprised by Happy's loss, because Leopold was her secret knight. Stepping back a little, Diana shared her concerns that her father was trying to punish Happy in this way and apologized for not being able to prevent it. But Happy, smiling even wider, assured Diana that this episode did not deserve her worries. Grabbing Happy by the face, Diana asked, was he embarrassed by anything? To which Happy, smiling even wider, shook his head negatively. Now Diana understood the attraction to Happy, the face from which a smile never faded even on the darkest days. When the princess looked at him, she immediately remembered the life she had forgotten. Diana remembered the dark room and her mother lying on the floor, a horror gripping the body, after realizing that she might have been the cause of her death. In her head, Diana heard a voice accusing her of murder and promising only despair ahead. Suddenly, the queen placed her hand on Diana's head and asked her daughter not to blame herself. Diana woke up sobbing on her knees before Happy, gently taking his hand. The princess revealed that it was King Sebastian who poisoned the queen. The princess also told that at some point Sebastian brought strange people and under false pretenses began killing the inhabitants. And thus, King Sebastian was quietly turning the kingdom into a sea of blood. Suddenly the door opened and knights burst into the room with drawn swords. In the knights, Princess Diana recognized the killers sent by her father and asked Happy not to give her up. Ordering the knights to step away from the princess, they tore Diana from Happy's hands and despite all protests dragged her away. Of course, Happy understood that even if everything the princess said was true, they were now in the royal palace and he simply could not act rashly. Suddenly, Happy remembered that before dying, his father asked him not to turn into a monster and to bring salvation to people. After knocking out the knights, Happy caught Diana. The forgotten memory finally returned to him. In his time, Happy was helped, so now he will save others without hesitation. That is his promise. Carefully examining the knights, Happy still decided to clarify whether Diana was sure that these were the people who killed the civilians. Princess Diana nodded affirmatively. She had seen this back in childhood, a terrifying shadow of a writhing monster hidden under skin stained with blood. At first, Diana did not understand what exactly she had seen, so she simply remained silent. She told no one, as all her guards were the same. But now the memories were returning. They were all bloody demons in human masks. They were the ones who killed people or turned them into demons like themselves, as if infecting the kingdom with a plague. One of the knights came to and tried to get up, but Happy accurately threw a glass at his head. Losing balance, the guard broke the window and fell from the third floor. Of course, Happy tried to save the poor fellow, but was too late. The guard who fell out the window attracted the attention of the rest of the guards. An alarm was immediately declared, and knights began gathering at the castle from everywhere. Knights burst into the guest room and surrounded the surprised William, Sooms, and Germond. Advisor Marcus immediately ordered the knights to arrest the vile traitors and throw them into the dungeon. Captain Sooms cursed to himself as they had just started talking about how everything looked too suspicious. Looking out the window, Sooms confirmed that the entire building was surrounded by knights and there was no chance to escape, so he decided to surrender. When the traitors were behind bars, Marcus began interrogating the prisoners about Happy's whereabouts. Of course, the news of the princess's kidnapping greatly surprised William, but he quickly understood that Happy had her own reasons for doing it. Having achieved no results, Marcus decided to report everything to King Sebastian and ordered the knights to continue searching for the kidnapper. Meanwhile, King Sebastian, accompanied by Leopold, was leading Sager and Scarlet to the main hall. Suddenly, cries were heard, and Sebastian, looking back, discovered Winnie being dragged by knights. Then King Sebastian decided to inquire about what was going on. And then one of the knights reported that guests from an allied state had kidnapped the princess. They managed to catch everyone except the knight's apprentice. Sebastian's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, he did not expect such a turn of events and wondered why the allies would do this at all. Finally, Winnie missing. But Winnie Mercenary. Noticing Sager decided that the arrest was his doing. The king asked in surprise if Sager knew this girl, but he only remained silent, lowering his eyes. And Winnie continued her angry tirade, stating that Sager had turned the kingdom into a bunch of bandits just to subjugate everyone. One of the knights struck Winnie on the head and ordered her to be silent immediately. At the sight of this scene, Sager's hands involuntarily clenched into fists, which Sebastian immediately noticed. The king mistakenly decided that Sager not only knew Winnie but sincerely hated her, and this could help him finish what the cult leader had failed to do. Finding himself in the room where the prisoners were held, King Sebastian suggested first watching the execution and then searching for the kidnapper of the princess. When William saw that Sager had come along with the king, he realized that the allied kingdom had long been in the hands of the cult. Noticing William in the cage, Scarlet waved kindly and asked what he was doing here at all. All those present, including King Sebastian and his retinue, were extremely surprised by this turn of events. Approaching the cage, Scarlet whispered that her wish seemed to have come true, as she had wanted so much to see William.